Hey, Froth. My, we're on the fucking late schedule now. We are on the late, fucking latest of the latest schedules. Extra late. Late schedule, late to the late schedule, and then also late stream starting. So that's like, what, 3 lates? Oops. It be, you know, whatever the fuck it be. Star. Just stream whatever the fuck I want, please. I mean, that's how it is, right? I try and maintain some kind of consistency because it's better, to be honest, but only human. Only human and naughty. I stayed up late again. But I'm staying up late because my schedule's just like consistently, like I'm in this routine of being late. Hey Betty. Hey Fruffer. Hey Betty. So yeah, I'm just in this like really bad, like consistently late routine. So.
Tack och fistimbenen för det
thanks for resubby. Thanks Betty. Thank you. Oh, I thought you'd already subbed. Can't be a double sub though, right? So yeah, so it worked this time though. Nice. I don't fully know why sometimes like she like responds to subs and sometimes she doesn't. Like I can only guess. I think sometimes it's like when it's actually the day of the like the sub or the resub, like she acknowledges it, picks. Otherwise, if it's just like a celebration, like maybe the resub was the day before the stream, I think she doesn't pick it up. That's only my guess. So yeah, she wait, so Pix never had AI, like it had a voice, right? Yeah, it was just the donos, like so Nana, the Japanese lady, but because I'm on Stream Elements now, I don't do TTS for donos for now. I don't know if they do it. They might do, but I just figured it's probably better for now not to have it, just in case, you know, like going forward, maybe that's something I'd prefer to not do, just in case trolling. But yeah, so Pix has like TTS for her. So it's not like for you guys, like sometimes you guys get like, maybe when you resub you can put a message down. She won't TTS that, she just TTS like a response. And I gave her a French accent. So I'm considering, cause like the dev for Pando or Pix did a whole lot of like updates and stuff like that and really cool stuff. And you know, something that could support them as well, but is also a cool feature. If you subscribe to them, that's how you can be like VIP, so very important pets. And then that way you have all these other extra features for like interaction with Pix and like AI capacity and stuff like that. And yeah, back to the voices, it opens up a lot more voices. So there's already quite a few, but there are a lot more that are VIP, and one of them's Australian, so you can't even test them out, like the ones that are locked, so I don't even know how it sounds. But if it sounds cool, maybe like Pixie. I'm considering, like, I actually do want to do the VIP thing. It's like a subscription, like month to month. I think it would be worth it if I can afford it. Like long term, I would want to, and it would be fun for you guys. And Pix would have more like feel like sentience. So, yeah, and I might give her like a Aussie accent, depending on how it sounds. But she's embracing her apparent French heritage. In homage to Nana, she's part Japanese, and her Australian might come out in a little bit. So yeah. But yeah, thanks for resub. Supporting Baby Bean. Yeah. Selective treatment. Yeah, I don't know. She's like, I feel like stream alerts, like no matter who you go with or the different ones, are always like prone to being buggy every now and then. I feel like Pando's the one that's been pretty on it. except for that instance. But there's probably a reason for it, like I said, that makes sense. But other than that, like Pando aka Pix has like been the more reliable, I feel. Alert. Stream Elements and like Twitch just kind of like fuck up a bit more. Yeah. So I'm fucking tired. Little Mush looks kind of cool. So yeah, so that's why I was like up late as well. I did so much actually. It was pretty good. Like I need to just focus and prioritize sleep and like fixing my routine. But I'm at the same time I did some really cool stuff. So I'm like happy with that. But not like above all that cool stuff, I should be putting sleep. And I'm not. So I did like 5 fucking shorts. 5, not even 4 that I said. I did another one because the other one was easy but still effort. I did 5 shorts, so I'm covered. Like I'm trying to get ahead with the shorts, so then, you know, I don't, you know, feel like, because I want to be consistent with it, and then, you know, some days like I'll have poo sleep or other things go on, and then if you're ahead, it's always good to be ahead. Then you can like accommodate. So I don't know how ahead I'll be, because it's about keeping up with being ahead too. But like I've got like a week of short set in the future already scheduled and shit. So that's kind of cool. So I did that. I worked on Little Mush. I'm more happy with the way she looks now because I was changing the way she looks. And last time I made a presentable for stream, and I presented her the new way, which you guys probably don't notice anyway, instead of reverting to the older one till I'm done with, you know, being satisfied. But yeah, last night I managed, because I really wanted to feel a bit better about the way she appears. So I worked on that last night, and I'm a lot more happier. So yeah. Like I'll show you. I don't know why I do this dot thing, but it looks a bit weird zoomed in, but zoomed down you don't notice it and it looks cool. So I've been doing some like coloring and like detail and stuff, but I don't know, I just do dots. So it'll look weird when I zoom in. Little dot patterns. I don't know, I was just trying it out because I was pulling the eyeliner like closer to the inner eye here, and I feel like if I did a solid line it'd probably be too dramatic, so I was just doing little dots. So yeah, I gave her a bit more detail around the eyes and stuff. So eyelashes or eyeliner used to pull out here because of the default of the anime model, but I wanted it to curve around the eye a bit more, like, and not, because eyelashes don't really go out there. Unless they're false eyelashes and they've lost the glue to the inner part and they just stick out there. So I wanted it to follow the eye a bit more. But then, like, I feel like her eyes seemed a bit spaced apart because there's the eyelash didn't protrude here anymore. And I don't know, it would be simple on VRoid, but I can't go back to VRoid now because incompatibility of files. So I have to figure out how to do things in Blender, and I'm not sure yet. So, like, if I wanted, potentially I could move her eyes closer together. But I don't know how to do it in Blender, and I think it's more difficult. It was very easy in VRoid, but it's too late now. We're out of VRoid. So, but I might not need to anyway, because it was fine before. Everything's like kind of an illusion. And I think it's better now. So I think what she needed was just a bit more shading here. So that's what I did. I added, see this little bit of shading bit? And I think it actually has remedied it. Like, I'd still be curious to bring her eyes closer together and see how that looks, but honestly, it's probably fine, to be honest. But yeah. Nah, that's just you, Fruff. That's just you. Yeah, so I'm pretty happy with the way that, I don't know, the effort that I put in last night. It was kind of like, it's not sad, but like my intention, I knew I wanted to remedy this and put time into this, and I put a lot of time into it, and I'm happy with it. But like, I did want to work on her hair, Because she can't have the ponytail now because it was like a V-roid. It was a separate file in V-roid. And I'm having trouble like cut and pasting it and shit because the incompatibility files and Blender's different. So she can't have the side pony unless I bring back her old form. So I have to learn to create hair. So that's what I was trying to do last night. Create hair in Blender. It was easy in V-roid, but in Blender it's different. So that's what I wanted to set out to do last night. But I was like, after I fix her face and like her eyes and stuff. And then I knew that there wouldn't be time. I did like do a tutorial, like watch a tutorial on how to do hair. So I'm a bit more like maybe not first-hand confident and familiar, but I'm a bit more familiar with the process of doing that in Blender. But there was no time to actually play around. I was going to, and I was like, are you fucking kidding? You see how late I am today? Like, and I wanted to do that too. Fucking kidding. Anyway. So I'm just blinking a lot because I'm noticing something, but it's not that bad. It's fine. I think it's difficult. That's probably why I didn't put shading in there. Because it, like, when she blinks her eyes, it, like, that's supposed to be permanent shading, but when she blinks her eyes, it drops down because of the blinking. But it's not noticeable, it's just me. So if anything, it's fine. I prefer the shading there, so. Hi, Sleep. Hello! Just blabbering on about some stuff that I did on the model last night, and also my lack of sleep because I don't prioritize it, and I should. I'm tired! Wait, what? That's random. I'm gonna blink a million times, so. That's random, Fraff. I mean, I thought I had more to add to that, but I don't. It's random. But yeah, hey, sweet. Hey, sweet. Let's make little Mush a little bit smaller. So yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think about her eyes? I think it's like I didn't add anything but trust. I spent quite a while. And I think personally it makes a difference. But probably not, you know, peeps won't notice. But like I said before, sometimes when you make a change on a model, like if it's unnoticeable, it's actually better. Because it means you didn't overkill. And she looks regular. So yeah, I was just working on her eyes. Yeah, no, I guess it's exactly what I said. I mean, you know, sometimes it's just that as well. As long as you're like, I'm not I mean me. You're as in anyone that's like me. As long as I'm like personally happy with her. Because I felt like it was a bit lacking last time. A little bit lackluster. I need to blow my nose and joy off. And now I'm more happier. She's gonna be internal work in progress. She's a little bit more scuffed now, but no one would know the difference. Just because I'm learning Blender and it's very new to me. Alright. Blow on the nose! You mute. It's my stream. I can do whatever the fuck I want. Sorry, Shweeps, but Fruffy likes this. Anyway, how are you guys? Now that I've ranted about my tiredness and lateness. How's Beardy? How's Fruffa? How's Shweepy? How D-Beans? Oh yeah. I am late, but I had a good meal. So I made the chicken and broccoli with like seasoning. And I actually have a coffee. And it cooled down a bit, but I managed to put it in the thermal even though I haven't put the milk in it. So that probably keeps it warm anyway. So I need to take a second to put milk in it. And I have a fucking coffee actually for a change. For like coffee and chiwin. I actually have a coffee. That's if I can actually do this though. Just, how hard is it? Put milk in it and drink it. Huh? I need to blow my nose again, sorry. it's winter here, so it's pretty cold. Rough wanted to stream but needs more time yesterday. 4 hours panic attack, and since I stood up this morning, yeah, you gotta self-care. I mean, and sometimes, like, you know, either you take, because I wanted to stream yesterday, and I made, like, the night before, because I streamed later, I made peeps aware that, like, I want to, or see how I feel in the morning, and there's a possibility not, or I always give myself that out now. I always say, okay, this is when I plan to stream next, but glorified timeline, there is a possibility I'll change it. Give myself an out. So yeah, I woke up feeling like uber tired yesterday, so I took like the time to just self-care. And today as well too, I feel a little bit bad, and I'm on a shit late schedule than normal, but today I still wanted to and could stream. It was just a lot later because I was self-caring. So I made a good meal, I have a coffee, I was a bit tired. So yeah. But if I was feeling absolute poop, you know, you just take time. But yeah, some days it may be like probably pressure because you thought you were gonna like stream at like a particular time or something. Sometimes it's just like, well, you know what, it's okay to like stream later. You know what I mean? So it's easy said though. You feel like kind of certain ways. I mean, even as I say this, I feel certain ways sometimes. But I'm trying to like retrain my cognition, right? It's all cognitive. So, yeah. Most of the time it honestly probably doesn't really matter. So, the times and stuff. It's more like consistency and self-care. And you can't be consistent if you don't self-care. So, yeah. Yeah, that's actually a fucking, you know, hits the nail on the head. Like, you can't be consistent or enjoy yourself if you can't self-care. So, yeah. Well, then, you know, like, your body's telling you just to take some time. I mean, it's so, like, that's okay. You know? There's always tomorrow, and then tomorrow, and then tomorrow, and then tomorrow, and then tomorrow. You know? You're gonna make it to tomorrow, you know? Do what you gotta do in here now. Yeah. Move the bowl out of the way. There was like a huge grin on her face. I guess I was kind of smiling. But I had like a huge water bottle in front of my face. My hand was in my face. I was like, yeah, how do you see that, camera? Maybe that water bottle was making my smile wider somehow. Buffons? Probably never. Or are you talking about when I get the movement? I think that'll be a lot later. I think I just want to settle it for now. And just focus on aesthetic stuff. Because I've added a lot of expression, and it'd be good to... The next big thing would be adding arm and body movement. But I think I'll do that later. I think I'm happy that I've added a lot more expression now. And I just want to kind of play around with their aesthetic. And, you know, put time to other stuff. And then we'll go. That'll be the next big thing, I think, for Little Noosh. Is to do movement and stuff. Because I'm doing this all myself and stuff. I've had a lot of... I've delved deep in a lot of stuff in the past couple of weeks, and it's like... It can be overwhelming. And I'm still not fluent in all the new shit that I've learned. So I think, yeah, just like... Hold the horses a little bit. Even though that is the next big thing in the plan, but I'm just not sure when that will be. I'm just chilling for now, I think. Just chilling. Because look, now Little Mewsh can do this. Hey, happy? What is it? Shocked? Angie? Very important one. We didn't have Angie like this before. Not like this. And sad. And I fixed the teeth. Whenever she went sad, her teeth would protrude through her upper lip. Fix that. No teeth on the upper lip. Sad. So I think that's huge. It's kind of crazy though that these capabilities or capacities for like expression were already in VC Face since the beginning of me using it. I was just unaware. But now we have done it, and I am proud. Yeah, I've watched so much YouTube tutorials, it's crazy. Actually crazy in the past couple of weeks. More than I probably ever have. Very helpful too. That's why YouTube's got it. You know? They've got like the monopoly on everything. The peeps will be watching. Yeah. Well, I hope you take the time to chill, sweet. Get some, you know, focus on the basics. Get something nice to eat. You know, take the time out. I was like, depending if you can as well, like sometimes work and whatnot. But you know what? You can, I feel like you always can. So even with work, some people don't understand and like won't take it, but you don't need to tell them. Like some people won't accept like in their mind or don't think it's justified to take like a mental day, like a mental break. Like sometimes you're just feeling like overwhelmed, you just need a day off. Like that should be as valid as being like fucking, you know, hit with the flu or something like that. But you know, if I like call in sick, I just, you know, I used to think that I had to explain it and reason it, but you don't. You just say sorry. I am all I can't come in today. If they ask you, you just like, and they shouldn't. I'd just be like, I'm unwell. Goodbye. 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 I used to feel so bad and stuff, but then I became a bit more like assertive and resilient, and then I'm like, this is the way to be. But yeah, I used to feel bad, and that like some peeps prey on that. So like even if you are sick, like I had a lot of hospitality jobs, and I was literally like actually like the flu or something, and they're like trying to pressure you to come in. They're like, okay, well you fill your shift, even though that's the manager's job, and if you can't, you sort it out. You come in. But then I was like, no, that's not how it works. I used to feel pressured, and they place that sometimes on you, even though it's not right and it's not your role. So then I started to, you know, be a bit more resilient and assertive and aware, and then I was just like, you know, I'm sick, see ya. Keep it brief, just like they know you're sick and hang up. Because then there's no time for them to barter, and then they have to deal with it because they weren't able to like manipulate you and put it on you. So, and they can't fire you for that. And honestly, if they did, like, you'd want to work somewhere else anyway. But they can't just fire you for calling in sick and then hanging up. So, yeah. Anyway, rambling about that. So today we just be chewing. Maybe you guys can help me because, I mean, we're talking about self-care. We'll see. I did want to stream tomorrow, but, you know, I still can. I just need to self-care in other ways. And if I don't self-care in other ways, then I self-care by not streaming tomorrow. But I did want to stream tomorrow. Maybe you guys can help me with not going too crazy today. Yeah, I started later. It doesn't mean I have to go later. And also, because, like... I mean, particularly at the moment because I stream so long, like, even if I do start later, it's not a big deal because it's like, I mean, I probably shouldn't, but like, I stream so long anyway, so. Oh, instead of 11-hour stream, it's a fucking 8-hour stream. Shit. Talking about self-care, I shouldn't be streaming that long anyway. But, maybe you guys can help me not go crazy today, and yeah. So, but today I was just gonna chill I think. We'll see how I feel in a bit. But I was thinking some Roki. I do want to do the Fruff. I'm going to have to take some time out and plan like future streams. Because there's a lot that I want to do and like play on stream. And just play in general. And catch up on. So I'm trying to be mindful of like introducing more things. Unless I said it's a bit difficult though with what I want to do. So even like, I was going to say, unless I just set one day a week where I just do whatever, but at the same time, that's introducing another thing too. So, because the next stream at some point, I keep saying it, I wanted to do Dead Island so that, in the event that, Tarks might be available, can be ready to play that. Because how long has it been now? So, and I do want to do it. So, really depends on how good I am today. I was thinking possibly that might be tomorrow. But I'm probably dreaming, to be honest. Because it's a scary game as well, so I don't want to be, like... I want to play it, but I don't want to be, like, fucking tired and sleep-deprived playing it. So... yeah. Oh, I think the self-care is, like... stuff behind the scenes, but also I guess it is stream, but in terms of stream it's more like functional hard and fast things. So like time, like not streaming. Well, it's pretty much just that. What will help me to motivate me to self-care is if I just don't go crazy with the streams. And that'll actually like feed back into like being better for streaming, So. What's the long day? And the gritty, yeah. Sorry, I'm going back reading. Gritty is when one day, maybe, potentially, whenever that movement happens. But yeah, I was emphatic on wanting to get it done, but I think I just realised like I will get it done. Just chill for now, because I'm doing a lot. There's a lot of other stuff that I wanted to. Because I've always been, for instance, like doing shorts and keeping in, like the benefits of doing shorts. And I was actually enjoying doing the shorts last night. I remember I was doing shorts for the GTA, and I really enjoyed that actually. But actually last night, I was actually having fun. Like, I shouldn't say actually. I feel like I'm never at a loss for shorts with Overwatch, but I feel like I was just maybe pumping them, trying to pump them out too much, and I don't know. But, yeah, last night I was like editing like a lot of shorts, and they were funny, and I was having fun and getting creative. I actually enjoyed it. It's kind of crazy. I don't know, I should, like, not that I shouldn't say that, but yeah, I just remember with the shorts, like with Overwatch before, I was kind of just like pushing myself to do them. And then I realized like, oh, I can actually like really, really get into it and get creative and enjoy it with like GTA. Maybe because it was like roleplay and stuff, and then the memories and like nostalgia. But then like, yeah, last night it was like kind of like a fresh change to like actually start to like really enjoy it, get creative. And anyway, why do I mention this? Oh, that's right. Because like I've always kind of like maintained shorts, and I think that's good for me, like growth wise, and I was enjoying it last night too. So that's something that I'm doing and want to maintain. So it's difficult for me to really push for other things like the movement of the model yet, when I'm already doing quite a bit and focusing on the aesthetic, and streaming and sleeping and stuff like that. And other stuff with life, But yeah, we'll see, we'll see. I've been scheduling like a stream for the day after for a while now. So FYI about tomorrow. Maybe I just need to not because it hasn't been happening. I feel like the past 3 streams I've scheduled like to stream the next day and I haven't done it. So maybe that says something to just let it go. I felt, okay, yeah, I can talk the talk, but do I walk the walk? It's just because at one point, my schedule the other week or something, or at some point, got messed up. So I had to do something, so I missed like a stream. So I've been trying to put it in, and it just hasn't been working. So maybe that's a sign already. So yeah, FYI about tomorrow. I think if I wanted to stream today though. But I'm thinking, like, maybe I should have just not streamed today and then stream tomorrow because that's my regular day. Because now I'm going to push the schedule out of whack again. So that's probably what I should have done. But I don't know, just go with the way I feel. So I wanted to stream today. But as a result, I might not stream tomorrow even though I'm wanting to. But yeah. Yeah. What's with the long day again? I can't remember. But yeah, I'll go to sit down, I think. Like, I was checking the schedule out the window, like, previously, like, planning games and stuff like that. But I think it's a 50-50 is a good... Or maybe if it ain't too broke, don't fix it. Maybe it's like plan it, but then I can change last minute. Particularly if it's not, like, planned with anyone. Like, if I plan to play something with someone, I'll play it. But if it's just like I think it's good for me to plan games, but then on the day I can change my mind. Because I feel like, yeah, I don't push the things that I want to, or I lose a sense of direction if I don't plan it. But then I notice that when I do stream, like I kind of just want to play whatever the fuck I want sometimes. So a lot, probably 50% of the time. But in the event that that's not the case, like I don't have an orientation on the day, it's good. Because, yeah, there was all this other stuff that I wanted to add to streaming as well. But, like, in time, like, let's not go crazy, but I wanted to start small. And I had 3 ideas. So I want to make time for that. This is something that I do want to prioritize. So I mentioned to Bees before, like, there were 3 ideas for stream. So new things, like, for me to try out. Maybe along the idea of, like, what cw0ffee was saying, like, slightly, like, orchestrating some things. Not like, it's fake or whatever, I'm putting it on. It's just like sometimes to enjoy things in life or like grow things or build things, you need to plan a little bit. You know what I mean? So anyway, the 3 things were, what were they? Can somebody tell me? I have it in my notes. I remember 2. Okay, one was like the Groovebox thing, the music thing. So the Groovebox software. That was the first idea, but I think that one's probably on the back burner. The other thing was like an educational kind of thing, because I like learning and there's these topics that I'm interested in and I want to like, I feel like it's been put on the shelf on the side and become like a bit irrelevant and not pertaining to what I'm doing in life at the moment, but it's something that I do want to build. So maybe I can build it and learn more by incorporating it with what I enjoy and do already, which is like, for instance, streaming. So like, I'm interested in like neuroscience, like molecular genetics, stuff like that. I could just learn one idea. I have plenty of books, learn one idea, and then we can just like chat about it. And then same goes for you guys. Like if you have something interesting you want to talk about or bounce back off, and then maybe it can like evolve from there. But like, yeah, maybe it could be like a little portion of stream, but not even that big, and to start small, like just with one concept and I chat about it for like 5 minutes. But you know me, I probably blah, 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 blah. So that's, I think, probably the one that I wanted to kind of push, which I haven't done yet. It's as simple as like taking 5 minutes to read something and then I like kind of paraphrase it and explain it to you guys, and more to solidify my learning and share what I've learned rather than to school anyone. But I mean, be schooled. No, I'm just kidding. And then there was another idea that I've forgotten. Fuck. Oh, it was the comic thing. So maybe something artistically or creative and then just chat about it. It'd be nice to just like read a comic, but then I just realized comics aren't like novels. So if I read a comic on stream, it's very much lacking because you don't have the visuals, and comics are about don't chew what you can't swallow. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, you're just going with that saying? That's not what I'm doing. Like, I'm just saying I'm going to pick one small thing and stick with it. But these are just ideas that I'm sharing with you. Potentialities in the future. And I'm not saying tomorrow or the day after or next month. Just long term. But there's nothing stopping me from, like, you know, taking a pick out of something that I can do easily, you know? Which is like what I said. Maybe I just, like, you know, take 5 minutes to read one concept and then talk about it for like 5 minutes. It's not hard. In fact, I really want to do that. But yeah, but these are just ideas. So I hate bees. Hello. So the other thing is like the comic thing, but then, you know, the visuality. That's not even a fucking word, is it? You don't see the visuals, and comics are very much about visuals. And I can share the visuals for sure. I'm not even sure I could read it. But anyway, what I was thinking of is maybe like a book club thing, or like, but you guys obviously might not have access, or like, you know, might not want to read it or whatever. And like, so it's not necessarily book club, but it's like, I just read about a comic, bring that passion back, and then I just chat about it. But then there might be spoilers, but you know, it's up to you guys. You know, it's not spoilers if you read it with me. But it might get you kind of like excited about a story that you didn't know. So I know for sure that'll be a surefire, like, okay way. Like, you don't share the visuals, you don't read it aloud on stream, but I read it and then I talk about it. It's like paraphrasing. I've learned enough about plagiarism and stuff like that and what you can't do, and it's probably similar to like copyright and shit from university. They drill it into you. You can paraphrase though. You can learn something and interpret it as your own. I mean, not as your own. You can interpret it in your own words, and it's okay. So, because that's called paraphrasing. It's not copying. Oh shit. My D key is fucked up. They're like laser etched, but I've also etched with my nails apparently, so... Yeah, there's the fourth option, which is the easiest of all. Do you want to, you want me to bite the one that I can, you want me to do the one that's more doable, Fraff? It's called Coffee Grinding ASMR for Fraff. We can do that. I can do that now, actually. Should we just... Is that the one we choose? You all agree on that? Coffee grinding ASMR for Fraff? Just take 1 minute, or we could do 5 minutes for the Fraffer. Good idea, bees. Alright, let me just get that. Oh, you're lucky. You're lucky. I already got my coffee. I mean, I have been known to grind, the coffee beans ahead of time. It's not my preference, but I'll do it in the name of the segment. Hydrate. Fuck. Oh, actually, no, I did get a cup of water. I have coffee in the thermal. I have to add milk, though. I think it's a good thing, though. Usually, like, I don't add it to the thermal because, like, I'm yet to add milk, but it's better to put it in the thermal and then just... Because it is fiddly putting the powdered milk in, Jeej. But if I at least get it in the thermal, it will stay hot, rather than waiting. So it's probably, I will let it sit for a bit, but then I put it in the thermal, so it's probably still warm as opposed to cold. So, chewing gum ASMR. Wait, what? I don't know. No. I don't have chewing gum. It's more the, Ninja Turtle carrots, the sneezing and snorting and the coffee grinding. Yeah. Wait, okay, you know what? Should we start the learning segment now? There's nothing stopping me. I'll just get one of my neuroscience books. I'm going to open up a random ass page and... Wait, am I allowed to read that? No, I'll read something and then I'll paraphrase it. Should we do that? I need to go to the loo. Alright. Here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to the loo and then I'm going to come back with a textbook. Okay? I learned the fundamentals, but I'm wanting to go, because in one ear, use it or lose it, out the other. I've forgotten the fundamentals, but they'll come back. So I've been wanting to know, relearn like the genetic code and the molecular structure of, fuck. I don't even know what they are anymore. The amino acids or some shit. I fucking don't know. This is why I want to go back and touch up. So, actually, maybe we won't open up a random concept, or maybe we can do that as well. But I'll try and locate those fundamentals and can go through that. Just for like a minute. Because that's something that I wanted to do. Because it's the fundamentals, like knowing, understanding DNA. GNA. The fuck? DNA. Anyway. Because I wasn't, like, interested. I said this before. Like, I started with my interest in psychology. Then it digressed into, like, like, biology. Like, the biology of the brain. And then that segued into, like, neuroscience, right? Which is about the anatomy and other stuff, sorts of the brain. And then I went, and I was never really, like, caught by, like, evolution and, like, genetics. But although, like, you know, a lot of disciplines ebb and flow, you can see the relevancy of, like, psychology to neuroscience and vice versa. And you can see the relevancy, like, of, you know, molecular genetics, biology, evolution to, like, say, neuroscience. Like, everything's kind of intertwined to some degree, I feel. But it never kind of caught me. And then when I understood more the relevance, then it fucking caught me. Because, yeah, I could say back in the day, like, understanding, like, genetics and fucking evolution, like, I didn't like it and it was boring. But now, like, I did this, like, canvassing because I was contemplating, because I'm a crazy bean, and doing a PhD, so I was canvassing for, like, potential supervisor. Like, this was after, like, studying. I wasn't even currently in an institution, educational institution at the time. And I got familiar, and then I kind of backed out for certain reasons. But I got acquainted with this researcher, and, yeah, that's when I made the link based on what he was doing and his interests between evolution, genetics, and neuroscience. And then when I understood, like, really how it was relevant and how it connected and how it mattered, then it was so fascinating. Something that I once did not understand and did not like. I knew it was kind of associated, but I didn't like it. Then became something so fascinating to me. So, yeah. But anyway, I was interested sort of to tie in with neurosciences. Like, I was interested in Alzheimer's disease, which is like a neurological, you know, disease. And there was, like, research on, you know, the attempts to understand it, you know, hopefully one day, like, maybe a cure, you know, or a way to help it. And the research, like, you know, because that's what research is, right? Trying to discover new things, new ideas, new learning, new discoveries. It was doing new things, and it was using, like, understanding of, like, interrogating and understanding evolution, and how it relates to that disease, and how to potentially, like, find a cure or understand it so we can one day find a cure or some way of means of helping it. And yeah, so it was relevant. The process of, like, experimenting and exploring and interrogation was, like, very pertinent to evolution, and also understanding genetics. And then that's how it ties in with, like, neuroscience and, you know, my idea for that, like, love of that. And I thought it was really cool, like, what this person was doing. So, like, it was actually, like, his supervisor that passed away that was studying this, and he was studying something else, but he learnt things from his supervisor, right? And then I came in and I had an interest in what their supervisor was interested in, as well as what they were interested in. And I think, in a way, it was kind of cool for him because he did digress and he'd learnt and taken things and he very much respected his supervisor. But they'd pass and he was doing his own things, taking what he'd learnt from his supervisor, but not directly following on those studies with Alzheimer's disease. But then I come in and I'm like, Alzheimer's disease, I want to learn and help with that. And then it was kind of like, I think, cool for him. It was just a shame that I ended up backing down for like certain reasons, but I don't like, there was no regrets. It was definitely like a, you know, it might have been semi-brief and I did back down, but I got so much from it. I don't know how much they got out of it. Feels bad, but you know, thank you for like what they imparted on me. But yeah, I don't know if that was where I'll go, but it was always an idea. It would have been cool to like pick up like and on what his like supervisor had worked on, because I don't know if there are people really who had picked it up, and it might get lost or maybe not. Which is fair because the guy was doing his own things, but like yeah, it was really interesting for me to learn about what his supervisor's doing and maybe like potentially pick that up, but I don't know. I don't know if I'll be a scientist researcher. Yeah, I did like consider it. Anyway, rambling. Tyver DNA. Here I'm talking about this, and then there's stuff like Tyver DNA, Wolfman DNA. Anyway, I rambled. All right, let me go to loot, and I'll bring back a textbook. But yeah, so like this kind of stuff, it's like these are like understanding the structure of like DNA and stuff is like fundamentals. So impertinent. So anyway, BRB, loo break. Get a snacky, scratch a booty, and I'll come back with a textbook. So it depends. I don't think you use, what do you call the thing at the back to find the concepts? But if I can't find it, I'll just learn a random concept. Anyway, BRB. BRB? I'm back, but not. I'm gonna put my cardigan. I still need to put the milk in the coffee, but at least it's in the thermos. Honestly, I should do that, but I want How's the bees? You been lifting a lot of heavy shit? In the name of fam? Wait, that looks like the tomte. Alright, hydrate. Did I do the hydrate before? I don't think I actually did it. Look at that hydrate face. So fucking angry. Alright, so this is the book. I could have grabbed many, but we only want to learn one concept, right? Or relatively speaking. And I'm partial to this book, even though I told you the thing about it as well. So one of the main original authors is that person that, I know there was controversy with this female scientist that died due to like a radiation exposure because of her studies. And she discovered, I think, what was it? Integral parts to the kind of the anatomy of DNA. And this guy apparently saw her work, and I don't know, it's a big debacle, but anyway, they're more recognized for something that she also, and quite possibly originally, actually did. And then she died for it. But this person gets all the fame. Yeah, no? So, anyway, but the person that was glorified was one of the original authors of this book that I'm partial to. Feels a little bit, I feel a bit, I can't think of the word about that. No, not yet. Today we're officially... Oh! So you were just there ahead of time? But you're coming back soon, aren't you? So it's like, most of the time, you hadn't been moving? I think you're going to be busy today. Alright, so if anyone's curious, the book is called Molecular Biology of the Gene. I have the 6th edition. Authors are Watson, Baker, Bell, Gann, Levine, Losek. I think as they do, like, the original authors are, like, past. I'm pretty sure. And as they do more editions and revamp it, I think they might add some authors. So, okay, so what do we want to learn? Maybe I should bro, I'm like, I need to turn the light on, but like, they've already fucking on. Alright, I think I'm talking crap. I said something wrong before, so just understand that I'm relearning things again. So just scrap everything that I just fucking said about like amino acids and shit. I have to do a bit of reading first. I mean, on the back of the book, there's the fucking shits there. Bro, what are they fucking called? Not amino acids. I think maybe I just need to Google it. Alright, let's go to the structure of the structure of DNA. See, this is why... Okay, I'm doing it on stream because it's like, you know, let's just fucking dive in. But this is why, like, you know, a little preparation beforehand, and then you don't have to wait for me doing this. I'm looking at the book. That's why I'm looking down, by the way. Okay, I think I just need to look up DNA, not structure. And then it'll be like DNA structure. You know the index? Bro, it's been a while since I picked up a fucking book. Okay. There's a lot of DNA here. DNA structure, maybe. Yeah. Okay. 102 to 126. Let's just start there. 102. This book smells. Wait, what the fuck is this? Oh, shit! There's a bookmark already in it. I was like, what the fuck is that? That was actually where I wanted to go too. Well, it was at the end of where I wanted to go. Maybe I'd already read it and I was at the end, but now I have to reread it. So how much am I allowed to read word for word? Like, I could read the title, no? Oh my god, I'm an idiot. It's not amino acids. Jesus. They're nucleotides. Okay. I think we can read the title, guys. I think I'm alright and I won't get persecuted for reading the title. Because they do good titles. So, this is the title. DNA is composed of polynucleotide chains. Okay, that sounds like a mouthful and like shit, but you can just break it down, okay? So, the fundamental... Okay, I'm just going for my memory and it's bringing it back now, and I thought fucking the basic unit was amino acids. Forget that. That's wrong. So, take what I say as a grain of salt, but it's starting to come back to me now. So, like, with polynucleotide chains, it sounds crazy and a lot, but you can just break it down. So, a fundamental unit, and take what I say as a grain of salt, I could be wrong. I believe the fundamental unit of the DNA structure is, or a fundamental unit is a nucleotide. And, you know, DNA is like a chain, right? You've seen I don't know if you guys have seen the concept of DNA like a ladder. Like a chain, like a chain, like a ladder. So yeah, to say DNA is composed of polynucleotide chains is that, you know, if a fundamental unit is a nucleotide, then poly is just many. You know what I mean? So there's many chained and paired together. There you go. So what are the different nucleotides? So I know that there were 4. Usually, so they stand for something, but people will recognize them probably more by the letters that they're abbreviated for. So that is, and I'm definitely not cheating, that is AGCT. So DNA consists of polynucleotides chained together in like a ladder, and you can get 4 different nucleotides. And they're known as AGCT. But the only reason that they're known for that is because that's just the first letter of their full name. So what's their full name? I think that the full name is said differently depending on like the state or the way that you're addressing them. Yeah. Shit, it's all coming back to me now. So, an individual... Yeah, so I think you can address them as like a nucleotide, like a unit. I think it's a fundamental unit, yeah, that makes up DNA. But the unit itself can be broken down, and it's broken down into 3 parts. So, yeah. Say A, you can address it as the unit, but the unit is made up of 3 parts, and it has a base. And the base for that, like say A, is called adenine. But yeah. Well, anyway. So adenine is the base for A, the base of that unit. And then I think G is guanine. Guanine? I don't know how to say it. Bro, I'm tempted to just read this, but I don't know if I'm allowed to. This is why it's best for me to read ahead of time, and then I can reinterpret it. I'll just look at the diagrams, because if I'm looking at the diagrams, I'm talking about it myself and from my memory. But yeah, anyway, so yeah, they're those 4, like, so yeah, when you say, like, when one says DNA is composed of polynucleotide chains, a nucleotide is a fundamental unit of, like, what DNA is constructed out of. Like built out of. And poly just means many. And there are 4 different nucleotides. So A nucleotide units, like A, G, C, T. So they're a unit, like I said. So they consist of 3 parts, and one is like a base. So the base of A is adenine, the base of G is guanine, the base of C is cytosine, and the base of T is thymine. Yeah. And they pair. So they only pair in a certain way. So you know how like DNA, I don't know, I shouldn't say you know, but if you guys seen like, you know, maybe even like remotely the concept of what DNA looks like obviously it's extremely zoomed in, like you can't see that like to the eye. But you know that twisted ladder kind of anatomy? So like each step in that ladder is like a pairing of nucleotides, and the nucleotides can only pair in certain ways. So I gotta get the pairing right. And so each step in the ladder is a pairing of 2 of the 4 nucleotides. And they can only pair off in a certain way. So, and what are those pairings? Should fucking know this. Bruh. It's kind of, I should know this. It's like overwhelming for me and coming back. So I want to I don't want to say it and then be wrong. I'll just look at the diagrams as well. Okay. So judging by the diagrams, this is how they pair. So C pairs with G and vice versa, and A pairs with T. And the bases actually pair with one another. So the nucleotide unit and the bases that I was telling you, which is like a third of what the unit consists of, it's actually the bases that pair. So adenine pairs with thymine and vice versa. Thymine pairs with adenine. Thymine doesn't pair with cytosine or guanine. Thymine doesn't pair with... Oh, wait, did I just say that? Thymine doesn't... It pairs with adenine. Maybe it's going to get confusing if I say what they don't pair with. Basically... Oh, there was a saying to remember it. I can't remember. But anyway, so yeah, thymine pairs with adenine, vice versa, and I think I say the words wrong. It could be adenine. I say whatever. You know my pronunciation. Diablo, mate. And yeah, cytosine pairs with guanine and vice versa. But yeah, so those are the pairings. So they don't pair crossways any other ways. That's how they pair. G with C, A with T. So T won't pair with G, won't pair with C. A won't pair with G, A won't pair with C, and vice versa. G won't pair with A, G won't pair with T. They're set pairings. So that's actually pretty informative as well. Like if you're studying the structure of something, sometimes you don't need all the information because you will just know. So say if you knew there was like adenine, you know it's paired with thymine. You don't need to actually see it. Like you can actually just assume because that's the way they pair. And it comes down to like bonds as well. Like this is like chemistry and shit. Like the way like, you know, molecules or whatever. I don't know what I'm talking about. You know, this is why the disciplines like cross over like so much. And you can't be a jack of all trades, right? Like in depth. But it's really like to do with like chemical bonding and whatever, I don't know, electrons, some kind of fucking shit chemistry. And that's how you know. Like the laws of fucking attraction, repulsion or whatever. I don't know, filling in the bonds and stuff like that. I don't know. Take what I say with a grain of salt. It's to do with chemistry. And bonding. Anyway, that's enough. That's like a lot, right? That's many concepts. That was kind of nice. That brought it back. And also, I'm ashamed of some of the incorrect things that I was... See, this is why. Like, I know this shit. I just need, like, a little thing to prompt it to come back. Or just, like, a little refresher. Otherwise, I say dumb shit. So, it's there. The knowledge is there. It's just, you know, needs to be awoken and re-solidified rather than just saying anything, because I'll say the incorrect thing because I can't remember in the moment, but then it'll come back once I read something correctly. Anyway, there you go. Done. So I don't know if it's something that you guys are interested in, or maybe I can get you guys interested in. Everyone has their own interest, but it's definitely something that I'm interested in, and it'll be nice to like bring that back and share that. So there you go. You learned a little something of molecular genetics. And I would say that it's pertinent to neuroscience, but literally this is the crux. This is why genetics like almost takes the cake over like my passion for neuroscience. Although my passion is for neuroscience. For like me to understand neuroscience better, it's great for me to understand genetics. But you know what? Genetics is everything. It's like the key to life, potentially the answer to anything. This is why my mind was actually fucking blown. Because I could say, yeah, you just learn molecular genetics and its pertinence to it can have its pertinence to neuroscience, but molecular genetics has its pertinence to everything. Everything. The cardiovascular system, cancer, neuroscience, anything, everything, psychology, plants, animals, humans. Like, it's fucking insane. You want to understand the disease, like, of humans? Genetics. The disease of, like, diseases and potential cures of plants, like crops, farming. Genetics. It's crazy. Like, this is bringing it back. Like, it's literally the key, like, to everything. But you can't take, like, no one can be a jack of all trades. So you specialize in, you know, and some people won't focus on genetics because, yeah, it's like the medical field, right? I mean, some people do, and it's really rough and anomalies. But, like, realistically, for most people, if someone's in the medical field, they're probably going to be a researcher or a doctor. Or, so, you know, the researcher researching the forefront, you know, new discoveries, ideas, cures, techniques that later could be used by a practitioner, a doctor. The doctor won't do this research and know this stuff, but they will be the practitioner end and work with the patients. And the researcher is not going to necessarily work with the patient, stuff like that. That's the doctor. There are exceptions where there are people that are researchers and doctors, but that is really slim and very difficult, and unless they're an extreme anomaly, they probably have a difficulty in balancing their lives. But anyway, fuck, I'm blubbering. What was my point? My point is that you can't do and know everything. But I feel like if one is to want to, like, have the keys or, like, the fundamentals or the basis of potentially knowing everything, well, not potentially, but that could be open to understanding a lot of different things, is genetics. But you're not gonna be able to do it. But it's kind of like satisfying learning something that is key to so many different things and could branch out. Because, like, you know, just say you studied psychology, like, that's going to be probably, like, say you wanted to branch out from psychology to agriculture, like, you could do it. Maybe there's some crossover and relevancies, but it's a bit further apart. Like, if you study genetics, you could branch into psychology or, like, agriculture, like, you know, in a particular way, because there's, like, more of a pertinent connection, because DNA connects all and everything. I mean, okay, maybe not all and everything, but, you know, at least in, like, the biological field. So, or maybe not it. Well, yeah, biological field. So, but anyway, what was I saying? I don't know. My mind was just blown because, you know, and people don't, you know, and they don't have to, and they don't need to, like, you know, like, understand genetics, but it's crazy. Like, it's crazy good and relevant. But yeah, some people will just, like, you know, say, you know, like how I was. Like I was very much just interested in psychology, and then I migrated and I was interested in neuroscience. But then I somehow, luckily, it's because I met that supervisor, the potential supervisor, that researcher that I wouldn't have otherwise probably become fascinated in genetics if I hadn't met them. If I hadn't have canvassed out, because I connected with them. Like they didn't find me, I found them because I was trying to do something. And then because that happened, I learned about this and like kind of excited, passionate about this. But then at the same time, I don't know if I'm going to be a researcher or like how I'm going to use it in life right now. But I'm still very grateful for like learning what I've done, what I've learned, and even if it's very minimal, having that appreciation, I'm definitely grateful, and the potential to learn more in the future. So, but yeah, and maybe it's not for everyone, but like it is crazy. Like when I realize how pertinent this is to like literally so much, because like I guess it's because like I have like a passion that is like stemmed from like the more of the biological field. Like even psychology, there's a biological basis to that. So like psychology, neuroscience, like human biology, even medicine. Like I have like an interest, a bias to that kind of side. And even like a bit with plants and like botany and like my passion for plants and stuff like that. Like the biology as well is pertinent there. So like when I have all those kind of like interests, and then like I discovered about like the importance of learning like DNA and like molecular genetics, and how like that is like connected and can like provide a basis to understanding all those other areas that I'm interested in. Discovering new things related to that just like blew my mind. And even things that I weren't particularly interested in but I was aware of, like I was saying, like, you know, you can't be a jack of all trades. You have your own personal interests and that's fine. But like, yeah, to realize that, you know, it has relevance for like understanding any kind of disease, and potentially helping with any kind of cure. So like, yeah, like I said, the cardiovascular system, you know, cancer and stuff like that. Cancer's a big one. I haven't like been like particularly like inclined that way to understand and study cancer, not through like diminishing anything on that topic and stuff like that. It's just I have my interest, right, and it wasn't there. But to realize that, yeah, how understanding these kind of things is so big for like neuroscience and neurological disease, but yet can be so big for any other kind of fucking disease, even like cancer, is just kind of wild. And anyway, it's kind of like a key right then, you know, like a key to like so many things, like potentially like good things. Like understanding it can like you can build techniques and just understand diseases more, like any kind of disease, and the techniques are like that you garner or people discover by studying and relevant to genetics can be like applicable across many different disciplines and diseases. So it's like one technique, but it can be used to study in many different research areas and disciplines to potentially like, you know, find a cure or something to any kind of disease, or understand any kind of disease. Like, that's crazy. It's like a key to so much. Anyway, I'm just repeating myself. I was just blown, okay? And it's bringing back my like fucking memories of being so blown to understand this. And it's not even fully understanding it. You know what I mean? I was just blown. Anyway. Maybe I rambled too much. I rambled too... Like, it's... Like, you know... Like, let's bring it... Like, ground it a little bit. Because, like, we're, like, human beings, right? At some point in your life, you're gonna know someone or have someone close to you that, like, is suffering from some kind of disease or something. You know what I mean? So, like, then it grounds you a little bit, you know? Like, it may not be in this lifetime, and, like, studying is, like... You know, you build upon the shoulders of giants, you build across generations. You may not see a cure for something in your lifetime to help like that person or maybe yourself that suffered from something, but it's still kind of a nice idea to know that, you know, like research could get to a point and maybe you could contribute, or other people could just work together to a point to someday in some generation in the future, other people who suffered from similar things that you have suffered, or similar things to friends of yours or your family or something, that they could have some kind of like respite and help. Because usually that's how it goes. You don't just find a cure in a day. But a lot of the people probably working on these things like are driven because they've like experienced either themselves or other people that they've loved like suffer, and they want to help that, you know. So I don't know. Anyway, bit too much. Bit too much. The other side that I want to talk about maybe next time is like that evolution kind of understanding, because I was like learning about like Alzheimer's disease and like this genetic stuff blew my mind, but there was also like a technique and also like genetics is the basis, right? But there was also a technique of like probing, like understanding the disease, like an evolutionary, like tracing its evolution, its genetic evolution. It was kind of crazy. But that was be something that I'd want to like pick up and learn again and refamiliarize myself and maybe share. But it was to do with like evolution and like tracing the evolutionary like genetics, like the evolving of tracking the genetics and the evolution of a disease. Like in this instance, it was like Alzheimer's disease. Because if you can track it, it'll help you understand it. And maybe, you know, techniques or where you can kind of intervene to make things a bit better. Because this is the other side of it, or part of it anyway. Like how diseases come by, and not just diseases. How like you know traits and genetics that allow you to survive as a human race or as anything. It's the positive and negatives. Like they come from like mutations and evolution. So I don't know. It's relevant. I don't know. So any disease that you're aware of, like nowadays, it was originally like a mutation. And the reason that it still kind of lives on as well is because of, and you want it. It's because like of the medical field and like helping with sickness and stuff. Because usually like mutations that are not for the better, aka for disease, they will eventually fade out because people will pass away and maybe not have time to like, you know, carry those genetics on into the future because they pass. But now which is fairly so, now because technology and humans, we want to help each other, we're living longer, and medicine and all that thing is enabling people to survive, and which is like you want, like it just, you know, these like your loved ones, you want them to survive, but like these disease traits are gonna get carried on, whereas they would have died out. It's like, it's the what do you call it? Survival of the fittest, or like what is it? Natural selection. But they come from like genetic mutations, and like back in the day, it would eventually fade out. But because of the way humans are, and you know, and wanting to help your loved ones, which is like understandably, and medicine and stuff, these traits are like living on. So maybe there's a way we can like work with that and help that. But yeah, but not just like disease. It's so impactful, right? When you have like if you have a disease that you have to live with or don't live very long, or you have family, it's like very impactful. But like even like the positive, like the great things in life and positive things have come like evolved like from like mutation stuff. Mutations is literally the source of like variance as well. So it's like how everyone is different. The positives, the negatives, how we all look different. It's like come from like evolution and mutation. People think mutation is a negative thing, and maybe in the way that I'm talking about with disease, it can be looked upon like that, but mutation is the source of variance, positive and negative. So, anyway. So this is how that part, do you see how like two things, like DNA, like, and evolution, And it's like insane. Like those were two things that I was never interested in. I guess I didn't understand. I saw the slight relevance, but then when I understood, they kind of take the cake, honestly. Like I'll always have my passion with like neuroscience and psychology and stuff like that, but you would think that these topics take the cake. They kind of do. But it's only because they're so crazy and relevant to everything, and I enjoy it and I'm interested in it because I can then take what I learn and apply it in those disciplines of, say, psychology and neuroscience that I love so much. But anyway. What you're saying, can potentially change traits by changing the DNA. Yeah, there's like stuff and there's controversies with that too. I watched some documentaries because yeah, that's what you're doing, right? Like if you let's take the example of like a disease, right? And you want to cure and help disease, like you're intervening, right? But that's understandable, right? Like if you have a sickness, you want it to be worked on, cured. If you have a loved one, you want them to be helped, right? That's totally understandable, right? Morally, that's understandable too. But there are things, and that's intervention. There are like techniques and discoveries that could help with that. But people can take those discoveries and apply it to something else to further them. And this is where morality comes in, and there's been documentaries that I've been watching. We talk about this in the past about that, where it can be like an issue because there will be some scientists. It's like, wasn't it like the hydrogen, like the bomb and stuff? Like there will be like, and where that stemmed from, I don't fucking know, but I just heard, and on an off whim I'll throw that in. But it's like there will be scientists that will create techniques with the idea of, say, for instance, like I'm just using an example to like cure potential disease to help people suffering and loved ones, but that same technique can be taken by somebody else for something that is not that purpose and could be morally questionable, or morally is it questionable or not. So I'm just pulling out my booty, it's not necessarily a thing, but just say there was a technique to like further like assist with like curing a disease, and somebody else took that technology and they're like, hey, I can apply this to like, giving myself like an advantage above anyone else, like superhuman strength. I have perfect eyesight, but I'm gonna get hawk eyesight with this. Like, that's morally, like, is that okay or is it not? Like, there's the debate. Or there's some things where it's like probably clearly wrong. Like, I'm gonna take this, technique and I'm gonna create a mass weapon of like, destruction, and I don't know, or something like that. Do you know what I mean? Oh, and then there's always going to be proponents, and even if I feel like something's wrong, there's going to be other people that be like, no, you know what I mean? Anyway, but yeah, anyway, so go back to what you said, like potentially change traits by changing the DNA. Yeah, that's exactly it, because that's what you would be doing, like probably. Like to cure disease, you would be changing the DNA or something or something relevant to that. And people can do that. People would probably across the board probably find a consensus where that's morally okay for disease, right? To help help somebody suffering. But then it becomes questionable if people are going to do those things for like, superhuman like sight and strength. Like you're okay like the way you are. You're not sick, right? You've got perfect eyesight. You've got fine eyesight. You've got okay strength. And then people that want to enhance that, there will be proponents and people against that. And then that, maybe that's like a grey area, because you got to think the long-term impacts of those kind of things as well. Because then if one person has okay eyesight, it seems fine. If someone's struggling with eyesight, to help their eyesight regain normalcy, then that seems fine, right? But if someone has perfectly okay eyesight and then they want to get keen hawk eyesight, then they're putting themselves as an elevation than anyone else and giving them and maybe an unfair advantage when it is not required, because they're not suffering. They already have normal eyesight. So like, I don't know. And there's the debate. Is it okay? Is it not? But then there's the other ones where it's like, it's, you know, probably more morally along those lines where the consensus is that's probably not good, and people can use like technologies and like maybe changing DNA to that extent. Like I was telling you about that documentary and like the guy doing stuff like, I don't know, apparently you were allowed to use these techniques. I don't know, I think it was America or something. Even, I don't know, I feel like in Australia you can't do these kind of, you know, altering DNA and these experimentations outside a lab. Like you need a lab, you need the lab to be verified, approved, you need compliance, that kind of thing. But like I just heard in this documentary, I think it was like America or something, like these people can just take these like, you know, DNA editing techniques and do it at their home. Like I don't feel like you could do that in Australia, but I feel apparently it was like legal. And then they were just doing anything and not even knowing the consequences and not controlled. And I feel like that's kind of wrong. And I mean, I guess if they're doing it on themselves, that's their decision. But then at the same time, what if they're doing things on themselves and it can like affect other people in some way? Or maybe they start, you know, recruiting people and, you know, experimenting on them and then not knowing the effects and not in a controlled environment or regulated. And then that's just like crazy. Even if people think that they're willing, they're probably like so naive, and then something really bad happens to them. Do you know what I mean? Anyway, I'm rambling. But that's more of the side of where things can be like more clearly like, I mean, apparently it's clearly, but I feel like people do that stuff and it's allowed like where it can be like more clearly negative and morally to the masses. Like, I don't know. Anyway, I'm rambling. So yeah, I'm going back reading like comments from way before. I did read them, I didn't process it or fully process it. Haven't picked up a book. I feel like this is like the way today is though. But honestly, like maybe you don't need to pick up a book these days because you actually have Google. But there's something like nice about like, you know, satisfying about picking up like a book, like well, at least for me, everybody's different. And I honestly though, I say it's satisfying, but then I don't do it so much myself to actually pick up a in your hand book and read, or like a comic or something like that. Anyway. But yeah, when you say potentially change traits by Sinnr, like honestly, like I don't know the crux and the ins and the outs, but honestly, they're already doing it. And there's a lot of stuff that like experimentation wise that isn't like made known to the main general public. You know, when you hear things in public, it's a lot later. It started a long time ago. Like there are things that like researchers are doing and stuff like that the general public do not know yet. You know, when something has been alluded to the general public. See, one thing as well is they don't want to worry the public, or they don't want to throw things out there when they don't know yet, and research takes time to like solidify understanding. So they don't just want to throw it out, but sometimes things get leaked or whatever, or later it does come to the general public, but that's a lot later. Like it started way before. Research takes years. So anyway. So yeah. Oh, the glowfish. Ah, yeah. Can also maybe extend life. Yeah, like potentially. I don't know. I don't know too much. Like I said, it's like there are things you'd be surprised that are going on, and you know, like you think, oh, what if this? And it's actually they're looking at that now. Humans need healthy cells. Wait, what? Old age can't make more healthy cells. Fraff, that is one of the things though that they've been looking into ages. Like you heard this stuff about like stem cells and stuff like that. Like even some of the stuff that I was learning about, it was kind of crazy. This is something else that would be cool to talk about as well. I think I spoke about this before. Like it's trying to find a way of getting new cells, right? Or like, like new cells. I think that's exactly what you're saying. New healthy cells. So how do you get them? And then there was like the controversy and stuff with like stem cells. And then there was another thing that I was interested in touching in on, and apparently it's a thing. I don't know too much. It's a while ago that I studied this, I didn't study it in depth. I was studying something in particular, not so much this, but I learnt about it. And I spoke about it before, and you know, there's a lot of things like morally and people like the debacle and like calling into question about like stem cells and stuff like that. And then there was this thing that I was learning about, which is like, what if you could get your own cells, right? And you could regress them to a primal, like a primary cell, and then you can get them to reorient to a different kind of cell. So I don't know. I think there's a way of like taking your own cells, say like and any kind of cell, say like a skin cell, and there's no impact really taking skin cells, right? And the skin cells can be like regenerative or whatever. And you take a skin cell and you regress it, you force it to regress into something that is probably akin to stem cell, and then you reprogram it into another cell. So say you need like, I don't know, a neuron or something like that. It's probably not like successfully done yet. I don't fucking know. At least for like a neuron, maybe for other cells that are a bit more easier, yeah. But I don't know. Like I'm talking about stuff that I can't really quite remember, and you know, and how it makes sense and how it fits in line and things of what we're discussing. But I think there was a possibility of something like that, which would take away the controversy of like say stem cells and could achieve the same outcome of you know, getting the new cells that you need. Because you can also as well, in terms of like, okay, you want more cells, you want new cells. Once you have a particular cell, you can culture it in the lab. You can culture them. You can get them to replicate. You do it in the lab. So I guess it's not so much like how do we get more cells? It's like how do we get the cells that we need? And I think that's why they were like, you know, focusing on stem cells, because like it's like a primary cell that you can orient any which way you want. But what if you could take like a skin cell and like kind of get it to regress? And I'm pretty sure you can. Like that's what I was touching on. Get it to regress to a primary cell, and then feed it, give it the culture, the nurture, what do you call it? The stuff that you feed it, the cell solution, the conditions for it to be programmed into a particular cell that you want, a neuron, I don't know, cardio, like a heart cell, I fucking don't know. Pretty sure it's a thing. Whether it can be successfully done for particular cells yet, I'm not sure. But let me tell you, this is stuff that I was learning about how many years now? Maybe I won't say, but it was many years ago. And it's not that it wasn't evident at the time, it's just that I was a baby understanding it. So, this is stuff that I've learned many years ago, or touched on. And at the time, it was probably already evident and in the works and studying, and had been studied for and worked and built on for years. So this is years upon years ago. Can you imagine where they're at today? So I think there was a touching on that and stuff with like Alzheimer's disease as well to help with that. I can't remember. Exactly, because that's how your DNA is. If you change the DNA to make more help. Yeah, well, you can do that. Yeah, there's things that you can do with because like the body in a way like kind of regenerates in a certain capacity, or reproduces like in a certain capacity, like cells and stuff like that, maybe at a particular time, maybe in a particular area, maybe a particular cell. I don't know, I'm kind of talking shit, but like your body can naturally have these processes. You could like isolate that process that's naturally occurring and try and like transfer it. That's the point of like DNA, studying DNA and to techniques. Like you could try and create and force a technique in like a lab probably. Usually a lot of the time it will stem from like a natural occurrence anyway, and how you're going to like take that natural occurrence happening and apply it to something that isn't happening. Do you know what I mean? You're like kind of like using what's already in nature, like inspired by nature, because it's working already. You know what I mean? So, yeah. So yeah, you could probably like you know, edit the DNA or like or I don't know. I'm talking like way beyond my understanding here, but I wouldn't be surprised, you know. It's hard to talk beyond my understanding for obvious reasons, but it's interesting. Even though I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Yeah, but Fruff, I can't remember. I should know this stuff because I've studied it, but I've forgotten. I'm as good as a bebe now. But, like, we could just take this, like, this is me just logically reasoning it out. Like, cells divide, right? And maybe they can only divide so much. I can't remember, probably. Let's just say that. But the thing is though, that you've got one cell, right? Isn't that like meiosis, mitosis or something? That's just how it works. It'll divide into two, right? So then you've got two cells that can divide into two. You don't need that original cell anymore. You've already got two cells. And then they divide into two. And then they multiply. And then they multiply. And then they multiply. You don't need the other ones anymore. And you've already upscaled. Do you know what I mean? I'm talking about shit that I should already know and I've forgotten. But if we just look at that, like, you can multiply cells. Like, crazily. And you don't need the original cell because you've already got two new ones that are fresh, you know? Yeah. There's no loss to it, you know what I mean? They'll only proliferate unless, you know, there's something in the process that is causing them to not proliferate or die, you know what I mean? That is aside from that natural occurrence of proliferation. Yeah. Yeah. You know, that's something I fucking hated that topic as well, but I don't know why it's still not solidified. It should be a topic that I never forget. But maybe that's the next thing we should like understand. The difference between mitosis and meiosis. I always get them confused and I forget what they are really. But it's something to do with cell division and something else. Alright, let me put that in my notes for next time. We will learn mitosis and meiosis. And I need to take it at a different standpoint, like evolution and genetics. I don't know if I'm quite there yet. But I remember not liking and learning many a times and having many exams on that, and then it still hasn't like solidified in my understanding, and I didn't enjoy learning it. But now that I can like learn it from a perspective where it's like relevant to what I'm interested in and I see the importance of it, I'll probably take it in a bit more and appreciate it. So, alright. Stream concepts to learn. These are basic concepts as well. Like, if you're studying this field, though. Like, understandably, people don't know this if they're not inclined this way. Alright, mitosis. And meiosis. Okay, we won't learn it, but is it going to be in this book? Probably not. We might quickly Google it just to get an understanding and a differentiation. How do you spell meiosis? Fuck. I need a drink, man. Okay, I just drank my water bottle thinking it was water and it was actually coffee that has no milk in it. Wait, Sag, what? Will it be in this? Let me check in the index. It would probably only talk of it in a particular way. Because it's more DNA inclined. Let me see if I can find it in the index. I need a little better light. Yeah, just bear in mind, like, with the shit that I talk about, like, I'm probably going to get things wrong. But it's interesting. Like, it's nice to learn and eventually get it right and discuss this stuff. But in doing so, like, on this kind of, like, platform and arena in my current state, like, I'm probably gonna sound like a ning-nong and be wrong. But I guess that's okay. As long as we clarify. Oh, it is in here. Fuck, this book has everything. Oh, I remember that. There's like meiosis 1 and 2. Do we want to... Alright, let's just have a brief look. Page 154. I should just Google it, it's easier. But no, we're going to the fucking books. We're going to the books, guys. In very dim light. Straining my eyes. Fuck, this is always what I wanted to do. I always wanted to continue learning in my own time, but I didn't. And I felt like unless I was like in an institution, like an educational institution, even though I enjoy and this stuff interests me, I wouldn't keep up with it. And I haven't. But maybe this is a way on stream. Sorry guys, but also enjoy. Like, I feel like it's getting me to actually do what I always wanted to kind of do in my spare time, but never did. You know? Meiosis reduces the parental chromosome number. Oh, it's probably talking about things. Oh wait, no, it's got the process here. Oh, meiosis was to do with sex cells, no? Gametes? So that was the difference? Or no? Because gametes are like, sex cells, no? I don't know how you call it. Okay, so that clarifies that. Let's go look at mitosis, because mitosis is probably the one that was more relevant to what we were talking about. I forgot about that. Alright, let me look up mitosis, get the page, and then I'll read what you're saying. Without ripping a page or I'll fucking cry. You know how you accidentally rip a page? Mitosis. Mitosis M phase. Don't remember what that is. There's mitotic cell divisions. 148. So this is basically where I was a bit before. Fuck. 148. A bit of this Fruffy, a little biology. The thing is as well, like, you got to keep current as well. Like, these books, like, I've got what? Like, some core concepts don't relatively stay put, but this is the 6th edition. They probably have, like, a 12th edition now. I remember this book that I had the 6th edition for, I borrowed from a library. I can't remember why, if I stumbled on it or if, like, a supervisor recommended it. But the one that I could get from the library was a fucking old one. I don't know, maybe it was like from the fucking 50s or something. And it had a lot of like core concepts that were still valid. It had like a lot of concepts that were actually corrected. It had some like things where we don't understand yet and we do now. So that's why it is kind of important. Like, you know, within a few years it's probably alright. But like it is kind of important to have like current editions. Most core concepts probably go unchanged, but there is an example of when I had a really old edition of this same book, and and it was like, we do not know this yet, and I'm like, but we do, or some like concepts have been revised, and stuff like that. So it is kind of like important to a degree. Probably the big difference is if it's a really, really old. So like if you're using like a book from the 50s. And it's like 2024, do you know what I mean? But if you're using a book from like maybe 2010, not too much, you know what I mean? But still probably a bit. 148. Where's an easy diagram? They had one for the other one. They don't have it for this one? It's just 20 different diagrams. Oh, here it is. I think this is it. Mitosis in detail, yeah. So there's the interphase. I don't even remember any of these. Interphase, prophase, metaphase, anaphase, telophase, cytokinesis. So I think there's one cell, and then shit goes on, and then it ends up being 2 daughter cells with the same DNA, no? Well, obviously, it must be. Anyway. Why do they call them daughter cells? Why are they not son cells? Is that stupid? Bit of a bias there. Like, if it's talking in, like, you know, in terms of, like, you know, maybe there's a reason for it, and if it's, like, to do with the sexes, but I don't think so. Anyway, I'm reading. But yeah, I think maybe you meant it in a different way in bees as well. But yeah, maybe it is a thing. So you could change the DNA maybe, yeah. So there's like all these limitations. It is what it is naturally. But what if you made a change? What if there is something to do with like, you know, excessive replication in some kind of like part of the DNA already, and you just apply it in a different area, you know what I mean? And then what does that do? Will it work there? Like they probably already do shit like that. I think that's probably key as well, like to discovering things rather than, you know, it's taking what is already going on somewhere in nature and then applying it in another area that you want it to occur. Because the base, you know, it's already going on in nature. It's like you don't even need to get that to work because it's already working in one area, but then you just need to see how if you can make it work in another area. You know what I mean? Yeah. I'm saying it would be hard for our cell to make more or divide because they have limits to more. Those limits probably would be long time found way to make more, although there's animals live longer than us, but still would be hard to even comment or try and make it. Are you just talking about life in general? Like, you know, you're gonna live and die? Yeah, we're not there yet, but like if we're talking, we thought you were talking about like in the instance of like an individual cell and limits on like replicating cells, like in terms of an actual cell. In terms of like the cell and like in an organism and how to keep an organism living, that's a different story. But I think we were under the impression that you're talking about a cell's, like, you know, cells, like a cell in itself as a cell, and it's like the difficulties of replicating that, but it's not. But yeah, that's just because we were talking about cells and we were using the word cells. But if you're talking about like the longevity of an organism and its lifespan, that's different. But maybe one day. But do we want that then as well? Because then that's burgeoning on like overextending life and the morality and like the issues that could come with that and like, you know, immortality and shit. But obviously I think that like, obviously that's still a thing probably people are looking at, you know? It's not a thing. Like immortality. But yeah, I think we were just probably like looking at things differently. Isn't cells still have impact to it? Yeah, but like context and environment makes a big difference. So, for instance, you could. This is exactly probably what happens when they're trying to like cure a disease or like and stuff like that. A lot of the time, I forget what they call it. There's a special name for it. Fuck. Give me a second if I can remember it. I think an assay? An assay? Wait, let me Google it. Assay. Just so, and I won't read it till later. So, when you're trying to, let's just use the age-old like example that I've been talking about because I'm interested in it as well, and you know it's probably common. A lot of people are interested in like disease and curing disease. So what they do is like they usually what happens to study it, you need to break it down, right? Because like disease is so complex in the human, right? So say you've got Alzheimer's disease and you've got some Alzheimer's disease in a person. How do you deal with that? How do you cure that? We don't know yet because it's so complex. They're in a human. So generally what will happen is they'll probably take some cells. And sometimes it's questionable, but maybe with the route that I said before, it makes it no longer questionable. So yeah, maybe you want the brain cells of somebody who, but that, you know, in order to take brain cells, that's morally, like of somebody living, that's morally questionable. They still do, like, okay, they don't do it alive, but they do it post-mortem. So when someone who has had Alzheimer's disease pass away and they've allowed their body to go to research, then they take the cells quickly and stuff like that and use it for research. But with the method, and I digress, and I need to get to my point, maybe you could take the skin cells of someone, and that was another thing to touch upon that I forgot about, not just about the stem cells. It's like, how do you study these diseases if, say, that, for instance, risky to take the cells of a living person and questionable, say a neurological disorder. Maybe you could take the skin cells, because it's still the similar like DNA, like it's still the person. You take the skin cells, which is okay to take as long as they give permission or their loved ones give permission of someone with Alzheimer's disease, and then you use that to reprogram them into brain cells. Anyway, I'm going on a tangent. So what they do is like, yeah, Alzheimer's disease is like a really complex disease to study in the actual person. So let's do, and I think that this is what an assay is like, let's do a cell culture in a lab. Let's like break it down to cells and examine, rather than the whole organism and the disease and all the other things going on. Let's take some disease cells, put them in a culture and like do things and see if we can get something going on there, like, or understand something there. And that's what they do with research. But because it's isolated, it's different. So you might be able to find what you think is a cure in the, I think it's an assay, maybe I shouldn't say that, in the isolated cells in the lab. But then when you try and make that jump to like, the actual human as a whole organism with the disease, it might not work. Like, do you know what I mean? So it's different. Anyway, going back to what you said, and I swear like I was on something relevant to what you were saying. Isn't cell still have impact to it? So I guess maybe that's what we're talking about with the cells, and like you said, with like, you can get cells to like multiply and thrive in a culture in the lab, but in terms of getting it to be functional in an organism is a different story. And if that's what we were discussing about like extending life and immortality, that's another story, because you can have like, is it immortality though, honestly? I mean, it depends how you define immortality, but let's just say, okay, we can get, probably, as long as you treat it right, you can get like a bunch of cells to replicate and live forever, in the lab. I mean, are they living forever? It's basically they're just replicating, so the original cells probably die. But in a way, isn't that immortality? Because the DNA is like, and it's literally the same cells, like, but reproduced, like, you know what I mean? I don't know. This is where, like, it's getting hard to, like, decipher and my BB understanding. But yeah, you can get that going on in a cell culture. But in terms of actually like how you would get that to that process to work in an actual like organism to actually have them keep going, it's a different story. So anyway, so isn't it still? I'm not sure what you mean, but like, yeah, maybe that's what we're talking about. So I thought you were simply saying like cells and like getting them to like, you could get it in a lab where there is no end, unless somebody make a mistake or nobody there to look after it. Get your sons and daughters ready to take care of the cell cultures for when you pass. Like, you could get like the cells to keep going, I'm pretty sure. But in terms of like, a living creature or being and immortality, that's different. And people probably looking at that. And then where's the question, is there something questionable like about that, the morality and shit like that? So yeah, it's because it's like, it's different as well. So in the lab, it's like controlled. Like there's some like probably confounding variables, but it's relatively controlled. It's like in other disciplines as well, when they say like a field study, it's like it's any experimentation anybody does is not going to be the same as what they're trying to understand. Do you know what I mean? It's hard to explain. in order to try and understand something, you need to take a bit of it. And you need to control certain factors so you know what's influencing what. So when using the lab example and cells, like you're just focusing in on those cells and providing a very controlled environment. Yeah, there might be some confounding variables, some things having influence that you don't have control of, but for the most part, you're controlling it to like as much as you can. Because you want to know what is influencing what. If you have so many factors, like out in the real world, like, you know, disease in like the human body, there's so many things that could be the cause of the effect. And how would you learn? You know what I mean? But at the same time, this is just how experimentation and probing and the knowledge like seeking and discovery is. Otherwise, you just, how do you learn? But at the same time, it's not going to replicate like what's out there in like the field, or, you know, like say if you're studying disease and disease cells, it's not going to replicate like the human body and the multitude of like variables and things going on in there. But you start with something and then you try and make the leap or the connection or something based on your understanding and your discovery. But it's not going to be the same. So something in the lab is very controlled. Something in real life is it's complex. So yeah. So maybe, I don't know, I digress, but maybe that's touching on what you were saying, Fra. So yeah, in a controlled environment in the lab, we can get cells to continually divide. We give them the right medium to live. We feed them regularly. Like we take care of them. And it honestly could probably be ongoing as long as we keep that controlled environment and we do the things of taking care of it. Probably could live forever, honestly. The only reason it wouldn't live is like a mistake. But in terms of actually getting that process, like, to replicate, like, probably in an organism, and also have it maybe extend its life or something, that's a different story. That's a lot of the issues with, like, discoveries and, like, science and, like, learning and experimentation. Something might seem like it works in a lab, but then how do you connect the dots? You know, and how do you make it relevant, you know, to the real world and the more complex, like, organism? I mean, that's the whole thing as well with, like, potential cures and stuff like that. And among many reasons why they don't jump from A to fucking Z. So, like, just say they touch on something in the lab which might be, like, a potential cure. But then they don't just, like, you know, if it was so solid and so perfect and so exact and so right and so replicative of, like, the real world, you would think that they would just start giving them to people, right? Here, we've found the cure in the lab, done, you're cured. It won't necessarily work, it probably won't. It's worked in the lab, it's worked in that situation, but it doesn't work for actual functional, like, it's not actually functionally working in the complex organism or in, like, reality yet. They need to make it work, and it's a process. And also the ethics of that too. Because, like, it probably won't work and it might cause side effects and make things worse. So it's worked in the lab for these cells, and then it, like, fucks, you know, people up. And sometimes it's like you can't use human cells, so it's like you use the next closest thing or the easy accessible thing. And a lot of the time in science, and it saddens me a little bit, but it's the way it is, they use rat cells. So it might work for rats and it emulates, hey paper, I'm rambling. It can, you know, in a way they get in a way to kind of emulate human cells, but at the end of the day, it's not human cells. So then they've got to make that kind of transition and probe further. But that's like a starting point, you know. It's better these days, though. I think, like, rats was, like, a big thing that they'd use. And, you know, that's why I think the thing that I said is so important. Because if, you know, in experimentation and stuff like that, they use the rat model because of, like, ethics and stuff and getting human cells. So they would use it. And there are ethics with rats and animal rights, and peeps probably be upset with that. But, you know, in terms of, like, you know, ethics committees and what they will approve and what they don't, they, you know, if you could put up a good case and stuff and, you know, the potential benefits to humanity in curing disease, they would, you know, and if you put up a good solid case, good solid experimentation, they would probably approve like the use of rats, but they wouldn't approve the use of humans and human cells, obviously. But like now with that thing that I was telling you about, where maybe we could just get skin cells, like it's no sweat off like one's back to like share a couple of skin cells and you regen anyway, and then reprogram those cells to what you want, because then you have a human model, a human cells, and also nobody has to like die for that, you know what I mean? So it's kind of like crazy good. So I don't know if that's more of a thing now, because it probably should be. Because it's more of an epitome of, you know, because generally they're not studying disease for rats, they're trying to study disease like human disease. So like human cells would be more applicable even if they were reprogrammed than actual rat cells. Anyway, I ramble, but hey paper. This is Education 101, which was supposed to be 5 minutes and then it just went fucking 10 hours. I wanted to do this thing and I was like, you know what? I haven't prepped, but you know what? I'm just going to fucking do it. I'm going to get a book and I'm going to bring it out and I'm going to read something and then I'm going to talk about it for 5 minutes. And then now I'm talking about this. It's a vibe though. You guys learned some things? Had some interesting topics? Anyway, sorry, it's hard for me to read when I'm like in it. So I've probably been lacking anyway and just blabbermouthing. Okay, so found this on Google. Scientists use genetic rewiring to increase lifespan of cells. Yeah, so that is probably in a cell like culture in the lab though. Probably. A lot of titles as well. It's probably like clickbait, you know? You probably get that in the fucking scientific like field as well. Like clickbait. It's like YouTube. So you'll make it seem like crazy and like crazy good, but then it's like it's not like necessarily what you think it is. Like, you know, I mean, they do say cells though, so it isn't. Oh hey bear. It's not like we're talking about a lot of stuff here, by the way. It's not like you know, immortality for humans, you know, but the title might give you that kind of hint at that when it's not that. Do you know what I mean? Because it's like clickbait. One would hope that they don't do it in the scientific community as much. They probably do it in like Google articles, yes. In terms of scientific journals, maybe a bit, but probably not too much, because the aim is to like knowledge, right? But you get a lot of you know, the kind of middle ground where there'll be like a journalist for like maybe social media or something that will come across a journal article and then sum it up or reinterpret it and then have a clickbaity title that isn't the original title of the experimenter or the journal itself, the peer-reviewed journal article. It's just kind of like a social media like sharing take, and it might be clickbaity. And that's probably what you'll get a lot on Google, unless you go Google Scholar and you're actually looking at journal, like online, what do you call them? I think they're just called journals. Online scientific journals. So they're actually, like, they're not social media-y. They're actually scientific journal, like, I don't know, organizations online that the scientists are trying to get their journals, their research reports or journal articles published with. And it has a whole peer-reviewed process. So peer review is like... you know, I think lay people of the public, but also other experts in the field, read their report submission, and they tell them, like, they evaluate it and give critical feedback and stuff like that. And then they might say, you know what, where this report is not up to scratch, we're questioning you about your experimentation here. We want you to clearly specify how you did this in the article, and then come back to us. And then we might look at publishing it, and it has to go through that process successfully to be published. So, yeah, hey bear. I'm just rambling at the moment. We're talking about a lot of random stuff here. It's Moosh education, but don't know what the fuck I'm talking about 100%, but maybe a little bit. 101. So yeah. Yeah, the ones that I'm talking about, Fruff, that aren't the actual journal article would probably be clickbaity. And take it with a grain of salt, but they will probably allude, and if they're got any kind of credibility or substance, they will allude to the original article, and that's like the whole thing in university, right? You go to the so that clickbaity, that journalist who's recapping and maybe being a bit clickbaity, that's a secondary source. So you always go to the primary source. So the primary source, like if the secondary source has any kind of credibility, they should at least state where you could locate the primary source. If they don't, then take it as a grain of salt. And you should take it as a grain of salt anyway, and then go look at the primary source. But the primary source is probably going to be a bit dry, particularly if you're not used to looking at that kind of stuff. So, yeah. Because it's going to be like a journal article. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that. Like, there's going to be an abstract, there's going to be an introduction, there's going to be the methods, the results, the conclusion. And it's probably going to be like, you know, half the time, even in university when I was reading like the methods section and shit like that, I fucking don't understand. So. But yeah, hey Paper, hey Bear. Hey Bear Tube! I don't know if you agreed on that name yet. The article I found is just saying scientists are researching genetic rewiring. But what does that even mean? But yeah. And what was it for again? Let me read the title. To increase the lifespan of cells. So is that the original cell then? It's kind of crazy. Yeah. Maybe we can. I was very interested in Alzheimer's disease. Maybe we can go there one day, because you know that potential supervisor, so that researcher that I touched base with, and then they had their supervisor that had passed away. Fuck, what do you call that? Their you know, someone you look up to in the academic education field that taught you a lot. Their mentor. That's it. So they had their mentor pass away. I'd be interested to see if anybody touched on their research in recent times, because at the time I don't think anyone had. And at the very least, I'd be interested to go back to his articles, because I still have them somewhere. I could probably find them, because I had them printed out too, and they're probably online. I'd be interested to go back and reread those articles and relearn what I learnt before. I've forgotten it, and it was so complex, but it'd be interesting to even get to that point. Obviously not adding, because I'm not a researcher and stuff, but like even at the time I was like struggling to understand it. Like I was understanding it a bit, but I would like to solidify the understanding of what they were doing, and then maybe other people have like, just to see if other people have like cotton on to what this person was doing. He was very smart. So his mentor was actually one of those few people that is actually like, he was a doctor and he was a researcher. So he probably felt like a lot of, you know, big shoes to fill. Like I quite liked this supervisor as well. Like he was very realistic. Like I shouldn't say supervisor. I mean, he was in a way, but it never got to that point where I did a PhD. But he was supervising me a little bit with what I was doing. But yeah, this researcher like was very like grounded and relatable. Because he I feel like he said it himself. Like I feel like he alluded me to like very great concepts and great things, and I feel like he was very smart, and he was his own thing. But I don't think he felt particularly confident in his knowledge of things, and he tried to surround himself with very, very smart people that would help him on his journey of like discovery and stuff like that. But he was like he was very like upfront about the way he is, and surrounding himself by very clever people. I thought he was very witty. But yeah, like he wasn't like his supervisor. Like, I mean, he did a PhD, but he wasn't a doctor as well and stuff like that. But that's like crazy as well. So Anyway. Fuck, I can't remember what I was rambling about. The DNA of jellyfish to fish boil to make glowfish. Yeah, I remember you saying that before. Which could be questionable, but the scientists, I did contemplate it. Like, I don't know, it's so stressful though. But like that stuff is so fascinating. So I don't know, like it really started this way, which was kind of funny. I mean, it started like, you know, okay, here's my journey, right? And then here I am now. But I was very interested in psychology because I always was interested. I wanted to know why people why people do the things that they do. I wanted to understand that. And I thought psychology is the way. And then also I realized like I wanted to help people, you know. And initially it was like a lot of young people that was like struggling. And then it was just helping people in general, you know, and how psychology could facilitate and lead to that. And then when I was studying psychology, I started to learn a bit more about the brain and the biology of the brain. And I found that very interesting because, you know, if my initial idea of wanting to understand why we do certain things, you know, biology, like it's nature, nurture, but biology is a factor in that. So then then it's just interesting knowing the anatomy of like the brain and the neuron and like all that kind of shit. So then like I got interested in like neuroscience and studied neuroscience. And then I was like considering and like in the medical field, like, you know, helping people, maybe be like a practitioner, maybe be like a doctor, maybe like, you know, actually like fucking crazy, like maybe that was so fleeting realistically and idealistic but not realistic, like maybe like a neurologist, like neurosurgeon. That's fucking crazy. And I don't know, I mean, anyone could probably do anything for the most part if they put their mind to it and if they really wanted it, but I guess it's not what I wanted enough, and that would be so fucking stressful. And then I also read an autobiography of like a neurosurgeon, and that was heavy. Hey Sima, thanks for the follow. Welcome. Just kind of rambling here. Maybe it's a just chatting stream today. But yeah, hello. We are just talking about my path of interest and eventually getting to the point of, because paper was like, did I want to become a scientist? Eventually getting to that part. But welcome. I was probably going to play a game today, but maybe we'll just chat. Because if I'm a good bean today and I just chat, I might actually, I did want to stream tomorrow. Maybe we can play a game tomorrow. But yeah, we racket to chat a lot here, but we do play games sometimes. But yeah, hello. But yeah, my path. So psychology, neuroscience, and then medicine, but then that's very difficult. And then did I really want that? And then also reading the autobiography. What's that guy again? I told you guys last time. Oh, I wish I could pinpoint his name. I have the book somewhere. But I read it and it was so heavy. Like, yeah. So did I want it enough? I shouldn't say am I smart enough, but like, I guess it's not so much about being smart enough. It's like if you wanted it enough, and I don't think I wanted it enough. So, can now use your knowledge about human behavior to manipulate your teammates over what you want to play better. I know. Well, like, people think that as well. Like, throughout, like, the studying of, like, psychology, people are like, so you can read minds, right? Or, like, something like that. Or, you know, can control it. Like, I know you're joking. But it was actually, like, I feel like some people were, like, you know, asking, like, legitimately, like, you study psychology so you can read minds, right? I'm like, wait, what? I barely understand my own mind. I'm just studying psychology. But yeah, then it kind of went in the medical way, and then I thought, oh, because related to neuroscience, okay, but as a medical practitioner, maybe neurology, neuroscience, not neuroscience, neurosurgeon. And then I was like, oh, okay, I don't know if too hard, I don't know if, and it's pretty heavy. Can you imagine? You know, one slip of the hand, you'd have to have steady hands and stuff like that, and obviously being very difficult and requiring lots of smarts. So then I was like, okay, maybe neuroscientist, researchers for me. But in between that, the whole PhD thing may be a little bit naughty, but here in Australia, or it was at a particular time, in order to, I mean, a way of getting into medicine is, there's a test you have to sit and you have to do really well, and it's really hard, and you have to have good grades and good grades across your bachelor, your study, and I kind of fucked up a bit in the beginning of studying. So my average was kind of lower. So you could go the normal route, which is very difficult to get into medicine, but there's another route that they don't advertise too much, and it's extra work. So you could do a PhD. So that's like 4 years of research. And that will give you the max, you know, basically to get into medicine, one portion of it is like your average grading across your recent studies. And there's a max number, and max is like you're doing so good. You can just flat out get that max number if you do a 4-year PhD. And I'm not sure, like, I think maybe you just pass the test, and then you're probably a shoo-in for medicine, but you've done 4 years of research. So that's kind of a naughty bean. There are people, it's not naughty bean, you can do whatever the fuck you want, but there are people doing research. A lot of people do PhDs to become, like, do research and become researchers, but there are some people that will do it to try and get into medicine, which is kind of what I was doing. But then in the process, my mind was changing as well. And at the same time, I also didn't end up doing the PhD. So yeah. But I was doing the build up for it, and, you know, I studied beforehand to segue into it. And I was sussing out potential supervisors and stuff like that. But that was where my mind was at. But in the process, my mind was changing. And I was thinking maybe neuroscience, like, as a study and a discipline, and it kind of maintains its, you know, the learning and the study and the discipline as a researcher, because that's what you're doing. Like, you could learn and study as a student in the field of neuroscience, and you're literally just furthering that and on the frontier of exploration in the, like, scientific field by being a researcher. It's like an extension of your learning and probing. So then it was like more so that, and then here I am. And then I was like, it's very stressful though. All that stuff is like, all of it honestly is very stressful. And then I'm like, I'm starting to think myself, like, do I want this stress? I'm very interested in this stuff. I like to, like, push myself and stuff like that. But all the time I'm quite stressed, you know? I'm quite stressed. So is this stressy for me? Like, you know, like, you gotta, sometimes maybe you get caught up in life and, like, trying to achieve certain things or thinking you want to do something, and then it's like, well, break it down. What do you want in life? Like, is that what you want, or do you want to be happy? And I feel like if I don't know yet, like everyone, but, like, if I don't feel particularly happy when I'm stressed, and that stuff is very stressy. So it's like, it calls into question, you know? And I've always liked art and stuff like that, and that's not I mean, maybe, you know, if you're trying to be a freelance artist, it's stressy, but, like, actual art in itself is not stressy for me, and I love it and I enjoy it. So, but I always saw it as more of a hobby. So I don't know. Anyway, that's my life journey and life story and shit like that. But yeah, that's where, like, potentially at one point I was considering, like, you know, it kind of segued, even though it wasn't my initial attention, it segued into potentially being, like, a scientist, but then I don't know now. But that's kind of where I last left off in that kind of field of, you know, I think I passed on the medicine, and I was more, like, considering at the end of it researcher, but then that was left off there. So, but yeah, I will use all that to manipulate those fucking rat bastards in Overwatch. Just kidding, and not everyone's a rat bastard. Just most of them. No, just kidding. Tell you why your teammate can't gritty. Huh? Wait, let me go back. Pretty, they did same thing to better, is it beta fish? You got to think of the ethics of that, though, Fraf. Like, I don't know if it's particularly ethic. And, like, different countries have, like, probably more lax regulations, or they already did the dodgy and got away with it. Like, you know, a lot of times when you're exploring and doing new things and, like, you know, really getting in, like, you know, genetically enhancing and changing things, usually in most countries it's severely, like, heavily regulated whether or not you can do that because of ethics, like animal rights, human rights, all that sort of thing. So you can't just do that shit willy-nilly, and they balance up the cost versus benefit. And a lot of that stuff, I think, like with the glowy fish, is aesthetic. So the benefits are aesthetic, right? But the cost is potentially harming that, like, animal and species. So if you balance aesthetic with the harm to the animal, it probably wouldn't have been approved. Do you know what I mean? But, you know, with, like, scientists, just say back in the day with the rat models and stuff, using rats and harming the rats, and that, like, kind of, like, saddens me, but it is the way. And, like, I don't know, that's where I'd always felt a bit torn with science before using rat models. But yeah, so yeah, animal rights are not happy about them, like, harming the rat for studies to use the cells as a model. But you've got that, which is a cost, and then the benefit, if they've got, like, a rigorous, like, you know, scientific method, if they've got really a clear hypothesis and intention, and, you know, the potentiality of the discovery is, like, you know, elucidating the mechanisms of a disease for a potential cure in the future, that's the possible benefit, then that benefit kind of, like, it's hard to say, but I would say that they would appraise it, okay, yeah, you're harming the rat, but yeah, this could, like, save many, like, you know, provide information that could later save many lives. So yes, we'll approve that. And you also have, like, rigorous methodology and shit like that, you know what I mean? So, but yeah, with, like, glowfish and stuff, it's just like, I want a fish that glows, okay? And what are they gonna do? They're gonna cut up and, you know, harm the animal and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm talking about, like, Australia and, like, the regulations here. I don't know how it is everywhere else. I would have thought it'd be the same, but I guess it's not. And some people do things and then they get away with it and nobody knows who did it, and then the glowfish is already out there and no one's punished, you know? So, you heard Elon Musk put AO thing on someone's brain? No. Not gonna lie, if I want is peaceful life, maybe own small farm. Yeah, but I don't have life goal. I just want to enjoy life and see. Yeah, that's also a thing as well, like, I've got to think about, because I like plants and, like, self-sustainability, and, like, it would be nice, like, to live, like, relatively off the grid and have your own farm and self-sustaining and, like, flowers and farming and shit, and just that kind of life and happiness, and, like, I don't know, maybe, like, a family and stuff, like, and no stress. Like, what is it that you really want? Because sometimes you get caught up with, like, oh yeah, I got to study this, I got to get money, it's all stressful, like, I really want to become a doctor, I really want to, and some people do, but, like, just say for me, like, is this what I want? Or, like, you know, and then I do all those things, and then, like, you know, maybe I just wanted a family and, like, to be happy, and, like, and then, like, you know, maybe I am a doctor and then I'm alone, you know, and very dissatisfied and stressed with my life, and I didn't focus on the other things of, like, you know, building a family or something like that. Do you know what I mean? So maybe you could do both. It's very difficult, and it depends on the person. Everybody's different. So anyway, the fish are fine, what I know. Yeah, but, like, what about the original fish that was, like, how did they get it to glow, Fruff? Did they have to cut a fish up, or did they have to experiment, like, and with DNA and, like, you know, a fish, you know, maybe the other fish are fine, but what about the original fish? Like, what did they do to make that species glow when it didn't glow before? They probably had to sacrifice one fish. I don't know. I don't know too much. This isn't my field. But you're saying that there was a species, didn't you? Or there's, like, a fish that is a certain way, and then now they're glowing when they didn't before. Well, how did they get it to glow? Maybe they did something to the DNA. How did they do that? There was one fish that they had to, like, do something to that was not good for that, like, meant that fish, I don't know, something happened to that fish, you know? They just glow in blacklight and fish around. Unless I misconstrued that. I think I'm going from a previous conversation we had a while ago. I work at uni and seeing how the researchers work, it's for sure a career of passion. Yeah, crazy how dedicated they are. Yeah, exactly. I just wouldn't be able to do it. Yeah, it is crazy. Maybe it goes a bit unsung as well because like researchers are kind of like behind like everything. Like, I mean, everybody has their place and their value, but I feel like, you know, you don't really a lot of the time probably see or a lot of people probably don't see, maybe my opinion, I guess, see or acknowledge researchers in the background doing their thing, like discovering things. Yeah. And like the people that like, you know, and you know, it's just part of the process and how you get the good effects of like the research discoveries, like what they discover will trickle down into like the eventually, if it's like works out and stuff like that over time, it'll trickle down into like more the practitioner field. So if we're talking about medicine and stuff and like techniques or like tools or discovery or cures and stuff like that, it's not going to be the researchers like administering it at the end of the day when, you know, and it will take many years to the patients. It's going to be the doctors. So the doctors are the ones that are seen doing and using this information that was brought about by the researchers, you know? So maybe in that sense, maybe they're a bit of the unsung heroes, but everyone's a hero. Fuck, I'm rubbing my eye. I think my eye has a twitch. There's so much conversations, like heavy things, and my eye's just fucking randomly twitching itself now. Yeah. Yeah, because I can see it along hours as well. And depending what you're doing, I feel like a lot of stuff when you're like researching and doing experimentation, like it's like an ongoing baby probably, but not. Maybe I shouldn't make that analogy. So they're going to be there like many hours over hours coming back to take care of it, whatever's going on. Like I'm thinking of more of a biological like field and perspective. Like say like they're working on a cell culture or something. Like you got to be there every day to take care of it, otherwise it'll die. You know what I mean? Like that's just one thing literally that's going to be bringing you back like every day, and then not to mention everything else. So they add jellyfish add wait what they add jellyfish add to fish. Oh, I have no idea then. Are you just saying something else? I'm going from a conversation we had a long time ago where I felt like my understanding was from what you were saying a long while ago that they like genetically changed a fish to do certain things. So I'm not sure what you're saying. I guess I didn't read properly. Are you saying they just put a jellyfish with a fish and then the fish just for some reason glows? Well, that's different. Maybe I was like a little biased because our other conversation a long while ago, I remember you saying that there was a fish that changed, like something in their DNA was changed or something. So like for instance, they never used to glow and then the species suddenly glowed because like somebody did something to the DNA. Well, yeah, they added jellyfish DNA to the fish. How do you think that they did that, Fruff? That doesn't just happen. How do you change DNA? So, nah, they would have had to actually intervene. They probably like cut up a fish to do that. I don't know. Something, I don't know. Like a fish and a jellyfish? I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't talk because I'm not actually, you know, I'm probably biased with what I know and I don't actually know anything about that field. Honestly, you probably know more than me. But yeah, I guess I should probably refrain because I know I've been speculating and talking about a lot of stuff today, but it comes from like a place of an area that I've, you know, studied in the past and I'm interested in, and like, what's the word? I can't think of the word. But yeah, if we're going to talk about like fish and stuff like that, I have no clue. Like, no clue. And animals. Like I guess like with the DNA and stuff, but I feel like you still have to have the context of understanding the animal and stuff like that. Like DNA can be like all encompassing, but like I have like a more of a affinity to like plants and like humans. I'm not too familiar with, not to say I don't like animals, but I just never really studied them or understood them much more than my cats, you know what I mean, having a cat. Yeah. I've learnt a bit more about plants. Part of it was to do with learning biology too. Something about like the sweet peas and stuff like that. Not the sweet peas, the pea plants or something. Cool concepts in biology, and I'm interested in plants and stuff, but I don't know too much about jellyfish and fish. So, eggs, they did it. Oh, I have no clue. I'll have to go. We gotta do bite-sized things. Okay, I did put the arena of like maybe like I'll like learn a little bit and share it with you guys, and then you know, maybe it could like be like vice versa, but it has to be something very basic. You know, and I gotta have the you know, motivation and like probably me sharing and then like receiving, and then maybe I could learn something that you guys put forward, but it has to be very simplistic. So, whole koi breeding. Sounds like you know. I think you do know a bit more about fish and stuff. I knew a little bit. Like, I almost went down this path, and it's so hard for me. Because one of the studies, like, I was like contemplating doing, was like to do with like spinal cord regeneration and stuff like that. You know, like to help people. Did you actually know? Did you know? I mean, verify it, because take what I say as a grain of salt, and it was a long time ago. But I'm pretty sure fish can regenerate their spinal cords. So I was gonna do a study like involved in that, but then it was too much like for me. It didn't work out for other reasons anyway, but I don't think I could have done it. Because it would involve like fish and stuff like that. You know, obviously with what we're talking about, like, you know, spinal cord regeneration. But that's like interesting, right? Wait, let me Google that. It was a long time ago. I didn't end up doing the study anyway. It's probably for the better. I was having difficulty with that, with the fish. Do fish regenerate? It might be particular fish as well. I remember zebrafish came up a lot. Do fish regenerate? Classic Google. Their spinal cords. Okay, I probably won't read this ahead of time. It's probably fine. Full recovery. Okay, so I was like, do fish regenerate their spinal cords? And I spelt spinal wrong. Full recovery. Zebrafish have the remarkable ability to regain full movement within 4 weeks of injury to their spinal cord. Studies have shown that they are able to restore damaged connections and nerve cells in the spinal cord. That was 2018 too. But like obviously if you damage a human spinal cord, you're not getting regeneration there. But then you examine. So this is a good example of where it happens in one scenario and not in the other. But then what is fostering it to happen for the zebrafish, and what is impacting it with the humans? I think with humans, it's the a big part plays is the response to damage to the nervous system, and the inflammation. Like inflammation is a response to like damage, and it's not the inflammation itself, but what is going on to cause the inflammation is the cells trying to mediate the situation and do good. But at the same time, inflammation is causing problems. And I think that response and the inflammation and scar tissue and stuff is affecting, actually, regeneration and stuff like that. I learned a bit about that too ages ago. I was actually wanting, when I started on like my, studies and wanting like to find an experiment and a supervisor, that was something that I was looking at too in the very initial days. It didn't end up being that, but it was like, because I was interested in regeneration, right? It was probably more like regeneration, but like where you even like there yet, even with spinal cord of like, you know, the brain and stuff. But there was like a supervisor, a scientist at my university that was studying spinal cord, really into spinal cord injury. So, you know, it's the spinal cord, it's not the brain, but it's, you know, the nervous system nonetheless. I was interested in like studying regeneration. And I was heading down that path, but then I didn't. And then sometimes you got to accept what is out there as well, and what's available. So yeah, I ended up doing a different study, which was actually pretty interesting. Speak of the devil, the other day I have Dropbox, and I thought they purged my account, because if you don't log in for a long time, and I think they warned me that they would purge my account, and then I somehow, for some reason, went on it the other day. Maybe I saved my account, I can't remember, and logged in once. And then I logged in, and the importance of like Dropbox is that's what I was using in my like studying days for like a lot of my a place where I was keeping a lot of my research and stuff. And I found it was still viable, my account, and the stuff was still there. And I found images of like taken with fucking expensive university machinery. Of like close-ups on neural cells and stuff that I'd taken with that machine myself. I wonder if I could share that, or maybe a bit of that. But I found the images. I need to keep it in a safe space. I downloaded it to my computer. I think I only had a laptop and I couldn't keep, like the images were so like crazy. I couldn't even have it on my laptop, but I don't think they're even that big. So I downloaded it to my PC the other day. And I also downloaded my research report. Shit. Imagine. I think I have a printout of my research report somewhere, but I would have just lost all that. I think my supervisor has it as well, but I'm not going to go back and talk to them, probably. Ask them for the report randomly. But yeah, like I spent so much time working on these things, and it was kind of cool stuff, and like to not keep any of it. So luckily it was still there the other day. So maybe I'll look at it and see if maybe I can share a bit. Because that's pretty cool. Like, I can't believe, like, I did that and have that. So you can see the cells and shit. Anyway, and I took it myself. If you asked me to use that machine today, or what machine I used, I couldn't tell you. I don't fucking remember. But, yeah. It is a really expensive machine to, like, look closely at cells and take pictures. Anyway. Let me go back. Koi breeding are like cats or dogs for their looks. Oh, okay. So no fish does that. Or the spinal cord regeneration. I think it's certain fish. It might not be all. Because I remember they were always talking about zebrafish. Tuna fish cw0ffee for axolotl. Yeah, axolotls are cute. So I can beat Turbo. Anyway, rambling. Anyway, welcome, C-Smart. I don't know if you're still here. I don't think I introduced myself more properly. I think I did say I like to chat, clearly. But I do play a lot of games. We play a lot of... I mean, we ebb in and out of, like, Overwatch. I play a lot of shooter, FPS shooters. I like to play, like, healer, if you're into gaming. But I kind of embrace a bit more, like, of a variety. But it depends what I'm feeling. So I might go through a period of where I play a lot of Overwatch. But I play, like, storyline games, scary games, whatever. Or sometimes we just end up chatting like this, and I didn't expect it. So, yeah. So those are crazy. They can make new legs. Oh, I didn't know that. Or arm or organ. Found cheats. Shit. See, something like that, like, it's a different, like, species and stuff like that, but it's something going on in nature. Like, they could probably, but then, how do you look at that? But then you could look at something like that and be like, oh, how does that happen? It's like with the zebrafish. How does that happen? How can we, what's going on there to facilitate that? How can we, like, remedy that or emulate that in humans? You know what I mean? So people who have, like, you know, like have suffered like in accidents and stuff and had to lose like a limb or like can't walk or spinal cord injury and stuff like that. But like there's phenomenon in other species where like you're able to regenerate or reproduce. Like how can we maybe take that to help people, be like humans? Don't know. I think there's jellyfish this long time. Maybe it's called immortal jellyfish. Shit. But at the same time, they are very different. So, but it's nature and it's something that's happening in cells and DNA. Immortal jellyfish. Fuck, I need to get some more water. Oh, my coffee. I didn't even add milk. Turritopsis thorni, also known as immortal jellyfish, is a species of small biologically immortal jellyfish found worldwide in temperate to tropic waters. Immortal? Is it immortal or is it close to it? Like just lives a long time. Can the immortal jellyfish live forever? Theoretically, this process can go on indefinitely, effectively rendering the jellyfish biologically immortal. Although in practice, individuals can still die. What does that even mean? In nature, most Turritopsis thorni are likely to succumb to predation or disease in the medusa stage without reverting to the polyp form. Okay, so it sounds as though maybe it's like the cells, if conditions are like ripe. I think that they can live forever, but they usually like succumb to predators and probably like maybe they go from different states, like cycles, they rotate around and they're prone to disease in one state. But if they didn't get disease, they'd probably live forever, maybe. Oh, hey, Hoya. Hello. Here, let me get some water. I'm fucking... a lot of topics today. I'm fucking dehydrated. And I just took a huge sip of my coffee, which is dehydrating, because I thought it was water in my water bottle. One sec. Let me put this book away as well. We're not going to learn any more genetics today. I mean, maybe. Not from that book. One sec, BRB. Bro, I can't control myself. Like, I'm trying to do segments, but, like, I just rattle on. It's a vibe, though. Anyway, BRB. Actually, I need to go to the loo. Scratch your booty, grab a drink. Do the do's. I need to go to the loo too. BRB. I'm back. I was just thinking, Fluff, I was just reflecting on what you were saying about the eggs and stuff. Maybe if I understand it a bit clearly while on the can. Even if, you know, with the jellyfish and the fish eggs and stuff, like, even if they affected or did something to the eggs, like, that's, you know, that could be, like, a morality line, like, for certain, like, animal rights peeps. It's kind of like, you know, the whole controversy with, like, stem cells and stuff, you know, and where you judge and appraise life and intervening, and at what stage. So it sounds as though maybe they did something to the eggs, and some people would find that, like, a bit iffy, you know what I mean, and controversial. Because they're not born yet doesn't mean, like, you know, is it right or is it wrong? Do they, you know, rights come into question and stuff like that when you're, like, altering something, like, genetically? You know what I mean? And the cost and benefit thing is still kind of, like, there. But I think, obviously, it happened, and I feel like it's aesthetic things, and some countries are probably more regulated than others. Or maybe something happened and they got away with it, and no one was accountable. So, yeah. So maybe they didn't cut the fish, but, like, sounds as though maybe they did something to the eggs. But the eggs are, you know, the eggs. Peeps have, yeah, exactly. So that's what I mean. It's like how peeps had mixed opinions on, like, stem cells and stuff like that. And where is the point in life is that you consider, you know, something as living, but even though it's technically still living, you know, like, you know, from, like, when a child is born and they're actually born, and before that, or, you know, or conception, or, like, I don't know, like, there's still living things at any point, to be honest. And yeah, that's where it's, like, people debate about it. Fuck, I need a drink, one sec. But yeah, hey Hoya. Oi, here's what I've done, Hoya. I've flipped the chats. So, the other, you know, platform has the priority spot. It makes it difficult a little bit to read Twitch chat, like a bit, like, a little uncomfortable, not too bad. But then this way, I'm very much clued in on the other platform. If one is to come in, it gets the priority spot. So I'm trying this out for a bit and seeing how it goes. And I feel like I've been pretty on the ball, so... It just went bare if you're still here when you came in earlier. I was mid-rant, so I was like, hello, and I don't know if you heard, but I was, like, ranting, and then I was like, continue ranting. So, anyway, so how'd you guys feel about the rant today? I probably ranted a little too much, but I feel like personally, for me, it was very interesting, and I liked it. It got me to, like, even in the little bit, like, most of it was rant, but even in the little bit earlier when I was talking about the structure of, like, DNA and stuff, I was relearning and re-solidifying, like, those concepts that I'd learned before. And it'd be cool to, like, re-solidify and relearn a basis of, like, knowledge and concepts, and then also learn new things. So I actually felt like I learned things again. And that was nice. And then most of it was ramble. And that was still pretty cool. But yeah. Very fun and knowledgeable. It's probably too much because I'm going at, like, 1,000,000 miles per hour. And I'm like... And then I have, like, a tangent. And then it's, like, so much information. And, like, even, like, just the, you know... It be the way it be, because this is, like, stuff that I've learnt in the past and stuff that is extremely fascinated to me. So, like, if I'm just putting something that I'm already familiar about and putting it out there for other people that might not know anything about it because they have other interests and they didn't know it, it can be pretty heavy. So, but take what you can from it. Even if it's, like, you know, like... maybe it's like me when I was learning, like just realizing with like genetics and like evolution, the importance of it. Like I didn't fully understand it, but like I was cottoning on. Like although I didn't understand everything, it was kind of amazing to realize how important, how connected, even in the most basic sense and the basic understanding of it. It was pretty like inspiring, even though I didn't really know much, you know, and it was all pretty overwhelming. But it would, you know, that's where you can, like, one can be enlightened, right? You know, amongst, like, you know, not knowing and then learning and knowing, and even not knowing everything, but learning of something new. And that can be, like, enlightening and inspiring, despite not knowing everything about it. But, like, just discussing it is pretty nice. So, yeah. But I remember something you told me a long time ago still haunts you, you mean? Wait, what is that? Is it okay for stream? I don't know if you remember it, but I wouldn't say it. Wait, what? It sounds like it's not okay. Is this something I said? What? Ayo? Anyway. Bro, Uber ramble today. What do I do? Maybe this is like, maybe do a really, really chill short stream. Never been done before. Because then we can come back tomorrow and actually, like, you know, chill out some more and like play games. And maybe I could get my thingy in check. My sweeping. What you said to me was, huh? Well, it sounds dodgy, but I don't think I would say dodgy things. I think maybe I just said something and it could be interpreted another way. That's what happened. Probably. Probably. How are you, Hoya, by the way? Did you catch much of the ramblings that we had? So yeah, what do you guys think? Do we do another thing? Like, maybe we could do it like once a week. Maybe I can somehow not turn it into a whole stream and like make it more of a segment. But I guess it's fine. It's a vibe nonetheless, but I'm just trying to control myself. Should we do it again, like, you know, once a week and see if we can just make it a segment? Or maybe try one of the other things. So we could try one of the other things and get a taste for what we kind of enjoy the most. Or maybe we could rotate. I don't know. So the other things, like, so I was wanting to do like a little educational thing on stream, like learning together. Or like I learn something and chat about it, and then that helps me learning, and then maybe you guys learn something and then just discuss. Which we did today, which is kind of cool. And oh wait, some of the chat is getting cut out. So, sorry, let me just extend the chat box out covering Twitch so I can read properly. Laughed at your name. I probably didn't. I laugh all the time. I probably didn't mean it in any way. But yeah, hello. I don't know, like, actually I didn't think about it, like, what may have inspired your name. I just feel like if I say Hoya, it's like, Hoya! Is that what it was meant to be? Like, you know, in the, you know, fight scenes or in games and stuff, and then when they go to, like, I don't know, attack or, like, fight or melee, they're like, Hoya! I don't know if it was meant to be that. I mean, that's what maybe why I would laugh a little bit, because I think about that. But yeah. I don't know if that was what it was like modeled after. But that's kind of like I connect it with in my head. Next stream we talk about fish. Okay, fish in relation to spinal cord injury and regeneration. Got it. So, animals and wolfmans. It's about fish. Yeah. Fish only no, Fruff, we're doing one thing. And honestly, the thing is my thing, whatever I'm interested in. But feel free to mention one thing yourselves. is what I'm saying. No, I'm in charge and this is my segment. It's basically the me show, okay? And you guys are along for the ride. You might learn something. But I'm opening it up to you could bring one thing too and we could talk about it and then maybe I learn something from you. But try keep it simple, but then at the same time, did I? But that's the intention, like one simple thing. And you got to do the legwork, really. You should really learn it beforehand and then explain. So that it's one simple thing and you know it. Fish is the best in DNA. Literally DNA, fish consists, the reason fish exists is because of their DNA. That's what I say. DNA is relevant. My topic kind of trumps all other topics when it comes to the biology, biological field, because it's relevant to everything. That's what I was saying. So you want to talk about fish? DNA. Plants? DNA. Humans? Cure? Disease? Variants? Why we look different? DNA. Shark? DNA. iPhone? DNA. Nah. DNA. I mean, fingerprint recognition probably and stuff like that. The variants on everyone's fingerprints, DNA. To open your phone or something. I fucking don't know. Kind of DNA still. Yeah. But good evening, Hoya. DNA. Alright, so yeah, what do you guys think? So next time, should we try more of this? Or should we try maybe something to do with the comics? Or I think it'll take a little bit more preparation, but really, is it any preparation? I just need to figure out that program and download it and test it out. Okay, it's a bit of preparation. I don't think I can wing the other one. I can wing the education one because I just grabbed the book and I talked to you guys. I could wing the comic one. I grabbed the comic and talked to you guys. I can't really wing the Groove Box one. But is it really that hard to prepare for it? It's a little preparation. I feel like I'll fail on it. So what do you think? If you say Groovebox, then maybe that'll be the next one. But so yeah, the learning, or should we try out comics next time? Or after that, not after that. Or the other one was Groovebox. There's this software that I could download that acts like a Groovebox and we can play with music on stream. Yeah, make our own lo-fi music. So, but unsuccessfully because I don't know how to use it. And do I have any kind of do I have a keen music sense? Sound for audio or whatever. Chat prefer fish DNA because how tasty. Oh my god. So, you guys have any preferences? Like the taste of fish. It has a certain texture, I guess. Fish is really healthy for you. I like fish. Okay, I told you I was part Asian, right? So in the Asian heritage, they make fish a certain way, and it's really delicious, and it's what you put on it. So they fry this fish up, I don't know. And it's even the whole fish. I guess they descale it. And obviously I don't eat the head or the eyes and stuff, but some people do that. Not naming names, but my mum. Some people like to eat the eyes and suck the stuff out their heads or whatever. Or I don't know. Wait, no, that's the prawn heads. But still, fish eyes and stuff. I don't do that. But you have the whole fish and then the skin and all, and obviously it's descaled. And then you just eat from it, and you dip it in this sauce. So I think the sauce is made of, and don't be weird about it, it's soy sauce, and there's this citrus that I don't really know quite how to say. It's kumquat. And it's this citrusy flavor that you put in the soy sauce. You just squeeze some in. It's kind of citrusy, vinegary, or I don't know. It makes the soy sauce taste vinegary. And then you just dip the fish in. You use your hands, have rice, and the fish is kind of fried. and the skin and stuff, and you just grab the fish, some of the fried skin, and then you dip it in the soy sauce, and then you put it with the rice and eat it, and it's delicious. I haven't had that in a long while. It's really, really nice. Certain way of cooking the fish as well. Like the fish doesn't have as much of a soft texture, because obviously the way it's cooked and it's fried. So yeah. Wait, what? I didn't say raw. I said you fry it up. But you can eat raw fish. That's the thing. It's sushi. Wait, let me go back. Wait, what? Let me go back. I missed some stuff. I like the taste of fish. Ban? No. Everyone can have different tastes. This way fish. It's like eating pizza. Well, I mean, you guys probably don't like pineapple on pizza. Do you think, and I do? Should I ban you all? Is that how it works? Because I'm in charge. So, do I just ban you? I like fish, but as long as it doesn't taste fishy. So you like pineapple on pizza as long as you can't taste the pineapple. You like fish as long as you can't taste the fish. Oh, you're talking to bees. You like sushi, but doesn't raw fish taste more fishy? If anything? In a way? Or maybe not. Oh wait, sushi's not necessarily raw fish though. Sashimi is. I like eating raw fish. I like eating both. Yeah, sashimi's nice actually. It can get a bit rich. I really like the sashimi, the tuna, and the salmon. But I feel like some people do. Like when I go with my brother, he likes the salmon sashimi, but I like tuna sashimi as well as the salmon. But I quite like the tuna. It tastes very different from like cooked tuna as well. But like, yeah, I feel like I can only eat so much of sashimi as well because it kind of feels a bit rich on my body or something for some reason. Oh. Peeps prefer uncooked than cooked fish. It depends. I feel like a lot of people probably don't appreciate, and I mean everyone has different tastes. Sashimi, like a lot of people probably don't eat raw fish than people who eat cooked fish. Sabi, you okay? You're looking funky. You okay? I call him, I don't know why, I've been calling him Cheezel and Cheesy. I don't know why. So, yeah. There's some cooked fish that does have that fishy sea flavor. I mean, I guess I can see it. I would think like the raw fish would have more fishy taste, but it is dulled down. Sometimes when you cook it, yeah, maybe you taste it a bit more. Yeah, I guess I can see it actually, yeah. In a, I don't get it kind of way, but at the same time, I guess I get it. Like the raw fish, at least with the tuna. It has more of like, it's more texture thing as well, but some people probably don't like that texture. And like, cause it's cold and stuff, like that's why I like it. Cause the tuna, raw tuna is like, I feel like almost tasteless, but not. And that's why I like it. But you can taste it? I don't know. Oh, you meant doesn't? Okay, right. That totally reversed everything. Yeah, maybe it depends. I like, I think you get a lot of it here too. I like barramundi, like as a cooked fish. Like if you go to like get, I get some fish and chips, I think it's like slightly more expensive to get barramundi because they just give you the cheap fish. But I like barramundi. Have you ever had barramundi? It's really good. Like cooked fish. Like I really like it as, when they do the batter and shit, like the unhealthy batter for fish and chips, but it's like a good quality fish like barramundi. It's really delicious. Like I like barramundi. I've had barramundi without the batter coating, but there's something nice about the badness of the coating and the crispiness with the healthiness and the tastiness of the barramundi. Oh, it's like a fish. It's a type of fish. I think it's usually like, it's very, like in Australia. Let me look it up. Barramundi. Like you get it in Australia. The barramundi Asian sea bass or giant sea perch is a species of catadromous fish in the family Latidae of the order Perciformes. What the fuck am I reading? This species is widely distributed in the Indo-West Pacific, spanning the waters of the Middle East, South Asia, Southeast Asia, East Asia, and Oceania. So you probably don't get it. Like, it's probably more obviously that area. Yeah, it's just a type of fish. So you haven't had it? I don't know. It's got its own cleanness and flavor. Like I don't know. And I feel like it cooks well. Like it's always like nicely like cooked and soft, and it just falls apart and stuff. Than other fish. Some other fish have a tendency to be a bit more drier, but I guess it's how they're cooked, But I don't know. Maybe not. It's also the fish. 8 tacos. Burritos. So you eat? I like squid. That's one. Yeah, I've had squid in the past. Sometimes I feel a bit funky though. I've had squid and octopus, but sometimes I get a bit weirded like when I'm eating it sometimes, or if I eat too much. But I like the taste of squid actually, and the octopus. But sometimes, you know, the tentacle things, like say with the octopus, it comes off, like it literally comes off, and you can eat it. And then I just get weirded out sometimes. But like, I don't think I've eaten enough of it. I feel like I'd probably get more weird eating octopus than squid. But yeah, but it tastes good. Yeah, that's like part of my culture too. But the thing is like my other 50% of the culture is more like, even though it's 50% of my culture, like realistically my exposure and how I am is probably like fucking 5% of my culture. I'm 95% like Australian, put that shrimp on the barbie, but we actually don't put shrimps on the barbie. We just put beef. Beef sausages, beef steak, beef. Like that's 95% me, even though genetically it's 50%. But in the way that I was raised and how I am is, I shouldn't say unfortunately 95% of me. I shouldn't say unfortunate, should I? That's bad, isn't it? I'm allowed to say it. It's me. I'm joking. Yeah. But yeah, the other culture I eat the squid and stuff. I'm not sure. Wait, I already read that. How about live squid? No. Like the shrimp inside fried ball of bread. I think I know what you mean. Oh, yeah. Isn't there a name for that? Takin something or isn't it Japanese? Oh no, I'm thinking of the octopus balls, not the shrimp, but they probably do shrimp as well. What are the octopus balls? What are they called? Japanese. Takoyaki. Is that it? Takoyaki, but they're octopus balls. I think it's Japanese. I don't know. I like the shrimp inside fried ball of bread. Probably something similar. Gives your tongue a hug? Wait, what? Oh, the squid. Wait, you've had live squid? I feel like that's horrible though for the fish though. Eating them alive? I mean, not the fish, but like whatever you're eating. I wouldn't eat things alive for that reason. Yeah. Never had it? Okay, well then. How do you know it gives your tongue a hug? Too fishy. Wait, what? Squid? Strong. Yeah, I think there was that. I looked a bit of it. Didn't you post it, Fruff, or somebody? Or I saw that there is something on YouTube. I clicked and then I had to look away. I just couldn't. It seemed horrible. Not gonna lie. But yeah. Oh, anyway. Here in Japan, we always eat fish, cooked or raw. Yeah, yum. Yeah, half the stuff, someone was talking like one of the streamers that I watched, because they have appreciation for a lot of Japanese. Like they learn Japanese and Japanese culture. And they're like, yeah, a lot of the stuff, like the rolls we get and shit like that, or I think it's different in America as well. Apparently they get, oh, what was it? She was talking some weird stuff, like with sushi. I don't know, maybe like ranch dressing or like cheese or something, or I don't know, some weird, like, unusual stuff. And I think it's obviously just America and, like, westernized, but you wouldn't get that stuff actually in Japan. So, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, initially a long while ago, I didn't have an appreciation for, like, sashimi, like, the raw, but I quite like it now. I could only have, like, I only like maybe certain stuff, and like a bit of it. I think it's mostly like salmon and tuna, but I haven't had a lot. There was this one other fish, but I didn't like it as much, and there were like scallops. I tried them. I don't know if I like them that much. I think the texture's too much for me, but I did eat it. And then I think there was like also like raw octopus or something, and I don't know, because the texture's a bit chewy, like, I don't know, but like it's chewy when it's cooked anyway, so I don't know what the difference is, but I think it's just because I'm not quite accustomed with the raw yet. So, but I appreciate like the tuna and the salmon, the sashimi. Takoyaki or tempura? I don't know. Wait, what's the difference? I think it's the taco one. Saw a mukbang of a girl eating live octopus and gave. Yeah, that's probably the one. That's horrible. I mean, each their own, but like also you got to think of the like. I mean, I guess it's like just the cycle, right? We're eating like animals. It's like it's just what we do to survive or like life. But like you don't need to eat them live. Sometimes there's a thing, don't they like boil like some seafood in like hot water, and it seems cruel, but it's so that they die like instantly, I heard, or something like that. So it's actually less painful. I don't know. Rather than some other ways that people do it. I'm not sure. I might be talking shit, but I feel like it's unnecessary to eat them like alive. So. There was a YouTube thing. I couldn't watch it. Like, I don't know how I got onto it, and then I was just like, nah, I'm out. Like, I can't. It just seemed horrible. Yeah, well, let me Google the difference. So, takoyaki or tempura. Tempura is like a softer kind of coating, though. It's probably the taco one. Yakoyaki. Takoyaki or tempura octopus. It was probably the taco one that I had. Although I wouldn't be against trying tempura. That sounds nice. I didn't know there was a difference. Let me just look up tempura. Is it not the same thing? Well, probably in like the Western take on it, it seems it's the same, but from actually in Japan, obviously they probably are different. Dude, I'm looking at some pictures now. It's making me hungry. And they got the little tin things that they make it in, like the little molds. God damn. Wait, what were you saying? Hydrate? Okay, have water. That coffee is GG's. Even put in the thermal is GG's. It's gone cold. Like, I didn't put it straight away, so it was kind of lukewarm already, and now it's been sitting there for ages. It's like, GG. Still my water? Oh, so you're from Japan. Well, that's cool. I love me that kind of food. Although I've probably not even like had any like when near like real authentic like Japanese cuisine, to be honest. I only just get what I get here, which is half of it's probably not even authentic. You know what I mean? Like in similar vein, you just think it is. She's doing weird stuff because I have the mug in front of my face. Wait, what are you guys talking about? Crawfish. You know, it's weird for us to eat honey. Bees do puke out or feed it to other bees and also puke the honey out. Yeah, I don't know exactly the process, but yeah, maybe a little bit, but it's good. We just don't think about that. And yeah, it's healthy. Like, I think there's not enough research into it, but the, like I think there's these special honey ratings. I can't remember. Isn't it like antibacterial properties in honey and stuff? So maybe like when you have a sore throat, it's good to gurgle it and stuff. I don't know. I was feeling a bit of sore throat the other day and I put a little extra honey in my coffee. Yeah, and I love, apparently Jarrah honey's got like high ratings of that good stuff or whatever. Like Jarrah honey has like more than a lot of other honeys. I like Jarrah honey. Love bee vomit. Yeah, it's crazy with honey, like learning like how it can, and it makes sense how it can change because it depends on the flower. I don't really know how it works. Is it the pollen? And every flower has kind of different stuff and would like affect the taste. So it depends on like the plant, the flower, the tree, the whatever. And then it also depends on, I don't know, just season to season, location. There's other factors that affect the taste. Because I've had different types of like Jarrah honey. And some are more florally tasting than others. But it probably just depends on, like, it depends on all those different things. And also like in comparison to different honeys as well. But yeah, even like the same company and the same type of honey can taste and look different in different batches. It's kind of interesting. Because of those like variances. So yeah. Anyway. Because you can't control the bees as well. You could probably know what area and what they're like, you know, harvesting from, but it can vary probably as well. I don't know, I don't know enough. But I just know like sometimes the same brand of honey and the same type can taste different. Or they can taste different across different brands because of the different like factors. Even though it's the same type of honey, like Jarrah honey per se. I've had one that has been really floral and it was interesting to taste that. It's almost like I could taste the flowers. And in a way though, I didn't like it because it was too much. Because I have this one particular brand that I really like. But I was trying this other brand, which is like was more expensive. And it was interesting and I liked it to begin with, but then it was just too fancy pants and too florally. But I could literally taste the flowers, like I felt. I couldn't taste that with my other one. I prefer it that way. I wanted to like it, but I was like, nah, too florally. Like, what the fuck? Oh, goddamn, I got the giant jar. And it was expensive. I exercise will do that. I'm gonna do for snacky. Oh, I was a bad bean. I don't know if is the cream still good, but I had cream from the carbonara, and I forgot that I got an apple pie. I haven't had an apple pie in so long. And the brand was actually good, so I made it last night and I had apple pie, and I think I had a little too much actually. And then I used the cream. I think it was still good. And it was so good. And then because it's just me, like, I have another half an apple pie to eat. I'll probably, okay, I'll be real. I had a quarter, it was great. And then I went back for seconds and got another, like, quarter, so I had half a pie. And then the other one was, I was doing too much, and then I felt kind of sick halfway through it. So the same thing's probably going to happen. But who else is going to eat it? Like, you know. So I'm just going to probably... I wanted to have some, like... It probably would have been better if I had a quarter before stream and then a quarter later, even though I shouldn't be doing that. But it's going to go to waste anyway. And then I would have spaced it out. But I'm probably going to go a quarter and then another quarter later. And then I'm going to have the same experience I had last night. With too much apple pie. There's a bit of cream left. It's so good. I don't know. I never was a thing for, like, apple or apple pie. I don't know. And then one day, like, it was really delicious. And then I don't normally like custard either, but like someone I think just gave me apple pie and custard. I'm like, I don't know if I like either, but I was like, oh, and particularly custard. I'm not a fan of custard, but maybe I am now. I think I am now actually, and probably based on that because they gave me apple pie with custard, and I was like, oh, it's actually pretty good. I think I like custard now. I never really liked custard before. But yeah, and I've also had it with different things. Because you can have like apple pie with custard, you can have apple pie with vanilla ice cream, or you can have apple pie with cream. Or like a couple of different, probably a mix, but it's very fancy and, what do you call it, rich. But yeah, because I already had the cream. You have apple pie with cream, like cream with apple pie now. Anyway, it tastes good. Probably not healthy. Just drowning it in cream. It's cooking cream as well, so it's very drippy. I think it's good when it's drippy though, not gonna lie. Probably better than the like, what is it, clotted or the other whipped or whatever cream. It's something about it being drowned in cream. It's apples. It's very, yeah. I could taste the apple. I could taste the health in it too. Yeah, the brand that I got was pretty good as well. I don't know. Because sometimes apple pie has the whole top on it, which is like probably okay as well. But I didn't realize it had the strips. It was like a classic like apple pie. It had the strips of pastry across the top, and you could see the apple stuff in between the grids. And then the strips were like nice and crispy, and the crust. And then I had trouble dishing out the slices without it breaking. I should have used a spatula thingy. I was just trying to use my knife and fork, and it was crumbling before me. I was like, God damn it! Because there's something nice about having a nice, neat fucking slice of pie in front of you instead of a fucking pile of sludge. And then because you're sludging it on top of the baked, crispy bakedness, like it softens the crispiness, you know, of the pastry and stuff. Like I don't know, or you know, or you don't do that and you put separate sludges around your plate. Sometimes it's nice to just have a nice, neat apple pie fucking slice. I shouldn't have been lazy. I didn't want to wash it. And I didn't want to get the spatula thing out, or whatever you call it. I think I call a spatula, even though it's actually something else. You know, the one that you fucking slide it underneath and get it out pretty good, if you can. But, you know, and then I regret it. Maybe I'll do it with the other pieces. But yeah. Good at making pies? Nice! Bro, I need to make pie. I'm too lazy. I don't even know where to start, but it's probably not that hard. Like, a long time ago, a friend got me, like, an ice cream making machine. And I was like, ah, shit, for my birthday. And, like, who knew? It actually isn't that hard to make ice cream. But then I never used it again. And I don't know if it still works. I should whip it out again. It just went in the cupboard and got dusty. But, like, I made my own ice cream. It was fucking great. Like, for instance, with a fruity ice cream, like, you're basically just making jam. So the fruitiness is, like, you just make jam. So I kind of learned how to make jam, which is actually kind of easy. And then you mix it with the other stuff, I don't know, and then the ice cream maker. But it was some of the fucking best ice cream I've had. And, like, you melt the chocolate and shit. It's actually pretty easy. And the machine does it. You just need to have one of the machines. Like, the machine isn't even that elaborate. It's like this, like, it's like a rice cooker, like the reservoir, but it's like double walled and it's got some stuff in the walls probably, and you have to put it in the freezer or something for a while to chill. And then basically you just set it out, you put all the shit in, and there's like this thing that mixes in the middle, and using the pre-chilled reservoir, and then you just pour the stuff in and it mixes it slowly in and cools it. And then even after that, I think you need to have to cool it in the freezer as well, or freeze it a bit more. But it's not that hard. So probably the same with pies and stuff. It's just because you never do it and like getting the motivation to learn and stuff. I'm barely getting the motivation to cook again, like, from God knows what I used to eat. I think I used to make, like, a lot of sandwiches and wraps, which I haven't had in a while because I'm actually cooking, like, proper food now, like, a little bit sometimes, not all the time. A mix of cooking more, like, and being naughty bean. But I've put cooking more in place of just making a sandwich and wraps. So, I mean, I'd cook the bacon for the wraps. Yeah. Like pie, yeah. I didn't do some of the other stuff. I didn't even do the eye exercise. Could have used a pizza cutter. What, for the apple pie? No, it's not the cutting that's the problem. It's the lifting is the problem. But if I'd used that thingy, I think it's actually called an egg slice, and I call it a spatula, but apparently a spatula is something else. But whatever, I call it a spatula, but I think it's not a spatula. You use the thing with the flat, like the flippy thing, and you use that to get underneath and zhuzh it underneath, and then lift it up. It's because I'm trying to do it with a fork and thinking that the base of the apple pie is going to maintain its structure with a fork. So it's not the cutting that was the problem, it was the lifting. That was the problem. Yeah. I mean, the crust was a bit hard, but I managed to cut through it. Like, it wasn't too hard, but, you know, you just got to be careful. But I managed it. It was the lifting that was the issue. I thought somehow I could do it with the knife and the fork, or the knife instead. And then I should have just used the thingy. I didn't want to dirty it. I was too lazy to get it, and I also was like, that's another thing to wash. But I probably would have had a more pristine slice experience. I might do it for the next one. I don't think the others fell apart, because it's about when you take it out. And it'll be easier with the others because, like, you know, you've already taken half the pie out, so you got more room to zhuzh underneath. Whereas taking out that first slice is a bit difficult without, you know, causing havoc on the pie. So. Oh, yeah, actually, I can't say that. How do you say that? Pâtissier. I'm just going to say pâtissier. Like a connoisseur, but of the patisserie kind. Dang! So you make a lot of nice, fucking deliciousies. Just made up some words there. I see as like a patisserie is kind of like bakery, baked goods, or like, you know, like, yeah, like, I guess that's the part in patisserie or whatever. I can't say it. It's like pastry, right? It's pastry stuff. So that could be like pies, like, kind of like meat kind of you know, pastry stuff, or like, you know, apple pie. I mean, kind of croissant, isn't it? Or I call them croissant, mate. They're kind of like pastry you like, right? But not. So that would fall under it. I think just baked goods come under that as well, even if it isn't pastry. Actually, no, they're still called pastries, aren't they? But wait, baked goods is still pastry. I mean, it depends. It still comes. Some are more bready than pastry, but I think it all comes under like patisserie. Fuck, I can't say it. Yeah, like banana bread and stuff maybe as well. You make banana bread, will ya? Fucking need more water. Cinnamon rolls, bro. I love cinnamon rolls. I haven't had one in a while. And like a good one. Sometimes you just have shit ones, but you need a good one. Okay, excuse me a second. I need to blow my nose. Oh, making desserts. Okay, so maybe it's not as much the meaty ones. That's true, because there can be that kind of specialty too within that. I like a good cinnamon roll. You know, Subway used to do, and that's kind of funny because Subway is fucking Subway. But Subway used to have a cinnamon scroll. And then they stopped doing it. Maybe they brought it back. Maybe it depends on the location. But here in Australia, Subway brought out this cinnamon scroll, and they had it for a while, and then they stopped, and then I was devastated because they were fucking great. They were good. You know how sometimes you don't expect it and like you're like, but they're fucking so good in some places and then it's gone. But yeah, the Subway, like cinnamon scrolls were like so good. And like there was a little trick that someone taught me is just microwave them. Be careful because the icing gets really hot and you got to let it cool a bit. But like, yeah, microwave them. Because then it's like, it's almost like it's just been baked. It's so warm. And then the like icing melts into it. So just let it cool a bit, otherwise you'll burn yourself on the icing. And yeah, it's so delicious. I mean, even not microwaved, but microwaving it just made it better. Just be careful not to burn yourself. But yeah, god damn. And then they don't. Maybe I haven't been a long while since I've had Subway, so I don't know if they brought it back or not. But yeah, they were so good. But sometimes I like get like a cinnamon scroll and pay like a, you know, fuckload of money like at a fancy ass cafe, and then it's fucking horrific. I'm like, you're a fancy cafe. Why do your cinnamon scrolls suck? Like they just taste too bready, or they're kind of hard, or they're burnt. Like the Subway ones were always like pretty regulated. They were just like, they weren't burnt, they weren't hard. It had nice lot of icing and cinnamon in it. Whereas, I don't know what the fuck they're selling at some of the fancy joints and you fucking fork out for it. Oh yeah, I need a good cinnamon scroll, I think. It's been a while. Lighten the mood of all the fucking crappy ones I've had since Subway stopped it. So yeah. But yeah, banana bread's good too. God damn. Fucking two great things, right, bruv? Cinnamon scrolls. Oh, actually, I don't know if you eat the cinnamon rolls, but you like your banana bread. Anyway. You make those ones for you? Delicious. Damn, that's an art as well, making all the desserts and stuff. That would be a nice art and nice to know someone who is of that art. For obvious, or maybe not obvious, so obvious reasons. Maybe get a free cinnamon scroll or two. God damn. Yeah. I mean, that's not the only reason you would befriend someone like that. Like, of course. It's definitely a perk though, probably. I mean, maybe it's not a perk if there's no sharesies, but... Anyway. And also, friendship is to and fro, right? So if one can provide cinnamon scrolls, what do you have to offer? Banter. Banter while eating them. I can only make banana bread and cinnamon... Wait, what the fuck? You can only make? Those are probably the two most important. I mean, croissants, or I call them croissants. Croissants are nice too, though. Bro, croissants are probably so bad. Like, I didn't really know this, but then obviously then I did know it. But like, there's so much butter, I'm pretty sure, that goes into the bread, and that's why they're good. But like a lot of butter. So yeah. Yeah, banana bread and cinnamon rolls though. Bro, I don't even know how to make banana bread. All I know how is to make bananas go off and then throw them out. And then not use them in banana bread because I don't know. And I'm lazy. It's probably not even that hard. There's one streamer that I'm watching, and she's like, she has her partner, and her partner like purposely apparently makes the bananas go like off, so because they know that she'll make banana bread out of them. Just ask. She probably doesn't mind. But apparently like they don't eat all the bananas because they know she'll make banana bread. And they want it. Yeah. Banana bread is good. Is it though? I feel like it always tastes like... Maybe it depends how it's made. Yeah, maybe authentic banana bread. But I feel like there's like... It feels like very like sugary and stuff. But it probably just depends how it's made. And, you know, probably the shit that you buy, or maybe it's like been made in a factory or more processed. If it's like more homemade banana bread, it's probably healthier. But yeah. But either way, any kind of banana bread, give me all of it. Even that sugary factory made shit, probably. But yeah. Anyway, now I'm fucking hungry. I want all the sweet treats now. Fuck. God damn. God damn, I'm hungry. Well, I have apple pie, so that's, you know what? I have that to look forward to. And yeah, I'm going to get sick eating half a pie, but I'm going to do it. And that's what I have to look forward to because I didn't eat the other half beforehand. And who knows if I had time to eat the other half, the other quarter, If I didn't have the time, if I had time to eat the other quarter beforehand, maybe I would have gone the half and then I would have none after stream. So, worked out good. Yeah, maybe, okay, it's naughty, but like maybe that could be one of my next ventures. You know, like cooking and shopping with mEw. Okay, maybe not cooking, but shopping with mEw. And like I've been making healthy meals, or just cooking meals. Like maybe my next venture, you know, I've been pretty good with the chicken and the broccoli. Maybe one of my next ventures can be a little bit naughty, but it can be like learning to make cinnamon scroll. I'm actually excited about that. I never really thought to do that. If you're not good on sweets, put less sugar. That makes sense, yeah. I like sweets though. But it's like, yeah, if people are not good on it, and also like probably if you want to be more health conscious, like what's the harm in like putting a little less sugar and it's probably just as good. Or like just experimenting and you'll find that right level probably. But that's if you're making it yourself. But yeah. I don't mind. Hook it to my veins. The sugar in that. Okay. Health-wise, if it weren't for health-wise, I'd be like, hook it to my veins. But, you know. I'd say first batch, hook it to my veins. Give me full sugar, full cream. And then maybe later on, we'll tweak it so that, you know, what is enough, but still, like, you know, do you need all that sugariness? Or can you just, like, have a little bit and put less and it's still be just as good? You know, if not, maybe better. Cooking, I don't know. Oh, I've seen I went into a stream once where they were like cooking on stream with like a VTuber, but it was a bit of both. So I can't remember how it worked. I don't know if it was just her hands or if it was her as well, but the VTuber was there as well. I think it was actually more the VTuber and it was just her hands. So, like, but it was a bit scuffed. It was as good as you could probably get with that, as you can imagine. But it was like an image of, like, the VTuber in, like, a kitchen. And then it had, but at the same time, she was in a kitchen and there was a countertop. And she had her hands with the gloves on them. And then the hands would be in front of the VTuber. So it's kind of like the VTuber's hands. But they were, like, her real hands. It was really interesting. And then she was making food and stuff. But as you can imagine, as she's walking and toing and froing and the VTuber's waking up and going to sleep and like interacting and the movement and stuff, it was a bit scuffed, but it was still pretty interesting and funny. Maybe one day I work that out. But this was like, I think someone who had been like streaming and probably VTubing for 10 years. Seen something similar? Yeah. I think I bookmarked it, but I never go back to my bookmarks. I wasn't like, I don't know, like, you know, they probably were worth following, but I didn't know yet, like, so, yeah. Your hands, but use gloves if you have tattoo or something. Oh, okay. What, just for identity or maybe for, like, health things? I don't know. But yeah, this person used gloves. I don't know, maybe it could be one of those two reasons. Or maybe they just don't. I know some people don't like getting stuff on their hands. But yeah, she had that. So yeah, that was maybe one day. I feel like that would be elaborate setup. I feel like that would be the setup because it's like, I don't know. Never say never, but this is the way that I've chosen. I foresee like VTubing and stuff, like maintaining privacy and stuff, just purely for that. Never say never, but yeah. Otherwise, it's more never then, right? Even though say never. So it'd be more like kind of that setup, but that's a very elaborate setup, and I wouldn't know how to do that. So someone of my caliber, I'm not there yet, and it would be a lot of effort, and I don't know where to start, and I probably don't have the cameras and stuff and the tech, like, I don't have what it takes to make that feasible, although I don't know what it would take. But maybe after 10 years... On my okay, I mean, I'm on my 3rd year of streaming, so another 7 years maybe. Another 7 years, we might be able to do cooking with Mish. Maybe. I mean, maybe sooner. Just kind of joking here, but you know. Oh, for privacy, yeah, that's fair. Yeah, maybe that's why they did it. Thanks, bees. Thank you for the bits. Thank you for the 1,000 bits and the goal. Bro, I think I need to change that alert. Gives me a heart attack. I don't know. I don't think, Hoya, you think, you know, save your ears. I don't think you hear that alert. It's just on Twitch and me. But it scares me. It's like the default one. But yeah, thanks for 1,000 bits. And the BB goal, I know I keep renewing this, but like, I don't know, like bits is like a good way to support like a streamer and a good way of support, and I feel like it's kind of, and I appreciate it as well, bees as well. I feel like it's like something that I kind of haven't really like set goals for, and before it didn't really happen a lot on my channel, but it is like hearing from other streamers as well, like OG streamers. It's a good way to support streamer. So that's why I know you guys might be seeing it, like have like a lot of like bits goals, but I'm just like setting it up and having those goals because it is a good way to support me. So I'm trying to put that as like a frequent goal of mine. So that's why you guys see it. So, but thank you. Thanks for 1,000 bits. So yeah, just stay for who you are. Wait, what you mean? What, hanging out in stream? Thank you. Aignata. Hello. Yeah, it scared you too. But I gotta see. I'm still a BB Bean. I've got to customize a lot of things. I think it is worth me like polishing that, particularly because it's been 3 years now. But you can understand, it's difficult, like even to maintain like streaming. You know, even if you do enjoy it, because it does take a little level of commitment and like energy. Even if you do enjoy it, which I do. So just streaming in itself, like regularly and consistently, can take a lot of energy, as well as like doing all different things, because I'm doing a lot of the stuff like myself, and like I'm a BB Bean, so like my model and stuff. I think that's a big thing, and I don't think I'll let go of the model. Not that I could, because I can't afford it. So that's one of probably the primary reasons that I was creating my own model, because of affordability, but also because I like to learn this stuff and I like art, and I think I will hold on to that as well, because I don't know. It helps me learn about this stuff, and I don't know. I want to do all the things myself art-wise anyway, because I'm stubborn and because I like art, but it's just not feasible if like my main focus is like streaming and growing stream. But yeah. Fuck, what was I saying? I had a fucking point. Why do I lose my points? Oh yeah, the alerts. So yeah, that's why I have like, I struggle to get everything done, like even after like 3 years of streaming. Like, I still don't have, like, a lot of customized alerts, like sound alerts. But they're nice little touches that add to stream. And I feel like a lot of people, like, and maybe it's just me, like, even if they're starting out streaming, or, you know, maybe they're not committing to streaming or something like that. Like, I feel like a lot of people do have those customizations, yet I don't. But I'm just trying to like maintain and do everything else. I don't feel like it seems so simple to be able to customize it, but it's been like difficult to get around to it. But I feel like it's important, you know, having said that, after like the 3rd year, because they're like little things that add a little fun, and I know enjoyment and customization to the stream. So I think that's stuff that I've kind of neglected, but I probably should get on it. But maybe I loosen the reins and I don't feel like I have to do everything myself, and I outsource. But at the same time, it's hard to like afford to outsource, to be honest. But like with the emotes, like, and I appreciate the support and stuff. Maybe I could just have goals like over a long period of time for that kind of stuff, as opposed to just waiting, you know. one day I'll do it. One day I'll be able to afford it. One day. And then here I am like 3 years later. So the things that I'm talking about is like obviously like customizing alerts, like with sounds, like having like a visual that will come out. So you can get like, you know, with the followers, mine's just a cat that comes up, but like customize animations for that, for like you can have different ones for bits, and all sorts, like a stream starting screen, like an animated one. Like one day I would like a pixelated stream starting screen, like with like, I don't know, have you seen like them? I don't know, just like kind of, maybe it'll change, but I always envision like a pixelated one that like animates, and maybe there's like little mewsh there and like pics, and there's like plants that like sway, and it's just really cute. But you can imagine how expensive that would be. And I was like, you know what, one day I'll learn and I'll do that myself. And I probably could, but it's going to be in like 8 years time probably, after I'm done with the model and all my shorts and everything and streaming, and yeah. So anyway, one day I have a vision. But yeah, maybe I just end up outsourcing that when I can do that. So that sounds cute. But I feel like a lot of it, like, I feel, okay, maybe not, that's just an incorrect perception, but I feel like a lot of people, like, even if they start out streaming, like, they, like, you know, they already have that, and I have this. I made it myself, though. It had one upgrade. So when, I'm not starting, by the way, I'm just showing you my stream starting screen. So I made it myself, like 3 years ago. When I started. Like when I started, I think there was a different one, and then soon after, or a little bit after, I upgraded to this. But then after this one, it hasn't been upgraded. So, and I did it myself, and like, I don't know, wait, wrong screen. I don't know how to animate stuff and like, you know, to do the pixelated. I don't even know how to do pixel art. So, you know, let alone A, doing my own artwork again and more intricate than the one that I have. And then B, I'm a slow bean. C, learning how to do it in pixelated form. D, how to animate. Like, bruh. And like, I'm just like trying to consistently stream and also do shorts and get ahead in shorts, and that's already like a lot. And then maybe one day do video, like long form content. Like, I don't know. In an ideal world, if that was the only thing that I was doing, the stream starting screen, maybe I could learn it. But that's kind of what I'm doing in consistently with my model, and I can't do like everything realistically. I mean, maybe one day I will do it later, but it's just mean if I'm relying on my stream to have a particular aesthetic and these kind of things anytime soon, if I'm going to rely on myself to do it anytime soon, it's probably not going to be the way. So, charm to it. Yeah, I always see those, but I want my own. Because, like, you know, that's how I've been inspired. I've seen a lot of streams starting with, like, the pixelated and the cute thing. But I want it to be unique to me and, like, custom. Like, I've seen it, and that's how I've seen it, and I like that style. But I want it to be, like, me. Like, not, like, stock standard generic. Yeah. And probably a bit more intricate, you know? Which would probably be a fortune, honestly. Or I do it myself, but like, that's going to be another 20 years. That upgrade will be in 20 years, guys. But anyway, thanks for 1,000 bits, please. I appreciate it. Got my BB girl. Thank you. So yeah, I think I got a forward thing though. So, but anyway, emotes. I don't know whether to. Okay, you guys know about the emotes, right? Like, I was gonna, like, basically it's in the artist court, but I'm not gonna rely on that, because obviously if they don't get back to me, then, you know, I gotta do something about it. I still, like, you know, have, you know, the emotes that I want to get done. So it's either gonna be with them, with a bit of probing, if they don't come to me, or I have to realize that they're not ready, and then gauge that, and then maybe potentially look elsewhere. So I have to be proactive about that. But just letting you guys know, that was the default. Maybe it's too long. Was like, wait 1 month for the artist. Because the artist, this is what the artist told me. They said, not right now, but I'm looking to like do emotes again and stuff soon-ish. And what they said was they'll get back to me. And they even, I didn't expect it, but that's the way that they put it. So that's what I'm waiting for, is that they said that they would DM me back is via Twitter. And I always check my socials, so I keep checking the message, and they haven't messaged me back. So my default was like, I'll give them a month, because a month is soonish, no? If anything, I think that's a bit longish than soonish. And then I'll touch base. I think it's like 3 weeks now. But maybe 3 weeks is more appropriate. I don't know. What do you think, Bees? I mean, by default, I'll probably just wait the full 1 month, and then I'll touch base with them. But I feel like, unfortunately, if they haven't sought me out, like they said, maybe they don't have the time for it. So I'll try, and I'll prompt them. I mean, that's not a good look either, if I have to prompt them. Because it means, you know, you need to appraise, like, what soonish is, and maybe it's realistically, I'm not ready soonish, I'll be ready in 2 months, and then I have a better idea. But, yeah. Then, you know, if they're not able to do it, which is sad, because I like their art, and I thought that I was under the impression they are able to, I'll have to figure out something else. Yeah, I was, but how long, because it's probably bordering on 3 weeks now. Do you think I should just ask now? Or, like, my default in my mind to give him plenty of time was a month. But I feel like a month is way too long. Like, if someone says soonish, I would have thought maybe 2 weeks, maybe 3. But, like, a whole month is... If someone said that, you know, I'm going to be ready or do something, like, soonish, I wouldn't expect it to be a month or longer. To me, that isn't soonish. But I guess it's vague what soonish is, right? So, yeah. I mean, I'll probably just, you know, unless you think I should, like, touch base with them sooner, I'll probably just revert to the month. Because that's more than ample time. But it might be one of those scenarios where they literally just forgot. And then who knows, maybe they took on some other commission. GG's. So. But, I mean, that's not a good sign, but maybe they're, like, BBBing anyway. So. Like, if you're a professional, you gotta, like, keep your thingies in check. Like, write it in a diary and stuff. It's better for, like, business and repeated customers, you know. Anyway, we'll see. So anyway, I went on tangent, but that's the next thing. Like, we just focusing on that. I'm thankful for support with that. And then we just see that into fruition, and that's the first step. But maybe with the sound alerts, I probably could do that myself. So we'll look at that. But in terms of, like, maybe an animation, as much as I would like it to do it myself, maybe I'll outsource that. So, like, a bits, when, like, bits are done, there's, like, an animation as well as a sound alert. I could customize the sound alert, but the animation maybe I should outsource. Or something, like the emotes, you know? So, yeah. But hopefully things go well with this artist, because, like, I really like their art, and if it pans out really well, I would probably, like, go back to them for, like, those other things. And maybe I have a different concept of my stream starting screen, and it's not pixelated, and maybe I like their animation a lot and their art, and maybe I go with them for that. You know what I mean? So, you know, hopefully it does work out, and it'd work. Like, it'd be, like, mutually beneficial. Anyway, we'll see. So. But yeah, I had another artist, like, in line that I would like to support, like, for emotes if they're able to, but I don't know if they're animated. So, oh, they might be. I know that they can do static. I think I've seen, like, maybe they could do animated, but it's not, they're learning it. So, Anyway, that might be where we pan out then. So yeah. Anyway, I like not to go into it unless like, you know, this one doesn't fall through. So, well, you know what I mean. So, yeah. All right, fine. So we just wait then. So that is, I think it's, I'll go back because I used the original message of them in Twitter. But I think it's like another week. So I might wait one more week and I'll touch base. Copium. Did I write that down? Oh, yeah. You know what? If I'm going to touch base with them, I have to solidify the emotes. I kind of slacked on that. We got a lot of ideas and I didn't solidify yet. And I don't know. The others haven't mentioned anything. Maybe they missed the post. So I would want to seek them out a little bit. Like, I don't know where Furfur's stance is on emotes and stuff like that. Because I tagged you all, but I know some of you said that you didn't get the tag. Or missed it. So, wait, let me open up Obsidian for my notes. Surely, oh, it's already open. Surely I already put copium, no? Oh my god, my notes are so long. Let's just add copium on the top. And then GG is when I have to go through these notes. Yeah. Okay, there we added it. Even though it's probably already in there. Okay. Yeah. Anyway. Alright, so what do we do? What do we do? Should we... Been saying it a little while now. We be a good bean soon? I'm thinking maybe no game today. Maybe no game, but hear me out. If we are a good bean today, that's huge in many ways. If not revolutionary. It's huge because like I was just chatting and I tend to go crazy on that. It's huge because I normally do 8 to 11 hour streams. It's huge because like I'm on a shitty like sleeping schedule and if I be a good bean soon, I might be able to pull that in check a bit. And it's also huge because then if I'm a good bean, I'm more likely, and I think it is possible to actually stream tomorrow, which is huge because I don't normally stream consecutive days. I usually struggle. And then tomorrow we can chill, but also actually do the gaming then because, you know, I'll endeavor to start earlier. So that's huge too. And I'll probably get a better sleep tonight. So I don't foresee me working on the model tonight, which could cause problems for my sleep because I got to her eyes to a place that I like it. And the next thing is I probably want to work on her hair, but I think I'll do that when I have a bit more time. So, yeah. Fuck, let me get some more water. I already fucking drank it all. my coffee's sitting in the fucking copium, in the thermal, and it's kind of actually cold at this point, even in the thermal, and I didn't put milk in it. So, you know what I can do? I've been doing it. I've been putting less in hot water in the coffee to percolate, because then I can add like hot water later and it doesn't dilute the flavor of the coffee too much. If anything, is too strong right now. And then the amount of hot water that I add makes it hotter again because I didn't add that much to begin with. So that's my trick. So maybe I can salvage that later for a hot coffee. Anyway, wait, what did you say? Fucking mic arm is in the middle of chat. The other platform has better like priority in chat position now, and I think it's working. So positive for you, Hoya. I think it's working, but it makes it really difficult to read Twitch chat now. Like, not really difficult, but just my setup. Like, my mic goes through the middle of the second monitor, and Twitch chat is borderlining behind the mic on the left side, and the other platform gets the priority spot on the clear cut right. But I think it's better than, because then I don't, it's not as active, because I'm Bebe Bean on the other platform, but then for that precise reason, I don't miss, you know, Wiz messages or like when peeps like Bear comes in and stuff. But I'm going to be looking at Twitch chat a lot because a lot happens there. So it's just a bit more difficult for the eyes. I think it's worth it though, so that way I can focus in on everyone better. So, Copium doesn't have to be animated too. Actually, yeah, I don't think Copium is animated. You could probably work a way that it is, but it's one of those ones that really, like, if you're going to go animated, you probably should use it, like, utilize, I guess. Oh, true, I didn't think about it. We're doing the animated list. I mean, I did do the goal for animated, but as long as you guys are okay with that, I could just do static as well. I think I was just, you always, like, I think I feel like, oh, animated, it's got to be better, like, because it's animated, no? But it's not necessarily. It's more about the functionality in chat. And there's no point, yeah, like you said, making Copium animated, really, because it's, like, it's extra for animation. And it doesn't add the effect. Add to the effect. So you may as well do animated for one that, like, wiggle. Like, you need that to be animated. Sabi, you okay? He's coughing. You right? You right, Cheezel? Get a drink. I have to keep an eye on him. He's coughing a bit. Oh, the other artist. True. Well, okay. Actually, maybe... Actually, no. If you knew a bit more, but I don't want to talk about it just in case. Because I don't want to... Like... And then, you know, I don't do the other artist. So I don't want to talk about it and then I did do it. Yeah, I probably could, actually. Yeah, we'll see it. I mean, I could get a head start if the other artist is ready. Because I was thinking the artist that does the animated ones, they could do static too. I want, like, more of a consensus in art style with emotes. I guess that's not always going to be the case because, and maybe it's just something in my head that doesn't need to be a thing. I like it when, like, the emotes in a channel are more consistent style, but maybe actually it doesn't matter. Because, for instance, you know, you and me, she has, like, all different ones, and that's kind of cool. Because, like, artists, you're not going to always have the availability of artists and stuff over time, so there's no way for them to completely be consistent unless you're doing a rehaul and then you get rid of the old ones, but sometimes you might want to keep the old ones, so maybe I need to just accept that they're not going to be consistent. Like, they'll be consistently probably, like, a little mEw style, like, purple hair girl, but, yeah. Okay, maybe that's something in my head that I was sticking by too much. So, yeah. I mean, that's food for thought. I was just so excited. Like, I really like their style, and I wanted to get, like, a few of the animated emotes, but, you know. That is food for thought. I could, you know, instead of getting the 3, maybe 4, I could just go for solidly 2. I could go for, like, 2 animated. And then maybe do 2 static or something if it works out. Like, and maybe do that with the other artists. And I didn't really think about that. Alright, well, maybe I'll think about that a bit more. But honestly, like, a week is going to go by quick. So maybe I just touch base with that animated artist and see where they are in a week. And we can still do static. So it'll just be whether I go with the other artist or whether I go with the animated one. But yeah, some of it depends on where things are with them. So yeah, okay. Well, we could discuss this going forward. Actually, that actually opened my mind up to different things. Like, I mean, as long as you're okay with it. I don't know why I always have the mentality of animated is better. I don't even have animated, so how would I know? It's just seen as better. No. I think because I do have some static, but it'd be nice to have the, like, the Twitch culture static, like, meme ones. I don't have any of that. You okay, Seb? Oh my god, you hear that shit? Sabi! He's, like, in front of me, meowing. Come here. What's wrong? Bro, you're just in front of me. Just come back and I'll give you a pat, mate. Why are you whinging in front? Anyway. Yeah, you heard that? Yeah, you heard that because he was literally... Normally they don't do that. They're, like, in the other room or across the room. He went in front of the TV, in front of the desk, like, right in front of me and started meowing in my face. Like, facing the wall for some reason. but meowing in front of me, so it was like really close. I'm like, bro, I'm right here. Come to me and I'll pat you. You don't need to cry about it just in front of me. I don't know. He was coughing a bit, so maybe he's unhappy about that. No whingy, okay? Alright, Cheezel? No whingy. I don't know if it's weird. I don't know why I've been calling him, like, I don't know where I got this name, but I told you I call him, like, Cheezel. And lately I've been calling him Cheesy. I don't know why. All my cats have got so many different names. They're all different names. And I think they become acquainted with them. Acquainted with all the different names, even though they don't sound like it. Because obviously, like, Sabi, then I call him, like, I've been calling him Bean. I've been calling him Cheezel for some reason. Now I'm going Cheesy. Like, Cheesy's nothing like Bean. None of them are like Sabi. Do you know Cheezels, or is that Australian chips? Like, or whatever you call it, snack. Maybe you're not familiar with that because you spelt it with an S. So Cheezel is like an Australian, so it's Cheezel. So it's I think actually it is Australian. Yeah, Cheezels are a brand of Australian snack food, currently produced by Snack Brands Australia. Fuck, he moved his head and I almost, like, fucking kicked him. I was giving him a foot pat, you see, and then he moved his head. Yeah, maybe you guys aren't familiar with that. So made from corn and rice, they are a crisp, puffy ring with a strong, savoury cheddar cheese flavour and aroma. They are similar in texture to cheese puffs, American Cheetos, or Canadian cheesies. But they're like in a ring. And I feel like the cheese puffs, maybe the Cheetos, I feel like it has a bit more of a harder texture, like a bit more of a solid texture than that, but at the same time not. Yeah, oh fuck, I could go some Cheezels now actually. It's been a while. I don't mind them. Yeah, it is actually. I never thought about that. You just go one more letter in the alphabet and you add, you take away the B, you add a H. Cheezel. Yeah, have you heard of those before? Probably not. It's just something I've gotten so accustomed with. It's like such a iconic Australian snack, but then at the same time, every country has its own iconic things that are never been available or not available or very rarely seen in other countries. But it's so iconic, so it's like almost part of your identity at that point. And then because it is so commonplace, you feel like, oh, the world should know it. But then it makes sense that it does. People don't. Never seen it? Damn, Cheezels. What about Tim Tams? Have you heard, like, Australians go on it at least? I feel like if Australians are gonna, maybe you haven't seen it or, like, otherwise heard of it, if it weren't for the fact that, you know, if there's a snack that Australians are gonna, like, talk about, it'd probably be Tim Tams. So maybe you've heard of it from Australians talking about it. You heard of Tim Tams? This is chocolate biscuit. I swear to God they said that they were going to can it, like, after so long. And then, like, Tim Tams is still a thing, though. Thank God. Yeah. Maybe they saved it. Saved the Tim Tam. Brand of chocolate biscuit. Introduced by the Australian biscuit company Arnott's. Arnott's is the Australian biscuit company. Consists of 2 malted biscuits. I didn't know they're malted. Separated by a light, hard... Wait, what? It consists of 2 malted biscuits separated by a light, hard chocolate cream filling. What does that fucking mean? And coated in a thin layer of textured chocolate. Light, hard. Hang on. Anyway. Also looking it up. I like the dark chocolate. They're good though. Any fucking... Did I end up getting some water? Wasn't I gonna get some? Alright, one sec. Be right back. I never knew chatting streamer. What the fuck? Who the fuck would have thought? It's definitely enjoyable. I feel like that way, like, you know, I mean, it's just, I don't really think about it to this degree, but if I were to think about it, like, it's a good way, like, for you guys to get to know me and, like, vice versa. Like, if you're chatting. Like, not that you have to. Like, it's like a nice, like, arena to, like, interact and stuff, like, streaming and stuff. It's, like, quite a nice thing, really. It's probably kind of like a lost, or was it ever a solidified art in streaming, to be honest. Some people do it. Probably not to the extent that I do. Actually, no, we were discussing, maybe I just haven't been exposed to it. There are people that actually literally do just chatting streams, so maybe I'm incorrect there. But I feel like it gets lost in the source, like any kind of stream could do it to some extent. I was like, maybe not music streams, because obviously the music, but then you could still do it before you do the music and talk about the music and stuff. So I feel like you could just chat with any kind of stream, to be honest. And if not while you're doing something, like if anything, probably it's better if it's like a before or after thing, like its own thing. I don't know. Because I think that's like, it depends on everyone's an individual and their interests, but I feel like streaming is like a nice arena to just chat and interact, and you know, just chatting is like a way of doing that. There are? Okay, yeah. I think actually some of you guys were saying, I'm just not exposed to it. Okay, yeah, it's weird, like, because you don't realize what's out there, and there's actually a stream for everything. But you kind of like stay in your own kind of like niche bubble for like whatever reason. And by you, I mean me. And I assume maybe most people, but maybe not. So like I'm very much like gaming oriented, like on Twitch. So like the streams that I like poke my head in, or have used to be used to poking my head in, are like gamers. But then like now I've branched out a bit, because like there was like, for instance, this one gamer that does different things. So one of them chats for a lot, like quite like usually an hour and a half, like religiously at the start of stream, and then she games, and then she does other stuff. So like I found out about her by chance, honestly, and probably came more because of the gaming, and then I kind of like learned to appreciate the chatting side. So like even if I miss her streams, like I go watch the VOD for the chats, because like when like, you know, I say I'm having dinner after my stream or something, and I'm like, there's nobody on that I want to watch the stream or something, like, and it's just a chill vibe. I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. I can just like pull up her like just chatting, like, and just vibe. And like I could watch the gameplay as well, and I like the gameplay too. But like she's playing Elden Ring at the moment. But like I don't know, like just me like chilling out to like my meal and like just chilling. It's kind of nice having some chatter in the background and like listening to what they're talking about, which I never thought I would like knew to like. It was kind of like chance, and because of like her gaming part like introduced me to that kind of like stuff. So yeah, but yeah, I still haven't like probably like tapped into a lot of like the in real life like traveling streams, and like I tapped into the music a little bit. There's a lot of DJ like I don't know if the DJ music is like particularly my thing or my scene. I can appreciate it though, but maybe that's why I haven't tapped in too much. But maybe there are other actually like maybe the lo-fi or the like the groove box people who do streams as well. But maybe they might be YouTube actually. But I never really looked, so I feel like I'd be interested in that, because that's kind of what I want to do. Like, you know, lo-fi groove box tunes. But yeah, I guess it's just tapping in there. I don't know, I never tapped into, and because like the lady that I watch, she does like gaming and chatting, and that's probably part why I found out about that way of streaming. But I haven't really. Oh, there's this one other person actually. They probably do more chatting now. I haven't really like seen them of late, but they probably do more chatting now. But they did gaming before as well. But they used to chat a lot. Yeah. I should just out of curiosity, I should like proactively seek that out and just check it out. I don't know if there's a few that you'd recommend, Basil. Just like if there are anyone that's like, or maybe it doesn't have to be like 100% just chatting streamers, but like, I mean, maybe that'd be interesting. But anyone that like is more like inclined to do just chatting, it'd be interesting to kind of just like see more of that myself. I don't know, just because I'm curious and I feel like that's kind of like that's like how I'm naturally inclined, honestly. What the fuck? Like, I don't know why I'm saying what the fuck. I don't know. I just didn't expect that. I think that's why I'm saying what the fuck. Like, I do want a game as well, but I just like ramble so bad. And like with these other ideas that I'm having, it's more like gonna be inclined to like, you know, more this kind of like stuff, like of just chatting. I think it was fun like learning stuff and talking about that stuff today. I feel like it betters me as a person too, because these are things that I want to do. Like I want to learn and I want to keep in touch with this kind of like aspect of myself, and I'm not doing it otherwise. And like, you know, one may be like, just do it, but then like maybe this is how I can do that. So yeah, and some of the other things. I'm glad I was just like, you know what? I don't need to I don't need to orchestrate it. I can in the future and like read up concepts beforehand, but like, you know, there's no time like today. Let's just do it now. Cuz it was nice. Maybe I should, you know, cuz like the motivation, the procrastination for something that's so simple. So I was like, fucking cut the shit and fucking just try it now. It's not hard. And it was kind of cool. And now I like see the possibilities. So maybe with the other stuff as well, you know. But it sounds like I'm going more that way inclined. It's just chilling out and like rambling pretty much. To the group box and to comics. I still want to do gaming. I'm just going to have to, like, this is a new thing that I'm kind of enjoying and sussing out. I'm just going to have to find, like, I'm still trying to find that balance, but I don't know. Whatever. But yeah, it would just be like cool to see other people and just see how it's a thing. I'd just be curious. I don't know, I think it's more curiosity out of anything. You're saying it's more of a thing, but I've just never been exposed to that on Twitch. Doesn't mean it doesn't exist, so I'd like to be exposed to it just to see. And honestly, I probably would enjoy it as well, like for streams that I enjoy when I'm chilling out too. Because like I said, I do enjoy when that other streamer like chats. So yeah. I think it's cool. It's a lot. I think it's cool when like streamers do like a bit and it's a lot to expect, to be honest. Because I know this streamer gets particularly like overwhelmed and barely has time for themselves, but they do like different segments of their stream. So it's a lot for them to do. But I think personally it's cool. It's nice having like different kind of segments to stream. So like reliably, I know she starts her stream like chatting at like an hour and a half, but she's pretty good, but she's had years of like practicing and, you know, and discipline. But yeah, you know, like after an hour and a half, she'll switch to gaming. But it's cool, like having that chatting portion and then the gaming portion, and she does other stuff too. Like I appreciate all the different things. And then some people don't, but then they come like, so you draw different crowds. So some crowds will be in for the just chatting, and then they might not stay for the gaming, and then some crowds will just come for the gaming, not the just chatting. But then there'll be some crowds that like both. And I mean, there's something to be said about that and maybe the positives that come with that and growth. Because you're not going to please everyone in every kind of capacity, but you know, as long as you enjoy the different things that you're doing, that's the most important thing, I guess. But you're still going to be like tapping into like, you know, probably different crowds or like, you know, people that appreciate both things can like enjoy like the different things that you do. So, interested in comics? Okay, maybe we'll do that next. I don't know how I'm going to go about that, but right now. Wait, I think I saw that in like a channel, and I was like, I have to add it. I can't remember. Was it like a loser fruit, or it's probably there as well? No, I think I saw that one in is it Bazagaza or like Australian streamers? But I want either one of them. I think it was Bazagaza though. So he they do GTA roleplay. But yeah, and because you can understand them doing like a lot of GTA roleplays, so like to have that emote was like kind of a funny. But I saw it and I was like, yeah, that's funny, add it. Go writing it right now. I think when he was saying like on the occasion that he would do variety and he was talking about it, then they would use that emote. Anyway, pardon me, I'm hydrating. Alright. So, maybe... Wait, I need another drink. Sorry, I wasn't done yet. That was a big hydrate. Covers 4.5 hours of non-stop chow. Excuse me. Okay, maybe... Okay, let's not expect... this is me talking to myself. Let's not expect too much. Do you know how long I take to read comics? Like, even if I'm focused in on it, it could take me, like, anywhere between, like, 15 minutes, probably half an hour, just to read one fucking page. I swear to God. And because, like, I appreciate the art and shit. Maybe it's an over-exaggeration, but maybe not. At least 15 minutes, probably, to read a page. Sometimes, like, you know, those really thin issues people could read in, like, literally 10 to 15 minutes. It'll take me, like, an hour. Or maybe I can't do it in one sitting. Maybe I just read a page and discuss what little goes on in a page. But maybe it's not so little. Maybe it might be little in terms of plot progression, but I could discuss the art and whatnot and whatever. So we'll see. But maybe we can go back, because like, back to Batwoman, because I didn't actually, you know how I rave about Batwoman, how she's my favorite, and you know the original Kate Kane Batwoman, like when it started, like the original comic, how good it was and is. I actually haven't finished it. I've probably only read the first volume, and I think there was a couple of volumes for the original Kate Kane Batwoman, the original take. I think there is a few volumes, and I don't think I have all of them. I think there's actually at least 4. I might have 3. I think I might be missing. Maybe there's 4 or 5, and I'm missing 1 or 2. So I'd still have to order them. I've been meaning to, don't get me wrong. Hopefully I still can. But the thing is, it's like, I probably still can. You can get a lot of, like, volumes of any kind of comic. It's just the first issue prints that you probably won't be able to. But it was so long ago that, you know, it'd be a dream to get the first prints, or like even a single issue prints, but the volumes should be still accessible. But yeah, so I haven't even read it, and I'm like going on how good it is, and I always meant to go back and read it one day, and maybe like part of me is like, I know it's ended, so, and they're not, the original writers and artists are not coming back. It's just, it's like a TV series you enjoy and it's ended, and it ain't coming back. And you kind of want to like savor it, and you, in a way, procrastinate like finishing it because you know it's over. But then what's the point? You never enjoy it. So, but anyway, I wasn't even to that point. You think I'd get to that point if it's like the last volume, but I still have like another, you know, 2 or 3 volumes I can freely read before it's the last volume. But yeah, I read the first volume, I think. Maybe I did the second, but like it was like, oh, okay, I'm going to read the second one. I'm just going to catch up on the first one again. And then I read the first volume, and then I'm in the same position every time rereading the first volume. So let me just reread the first volume again, and then we will continue the journey, and you guys can help me complete it. So yeah. But you read it one stream, maybe it will make you read, oh, you may read it on. Well, I don't know how to do this. Like, I'm overly concerned with, like, copyrights and what you are and not allowed to do. So I'm going to have to figure this one out. Because I don't know if I could just read it on stream, because then you're kind of getting the comic for free, But at the same time, you don't get the visuals. And also, even if I did read it on stream, you don't get the visuals. And I definitely can't show the visuals. And the visuals are a big part, and a big part of comic reading. So I don't know how that's going to work. So I don't know how I'm going to do it. So that's something to think about. My extra safe way, and just on a whim thinking about it without ever like even really thinking about it, was like I will read it and then I can just, I mean, these are kind of spoilers for you guys, but I guess you don't like, you know, close your ears, and it'll only be for a little bit of the stream, if you don't mind. And I will just like sum up what I've read and talk about it and chat about it. And then maybe I could talk about the art as well. And then maybe maybe I could do this. This is what I could do. I could Google, or you guys could Google, but I could Google so there's a way of you guys Googling it and seeing particular art. Because there's going to be free art, like art freely on the internet that probably is allowed, I don't know, because it's on Google, but like at least, you know, the volume covers, so there's art on the covers, and the covers are displayed in the stores and online, and you know, that's shown. I don't know if I can even show that on stream, but you can Google it and you can see it for yourself. So I might like figure out how you can Google it or where you can find it, and then that way you can see like a taste of what the art is like, to appreciate that. Can draw it myself. I could draw an inspired one. I mean, what we could do, but GG's, maybe it could be like a hybrid art stream. Fuck, that's a cool idea, actually. But I know that I can't... Come on, you guys know me, right? I can't even do one thing. So what I could do, it could be like comic/art inspired. Not comic art, I mean, maybe one day, but comic-inspired art. So, like, I could just read the first volume, talk about the story, chat about it, and then while I'm doing that, GG's, I could pick a particular scene that can inspire me to do some kind of artwork on, and I could do that on stream. But GG's. Because I can barely do like a stick figure. Like I can barely do one line of a stick figure on stream while talking. So, but there's an idea. Oh, okay. Wait, cooking. Wait, where's obsidian? I need to put that in my notes. Stream ideas. Alright, because art's a big thing in comics. I mean, it's a given, right? It's the visual form. As well as reading. Art is a big thing in comics. And I really appreciate the Kate Kane Batwoman, like, art. The art was actually fucking crazy good. Like, crazy. Like, actual crazy. Like, it was so good. Like, that's a big portion of... Like, among... Okay... I'm trying to think. I could probably break it down into 3 things, but let's just break it down into 2. That's 50% of the reason why I love that comic. The art is fucking crazy, and also the story and the characterization of Batwoman is fucking good. So the story, the characterization is like 150%. The art is literally, that's how much it was like, had an impact and impression on me, is the other 50%. More than any other comic that I've read, actually, or been exposed to. And thinking like comics is like a visual medium, and art is a big thing in comics. And me having favorites, even probably more than Outcasts, actually. And that's a big thing to say. Because I learned to appreciate big time the art for Outcast. You know, Robert Kirkman's Skybound Outcast. They ended up doing a TV series for it. The artwork on that, I didn't like it to begin with, but then it grew on me, and then I loved it. But yeah, the Kate Kane Batwoman art, like, that takes the cake even on Outcast, and that says something, because I really like Outcast art. But anyway, fuck, I was writing down the ideas. drawing. Wait. Drawing art inspired by a scene from the comic. So it may not be replicating it in my own style, but it might be just like an inspiration. If anything, that's probably the best. Whilst chatting about it. Let me add GG's. Anyway, wait. Sorry, I was tabbed out. But if you read it on stream, maybe it'll make you read. Oh, on stream, yeah. So I'm reading that. I read it incorrectly again, and then I read it again. Yeah, if I could read the comic on stream, it probably would help me with reading faster and getting over, like, you know, being, you know. I mean, it's good to appreciate it, but I am a little too slow and a little too appreciative, I guess, and I think it's more so my perfectionism as well, and it gets in the way of me reading a lot. I'm like, and I overthink things, and then it's like if I read an extra couple of sentences, it would, like, you know, I would understand what I'm questioning and stopping and rereading for, you know. It would help with that. What is the name? It's just called Batwoman. So here, let me try and Google it. I could probably grab it from my shelf, but I'm a bit lazy to get up right now. And anyway, me figuring out how to Google it probably help you. I would just put down Batwoman Kate Kane. The authors would help. So once I see the cover, I could probably tell you the author if it's the correct one. Because they did subsequent, it's the earliest version, they did a subsequent pickup of Kate Kane Batwoman by different writers and artists, and it was a pretty good take. I think I actually might have read that in its entirety, but it was a lot later on. I think it was the first instance of Kate Kane Batwoman having her own comic series. Batwoman Kate Kane comic, sorry. Now it's coming up with a TV show. If I find the name, I can't think on the top of my head. You know what? I'm just going to get it from my shelf. I think that's easier. Fuck that shit. If I just get the name of the fucking writers and the artists, that would clarify all. One sec. Let me see if I can get the first volume. One sec. Dusty. So I got this like bookcase thing that the sliding doors are kind of wrecked, so I can only have it on one side to protect the books one side, so the other side is open, and it was on the open side, so all the dust had gotten into it. I should probably dust my fucking shit. Poor thing. My poor comic. He's fucking so it looks like I didn't quite see. I usually keep them together. So it looks like I had volume 1 and volume 4. So I'm missing volume 2 and 3, and I don't know if there's a 5. So here's volume 1. So it's Hydrology, so that's the name of the volume. It's very dusty. And the authors or the creators, I don't know if they're writers and artists, but they're J.H. Williams 3, and they have really long names. And W. Hayden Blackman. So probably just put in Williams and Blackman and Batwoman Volume 1 Hydrology. So Hydrology. You could probably put Goodreads as well if you want a bit more of a synopsis. Like, they'll probably give you a synopsis and where to put, like, if you, like, you know, if it's possible to purchase it on Amazon and stuff like that. You could probably find, like, a local comic store that might deliver online that would give you a better deal, and you are also supporting your local comic book stores. They're probably having a hard time since COVID and shit being online. Because, you know, they're based on physical copies, right? And a lot of people, like, I had a friend that didn't mind reading and purchasing comics and reading them online. But for me, I'll always like the hard copy, but it might be ebbing out with people not minding digitally. Like, you could just get comics straight from Marvel these days digitally, I think, and then you're giving your money to Marvel, but then what about the comic book stores? So, yeah. So, and they sometimes do better, like, deals and stuff. And you might find a comic store that you like, and then you can branch out and peruse. I think if they're smart, there's probably a few of them that do it. They've probably honestly just died out. But if they're smart, there's one in Australia that I actually got this Batwoman comic from, and they actually have a couple of single issues of Batwoman, and I've been meaning to go back and buy them, and I think they're even still available. And they might be first prints, I don't know. Like, GG's on getting single issues on, like, this kind of Batwoman, and without people, like, charging heaps on eBay. They're just selling it for the regular price. And I mean, they might have sold, this was a couple of years ago, and they might have sold them, but I looked not long ago, I found the website again, and they're still selling some issues. So, like, if I can even, like, even though it's not the full set, I'd be happy to have some of the original issues of this Batwoman, to be honest. But I can't get it. But at the same time, it's so cheap. It's just it's the regular cost of a comic, even though people would mark up for that shit because it's like an old comic. But yeah, you never know. So it's worth trying to suss out. Like, the ones that have survived have probably gone online and done it well. And it also means you don't have to be, like, they're local as in within the same country, but they don't need to be around the corner. Yeah, it's kind of slim pickings, I guess, for Australia. And, like, I feel like a lot of the in-place people have died. Like, I mean, okay, the ones on the internet still have a shop you can walk in, but there's not many of those these days, and they probably don't survive unless they go online. So, yeah. So this one is, like, from another state that I order from. And they're really good. I mean, honestly, the ones that I used to walk into are dead now. And they said that they would go online, but I don't think, like, nothing panned out from that. I think they just died, and that's so sad because of COVID. But this one's still going strong, and that's because they probably saw ahead of the time, and they did what they needed to do, and they established themselves online as well. And, like, see, from the distant memory of, like, sourcing them out a while ago, I remember to go back. So I will get the other ones and hopefully the issues from them. Actually, I probably won't even get it off Amazon. And they were pretty, like, decent. They weren't trying to rip you off. So, anyway, I'll go to the Australian comic book store. No, it's going to be expensive for you, and they probably won't even deliver out of state because it's not feasible, probably. I mean, maybe they would. I don't know. Depends if they've set it up. It's definitely going to be more expensive. I'm just saying for you, like, you might, instead of going to Amazon, you might find a local or local-ish comic book store or different state. Yeah, go there personally if you can, but there's slim pickings in Australia. America might be different and they've survived, but in Australia, there weren't many to begin with, comic book stores. There weren't. And when COVID hit, it wiped them. So they either made the transition online, they couldn't, they made it and it didn't work because it was too little too late. Honestly, I think it was too little too late. The reason that these guys have made it, I don't know how, and they were just lucky. I'm pretty sure they established themselves online before COVID. So, and honestly, these are the only ones, and the ones that seem legit, and you're not going to, some dodgy virus website. Like, these are the only ones that, like, you know, I know of. So, yeah. But this is Australia. Like, it probably wiped a lot in America, but America, come on, like comics, America and how many stores is still probably a thing there. Even if it's not as much as it used to be. And also I'm lazy to go in these days, to be honest, so I did enjoy it, but now it's a mission, whatever. This way, you know. I mean, some of the stuff, I feel like they put a lot of their stuff online though. Like, you know, you would think, why would they have like single issues of this? How many years is this? Like 20 years old, this like comic? They've got single issues that they've got presented online. Like maybe some really old comics they don't and it's only in store. But I feel like this website, these people actually showcase like probably everything that they have. Because how old is this comic? Like, I don't know. I'm just guessing. Is it 20 years old and they're selling the single issues online? So it's not like, oh, the 20-year-old like comics are growing dust and sitting in their store and you might be able to find that gem. Like they're literally displaying it online. So but some places might not. Anyway, let's see what year this is because I forget. Look at me trying to be careful. Don't want to bend the pages. Get my fucking greasy fingerprints on them. Oh no, little too much fingerprint grease. Wait, where does it say the... Where does it say the year? Oh yeah, it should say it on the first pages. Actually, it might be like 2000 actually. I was kind of just like taking a stab. Oh, 2012. Well, honestly, I thought it might be the 2000s. Published by DC Comics cover and compilation copyright 2012. DC Comics. Originally published in single magazine form in Batwoman 0 to 5 copyright 2011, 2012. So it started in 2011. So that's actually not that long ago. I mean, it is, but it's 13 years ago. So yeah. Anyway, so yeah. Maybe I could, it's hard to tell when they're in the volume form, but maybe I could figure out where the first issue ends. Because the volume is a compilation probably of that issue 0 to 5. It might have a divide in the artwork. They might divide it with an artwork between the issues. But if I can suss out what is like where to stop for issue 1, maybe I could just, and it will probably have its own story arc. Maybe I could just read the one issue and chat and do art about that. But yeah, what is it called? There's a lot of like this style in the Batwoman. Oh, there's a bookmark in it. So I don't know if it's called like Art Deco or Art Nouveau. I think that those arts movements inspire architecture too. Wait, let me look at it. I always get them confused. I think because they kind of go hand in hand a little bit. Art Deco. Okay, maybe it's more Art Nouveau. How do you spell Nouveau? Art Nouveau. Yeah, Art Nouveau. So if you look up Art Nouveau, and you see how you got the very ornate patterns and the circles and stuff and the ornate circles. So let me spell out Art Nouveau, but Google will finish it off for you. So Nouveau is Nouveau. Art Nouveau. So look that up, and I feel like there are quite a few bits in this Batwoman comic. The art style is inspired by Art Nouveau. So the circle, the ornate, the patterning, it's quite beautiful. Not all of it. And that's one aspect and one feature. And you can see by looking up Art Nouveau how pretty that is. But just, it did things probably beyond its time as well. There's a lot of like... Sometimes you think of a comic and you think, oh, yeah, it's in boxes and it's in frames and it's confined to the box and the frame. But the way that they did it, it's like... Maybe if you could see like a preview, I think Amazon might show or Google might show you a preview of the Batwoman volume. You probably only need a preview of some of the art to see. They were thinking literally outside the box with how they were displaying the comic squares and like movement in the art. It's kind of crazy. Like there were some pages where like, I don't know, she's like, there's water and maybe you're drowning in water, and then the frames would go across 2 pages and they wouldn't go from left to right, and then down, left, the boxes are like left to right at the top, and then they might have box in the middle, left to right, and then a box in the bottom, left to right, and the next page, top left. It literally went across 2 pages, and maybe the boxes go diagonal across the 2 pages, or maybe they weren't boxed, or they were one box, and then, I don't know, you have to see it. But the way that they presented the art and did things was very, like, I don't even see it in some of the comics today, to be honest. And it adds to the story, and it gives movement and, like, atmosphere and shit. You have to see it. Anyway, so that's why I'm, like, on about the art. I almost forgot about that until I just looked at it. It's not even just the art nouveau pretty. It's just, like, literally the art was very smart and very good. Like, it actually added to, like, the atmosphere and the story and the movement and shit, and was different. So it sounds like I'm raving so much about it, but trust, if you fucking get this comic and you read it, you'll get what I'm talking about. Like 100%. Bruh. Anyway, that's my spiel. So, alright, so, yeah, maybe we try and do that. So you said you found it. So Williams is the first author, technically Williams the third. That's the surname. And then Blackman is the other. And it's Batwoman, Volume 1, Hydrology, and it was 2011-2012. Technically, very long names. So J.H. Williams the third and W. Hayden Blackman. Bro, it's a mouthful. Alright, so, okay. This is cool because, see, like, I don't know. I'm glad that maybe it wasn't me, it was probably you guys. I'm glad that we thought of these things because these are, like, stuff that fascinates me, and I'm interested in and I love and have kind of been put by the wayside, and I game and, like, stream a lot. They're like, why not integrate it? Like, I've always been wanting to go back to read comics and read particular comics and, like, learn things, and like I've literally like done just about that today, and it was fun. So so maybe this is like a thing where you like stream and like you guys actually help me do the things that like I've been meaning to, that I enjoy and I'm interested in, and factor it in and enjoy and like share. So Anyway, kind of excited now. And some cool ideas. Like, GG's on trying to get some artwork out, but, like, that might be a cool thing. And then there's a backdrop. And maybe it's too much to do it every time. We just focus on one scene and one inspired artwork. And then just throughout the whole of discussion, and even then, and even after I read, but I read pretty slow. Even if after I read all of the volumes of the Kate Kane Batwoman, I still probably won't have finished that one artwork. But maybe I could just have that as the backdrop and try and work on it while like chatting about it and stuff. So then it's like the art streams are back too. So that'll be cool. I never really thought about it, but I'd always probably want to do like artwork. Like Batwoman artwork. So anyway, give me a second. Let me put this back in its dusty fucking reservoir. And I need to go loo, and I need to wash the dust off my hands. It's kind of shameful. The poor comic. The dust probably won't wreck it, will it? You just need to blow it off. But just careful you don't spit on the comic. But yeah. Anyway. But I've got to think ahead as well. I don't fancy that. I think I got volume 4 because that website was having a sale, and it had all the volumes, I think, but volume 4 was on sale, and I was going to get volume 1 or something else. So I was like, I may as well get it. So I got it. But then I didn't have volume 2 and 3. But if we're going to do this, it's probably going to take me like ages, several streams to get through volume 1 again, and I'm reading it for the second time, mind you. I've already read it once, I'm pretty sure. Sorry, I'm just wondering. I thought I got volume 2. Maybe it's somewhere else, but maybe I didn't. But I'm going to have to think ahead and get, see if I can get volume 2 and 3 then. Which is always what I wanted to do, and I'm going to have to try and factor that in. We can always return to it. Maybe we can do like another comic and come back. But yeah, I got to factor that in. Oh yeah, I just saw another comic. I think it was like Mercy Sparks or something. Wait, let me Google that. It was next to Batwoman. I recall that one being pretty cool too, actually. Mercy Sparks. Let me Google it. Yeah, look it up. Mercy, so, you know, like Mercy on Overwatch and Sparks, but Sparks is spelled S-P-A-R-X. You can probably see why I was drawn into that comic. What's it about? I barely even remember. I think I was drawn because there was like an issue or a volume of when she was younger and she looked really cute. Like she's like a little demon and a demon child. And then most of the other ones are actually when she's grown up, maybe. So she's like a demon. When Mercy... Oh wait, this might be spoilers. It's by Devil's Due Studios. Is there a synopsis of the first one? Alright, I think this is okay to read. Wait, heaven has a problem ever increasingly. Angels are defecting to Earth to live amongst humanity. These off-the-grid rogues jeopardize the balance of good and evil on Earth, blending in with the population. But now heaven has found their solution. Enter Mercy Sparks. It sounds like maybe angels are going to Earth and living in Earth and like disturbing the balance or something and going rogue. I don't know. And then like heaven's trying to deal with it or something. Enter Mercy Sparks, a devil girl from the forgotten Old Testament land of Sheol, a world populated by those who fall between the cracks of the divine... Sorry, let me start again. My brain was like, am I allowed to read this? But it's okay, because it's actually just a summary, and, you know, this is how they the selling point. It's not actually the story. Enter Mercy Sparks, a devil girl from the forgotten Old Testament land of Sheol, a world populated by those who fall between the cracks of the divine systems. This boozing, fighting, smoking troublemaker now lives among us, disguised as human, drafted as the most unlikely of candidates to handle heaven's dirty work. Always on call, Mercy never knows when the next orders... Wait, what? Order is? Always on call, Mercy never knows when the next bounty from heaven will come, or whether they'll be delivered by angel or demon. But when duty calls, she must act, despite how much she would prefer to do nothing, drowning her frustrations in a mix of whiskey and one-night stands. Mercy Sparks, okay, it's just saying it's debuted in 2008. Created by Josh Blaylock, illustrated by Matt Merhoff, and captivated an immediate cult following. 2008, Jesus Christ! I don't know what one I've got. Maybe I should quickly grab that and look at it. So yeah, it sounds as though like it's kind of an interesting premise. That's probably what got me too. I remember seeing a image of her when she was a child and very cute, like a child demon, and that's what grabbed me onto Mercy Sparks. But I think it must have been only one volume, or like a particular arc. I'll have to find that. But also the premise is quite interesting, right? So like, it sounds as though like there are like angels. Isn't that kind of like Lucifer and stuff like that? So, like, there are angels that are coming from, probably falling from grace or coming from heaven and then going rogue and living amongst earth and humans and probably disturbing the balance and whatnot. So, heaven's trying to deal with that, whoever that is, I don't know, God, whatever. And it sounds as though to deal with that, they've enlisted the demon. She probably has a pact or something. Maybe, like, she's fucking stuck in hell and they saved her and, you know, for her freedom, or at least temporary freedom on Earth, she has to be at their beck and call. And it sounds as though, she's just getting orders and stuff to deal with, you know, the angels and whatnot if they're spotted or something. I don't know why it says it could be angel and devil. I don't know why the devil, but I don't know, maybe the devil's trying to have their hand in it, or maybe there are other devils distributing orders that are controlled by people from heaven. I don't know. You can see how interesting that is though. So, wait, I'm going on a tangent. Let me go grab that one. I want to see the one that I have. Like, it was, like, I saw it when I was grabbing Batwoman. One sec. That was a nice summary. I was worried that some of the summaries are just about the issues and spoilers. That was a nice general summary of the story, of the premise. When she was a child, must have just been like an issue or a short volume or something, and then I just tried to follow the series from the beginning, because it might show like stuff about her childhood. I remember that drawing me in. She was really cute. So it looks as though I got the first omnibus. So you can get collections of comics in different forms. So they usually get released, and the smallest form is in like issues. So that's the smallest form, and usually upon release, and then later on they can amalgamate them into volumes, and then later on I think after volumes is an omnibus, and then they even have other ones. So seeing as this is from 2008, a lot older than Batwoman, I got the omnibus one. I think I actually did read quite a bit of it. Oh, holy shit, this is hectic. Alright, just keep in mind it looks like this has hectic, like, you know, scenes, like, on many fronts. So, I think this comic, oh my god. Alright, maybe I shouldn't have shared with you guys that one. It's pretty full on. Holy shit. and to think that I was drawn to it because she was like a cute little demon girl. Okay, you said something about Discord? Bro, I didn't even go to the loo yet. And Shazzies. Oh, you're just saying, is it that one? Wait, is that Jesus? I don't know. Wait, what's that? Oh, that's volume 1. So I've got like one step, like it entails that, but one step above. I mean, beyond or whatever. I've got the omnibus one. So that probably has several volumes in it. Bro, I'm just flicking through it and it's fucking hectic, man. Like, gory. There's some sex scenes. What the fuck am I sharing with you guys? Alright, bear in mind that I don't think I've read it all, and I also was drawn to it because she was a cute little demon child, okay? And also, the premise seemed interesting, though. Anyway. But yeah, it's that one. Now I'm very interested. Well, it's a first. We could read through it together. Like, everyone could, like, read through it together, and we can, like, you know. I'm not sure how. I'm pretty sure I read some of it, but I doubt I would have read all of it. I don't remember it being hectic, though. I mean, maybe a little bit. I just remember a cute demon child. Which is, like, probably a small portion, because she's mostly adult. Anyway. Alright, let me put this one away now. Let me, wait, does this have a synopsis on the back? I mean, it wouldn't be any different. Much different. Oh, yeah, it does. Oh, it's literally the same. But it was a good synopsis. Yeah, it's the same. Yeah, it's the exact same synopsis. That was a good synopsis, though. I went to the official website, though, so. The Adventures of Mercy Sparks continue in the comic book series Mercy Sparks Year 1 miniseries, and who knows what else at the time you were holding this in your hands. That's cool. It's like, and who knows what else at the time you were holding this in your hands? Because that kind of, what's the word? Everlasting. The stories are everlasting, immortal. Someone could be stumbling on this like in 2008, and honestly, it is 2024. So there could be other ones, or something inspired. Yeah. Anyway, my friend got me onto what's that dude again? Talking about it previously. I'm thinking getting dust on my nose from these dusty comics. It's not the Flash, the other one, Daredevil. So that'll be interesting to go back. They did actually get me onto that one. I read about Daredevil's childhood and it was pretty sad. But yeah, I never got to delve further into that. And honestly, I think I still have the comic book from the friend. That we're not even friends anymore. I mean, they have some of my comic books probably anyway. I think I still have one of their volumes. So we could read that. It was probably the original one of the childhood and then finishing that off, or maybe I finished it and rereading that. So, you like Daredevil? Well, I wouldn't mind going back. They did get me onto it. It was interesting hearing about his childhood. So I could reread. I don't know if I ever finished it, but we could at least reread that. And it's nice to know the origins. Like, it's really hard with all these mainstream, like, superheroes and stuff, really, and everyone has a different take and different writing on them. It's hard to find the origin story. And sometimes it might be so old that you won't be able to get your hands on it, honestly. But, maybe you could find someone who did it a lot later and did their take on the origin story. It is hard to know where to start and stuff like that. But I could go from where my friend started me, and it did go into their childhood. I don't know if it was, like, the original take or if it was a lot like someone else's take a lot later or whatever. But I could go back and read that or maybe finish it. I can't even remember. And then go from there. But I'd be interested to suss that one out too. So, and I heard the TV series for Daredevil was really good. I only saw a couple of episodes here and there. My brother kind of spoiled me on that one because we used to watch TV series together, and he would watch whatever the fuck he's up to, and I just watch with him, and it's spoilers, and that's where I get my spoilers from. No spoilers! Just kidding, but he was the only one that I flexed with that with. So yeah, but yeah, I hear the TV series is really good too. So could be a segue to watching that too, or at the same time, or something like that. Anyway, still didn't go to the loo yet. Let me go to the loo. Alright, maybe we be good bean? Bro, I didn't expect I thought I was gonna be good bean 2 hours ago. It's definitely a blast though. It's getting me excited to pick these things up and share it with you guys. In the future. So yeah, that'll be cool. Oh yeah, I don't know if anyone with Poor Things. I don't know. See, the thing is sometimes I know some of the guys they don't say anything because it's not a convenient day, but I want people to tell me if another day might be better to organize a watch party so that I can accommodate. But I think sometimes they don't want to bother, feel like a bother. But it's no bother. I would just rather people be able to come and enjoy if they want to. But at the same time, I don't know if maybe they just don't want to. So, but I don't know if anyone's coming to the watch party. Said, I see that you've thumbs up. So, maybe just us. I was thinking of maybe giving it a bit, and I might check in on people. I'll be like, look, is it, I don't want to put you on the spot, but is it because you don't want to, or would a better day suit? But I wanted to watch it anyway, so I guess, as long as you're okay. I don't know if anyone else. I know it's not Fruffy's cup of tea, because Fruffy's verbalized that, so that's fine. I guess it might not be Tavo's cup of tea, because Tavo doesn't like any remnant of romance, and there might be a little bit of that. Although it's not its entire thing, I don't think. Unfortunately, Poisey's already seen it. So Poisey probably would have watched, but Poisey's already seen it. Koofy might want to watch it, but the time might not be the best, but I don't know what's a good time unless they verbalize the time. And I'm not sure about fur or bear. So, but I don't think, let me have a look now. I don't think anyone has responded. And I did state for the peeps that don't want to be a bother that I can change the day, but I still think peeps don't want to be a bother. Not that it is a bother. That's the thing. You know what is a bother? If you want to go and I need to find that out and I have to figure that out myself, that's a bother. Okay, guys? If you want to know what the real bother is, it's not changing the times. It's me not knowing and trying to figure out whether you actually want to watch it or not. That's the bother. Anyway. Where is the section? I have too many sections. Yeah. Bro, I took the time to do the thing that... Thank you, Daddy. The thing that Daddy told me as well. So Daddy taught me this thing to do on Discord where it'll localize your time. Because we've always had issues in the past with that. And I always say, oh, it's on my stream day at my stream time. Somehow that's confusing. So I worked out the thing in Discord that localizes it for you guys. So I see my time and my day and you guys see your time and your day. I went to that effort. I went to that effort. I think it works. I don't know if it works. Does it work? I don't know if it works. I have to compare it with mine and then if somebody has something different. Ugh, fuck me. Give me a second. I need to be... I'm congested. Okay. Well, if you don't mind sharing, I mean, if you're okay, because I usually keep my, like, my time and day and exact, because people sometimes are curious and I don't say. But if you don't mind saying, I could see if it differs from mine. Like, you could just say on, like, Discord or something if you want to say in chat. That's only if you're okay with that. Because if it's different, then I know it works. I think it does, though. It looks like it works. So that's kind of cool. Mind you, I had to Google a bit because Daddy typed how to do it and did it a bit wrong. Okay, 1:30 a.m. Okay, yeah, that's definitely different. It's definitely different from me. So I guess it works. Bro, you're okay with watching it 1:30 a.m.? Hello? I could probably change it. I mean, honestly, I don't, you know, I will suss out the others, but I think I don't really need to flex for anybody else. Because it might just be us watching it, to be honest. So... You're cool with 1:30? I can change it. Like, I just have to get my act together, but I could probably do it earlier so that it's not beyond midnight. Or I could do it a lot later, which probably wouldn't be that great though, would it? Hang on. What's a lot later? I could do it a lot later, so then it would be probably morning for you. So I could do it probably, it'd be a lot later for me, but it's not that, it's still doable. I could do it so that it's probably, I don't know, 8 maybe 10, maybe 11 a.m. for you. So that's more regular. I could do that. So, or something near off the top of my head. So just bear that in mind. I'll suss out the others first as well, I guess. But yeah, I mean, it sounds like you're okay with 1:30 a.m. Okay. Yeah, that's where you're normally up anyway, right? Just ready to watch a movie at 1:30 a.m. casually. It was like a 2.5 hours movie. Not gonna fall asleep. Definitely not. Definitely not gonna fall asleep. Anyway. Alright, okay, let me put... Alright, you're okay, you've said it. You've said it, it's there in writing and you'll hear it, like, you've said it, you're okay with it. No changes. Just kidding. Alright, let me put this comic away, this dusty comic. Scratch booties, get snacky. Oh, there was a snacky thing. Oh, wait, I don't think I did the eye exercise too. I'll do that when I come back. We'll probably be good bean soon, I think, because I'm bordering on the verge of being bad bean now, and it would be nice to get my sleep in check and be able to stream tomorrow as well. That would be actually revolutionary. It would be huge for me, more huge than you guys might realize. If I could actually just pull my sleep in a bit and stream tomorrow at a good time. If I stream tomorrow at a good time, it's probably because I pulled my sleep in a bit, so it's huge. So... Anyway, one sec, I'm busting. BRB! Get a snacky! BRB! I'm back, but I'm not. I need to get more water. So BRBB. I admitted it. Okay. Yeah, be good bean. Okay, I exercise. I'll do the snacky one, like, I mean, we're gonna be good bean in a minute, so that'll be dinner, aka apple pie. Is that a good bean? Because I'm doing the redeem, but it also is apple pie for dinner. No, but like, I don't know, sometimes I get like that. I did the chicken and broccoli for like lunch, and I'm kind of still full from that, but I could eat a little bit, and there's always room for dessert. And then that's just going to fill me up, and then there's no room for dinner. So, and the apple pie needs to be eaten, because I made it yesterday. It's going to go off. So, half an apple pie for dinner, and that's my snacky. So, good bean doing redeem. Maybe not so good bean apple pie. But, you know, you take your W's where you can, right? And the W is I'm doing the redeem and I'm eating. Right? Yeah, healthy apples. Fucking healthy green apples. You know, healthy green, Nana's green apple pie, healthy. Nana made it. So, anyway. Alright, so, good things to look forward to. I think Fruffy will appreciate the comic thing. I know Fruff likes the comics and the superheroes and vigilantes and shit, so Fruffy will like that. Okay, so that's the next thing. That takes a little planning. Or maybe not. Maybe we have a little bit of what do they call those things? Pomodoro or thing? You know what? There's another segment right there. I feel like I'm trying to do too much, but at the same time, it just fits. Have you heard of it? Wait. I keep calling it Pomodoro. It's Pomodoro. The Pomodoro technique is a time management method in which you do focused work during 25-minute intervals known as Pomodoros and take 5 minutes break. I mean, we'd only need one, but mind you, the way that I operate, probably not. Or maybe we can make our own Pomodoro. So, like, you know, 5-minute reading, 5-minute chatting, 5-minute reading. Instead of, what is it, the 20 and the 5? Alright. Obsidian notes, here we go. I always get it wrong. Pomodoro for reading on stream. So maybe you guys can do something as well. It'd be cool if you had the same comic, but I understand that's not feasible. So yeah, okay. Worst case scenario, I'm unorganized and not ready. Bad bean. But maybe it's a good thing, because it's a new thing to do on stream. We could do like a Pomodoro thing. So like, yeah, like I won't read it aloud, because I don't know if I'll get in trouble, but I hear it's okay. I mean, you said maybe, but I'm still worried. So we could do like a little quiet reading, listening to lo-fi. You know, I try not to talk. Okay, this is a good lesson for me, not to talk. And then I could read like a little bit on stream and then can chat. Maybe that might be better because then it's fresh in my mind. So worst case scenario, I do that, or maybe I read like a bit of it, like what is equivalent to a first issue, and we can just chat about that like next week, or we could do it later this week. Let's just say next week for now. Because we've already done the learning thing. Maybe let's do it like one a week. Unless I choose to do it a bit sooner. Yeah. So there's that. Fluffy will be interested in that probably. Fuck, I was gonna say a couple of things and now I've forgotten. It's all forgotten now. Bruh, I was gonna say a few things and now I've forgotten. I mean, I think this was one of them, but there was another one and I'm mad I can't remember it. But we got to solidify, remind me to solidify maybe the emotes. Because, you know, if I touch base with them in a week and they're like, yeah, let's ready to go. Like, well, I haven't chosen, like, well, I think we had an idea, but we haven't solidified yet. So, and then maybe we could go static instead. So, like, not all of them. Like, maybe go for 2. 2 and 2. Like, 2 animated, 2 static. So maybe we can suss that out. Maybe we could do a copium then. But I probably in the coming week I would probably want to try and solidify those. So I might need you guys to prompt me. You know, if I'm a bad bean and not doing it. But I think we wanted a rat jam, did we not? So that's, I don't know. I wanted the dance thing, but maybe I don't. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being silly, but I kind of did want it. You know, the cat dance? I think it's kind of solidified, but maybe not. Maybe not the static, and maybe do copium instead or something. Oh, we're gonna do the fingy one. We have to do the fingy. The walking away. I mean, we could make that static instead. We could. I liked the idea of an animated one. It sounded really complicated though. It's probably going to be the cost of 2 fucking animated emotes. Yeah, I think we have to do fingy. Don't let me forget that. Alright, let me put it at the top of the list again. Fingy. Well, it's not fingy, but you know, it's the finger one. That is actually a must. Maybe even before my cat dance. Okay. I was just talking about gonna solidify things in the horizon, but I've forgotten now. One was a comic thing. The other one was the emotes. And then there was something else, but I've forgotten. I knew I should have said it as soon as I came back. Fuck. Yeah. We get cat dance, rat jam, and fingy, and static. Like, you mean one static? True. And then it could be copium. Oh, you know what I think would be a good one? But we already have a wave. Maybe in the future. Okay, in the future. It'd be nice to have an animated wave, though. Because I see it, like, in other, like, chats and stuff, how they have, like, not just a wave, but they always use it, and, like, to greet each other, and it's really cute. So there's this one with a cat that, like, waves, all happy. It'd be nice to have an animated wave, but we already do have a static wave, so we've really, like, because this is the first batch, and, like, you know, we've really got to pick stuff, like, that are functionally, like, different and unique enough, because we can only do so many, so, yeah. The eye static. And I get my own static one of me. Eye static. No, I think I read it as I, but then I was like, I figured it was one. Yeah. Okay, actually, that's... Okay, let me cut and paste that, because that's... And then maybe do we do copium? I've gotten used to copium now. I think in the beginning I don't know, what is that? Is it like drugs or something? But it's kind of funny. So I think I've become accustomed and I literally use it myself. What about a hydrate one? Nah, it's actually maybe later, but that's gonna have some trolling. Okay, maybe that's it. I want to check in with the others because there were a couple that didn't put their 2 cents in and maybe they don't mind. But I don't know if they caught the post where I pinged them. But it'd be nice to check in, maybe say with Poissy, with Bear, and with at the least. I don't know, you know, I don't know. And then solidify. But that maybe this is like it can be open to change. But maybe this is at least something if, like, peeps don't mind, have an opinion, and I need, you know, to submit something to the artist. So cat dance, rat jam, fingy, and copium. I think that would be more manageable. Maybe the statics are, like, probably only $5 cheaper. Oh, I think there was a bit extra anyway, so... you know, from other things, so we might be able to solidify the 4 anyway. And yeah, because I think the static are probably $5 cheaper, so that might make it doable where we can actually get the 4. Anyway. Okay. Cool, I wrote that down. Yeah, there's too many. I know. That's why I probably have to really sit down and think about it. Because, you get one and then you're like, oh, god damn it. So, but then, there's always the future. Like, in the end, though, I am limited because there's only, 11 that I have. And then I could probably get the extra 2 that we were talking about. So maybe, I think, 13. And then I could open up more, but you need to reach milestones. And, one of the milestones to get the most emote slots ever is, 10k subs. And I think. And yeah, right. I'm going to hit that. So... maybe I might be able to break other milestones, but I don't know how it works and I haven't looked into it and how many emotes or what I would need to hit. But, I'm a bibby bean. I'm sitting where I am at anyway. This is where I am, So, I wouldn't, contemplate, at this point, unlocking more emote slots. So it's more about just using what we have wisely. So, okay, we've only got, we're only going to do 4 now. Or 3 animated now. This is the animated, not the static. So we're going to do... wait, you went to work and come back? We're going to do 3 animated now. So that's... Let's just say I get the other 2 and I have 13. So that's 13 minus 3. Obviously, that's 10. So I have 10 left. And it's we can always use the other 10. But we've got to have to be mindful that this might be... 10 more might be the only more that we get. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah, we got more, but we still have to be very choice in what we choose, I think. And hopefully I'll unlock some, as I grow in, in the future and stuff. But, I don't imagine, never say never, but, I'm not going to get them all unlocked. 10k subs, that's really a cream of the crop, rare. 10k. I'm not going to say numbers here. You all can see it anyway with my goals, but 10k. But yeah. Sorry, let me read here. Again, I just got home from work. So tired. Oh, hopefully you can kick up your feet. Bro, I've been streaming that long. Or were you chatting at work as well? I've been known to stream that long and peeps go to sleep and wake up and I'm still here. Except... for the case of your case, you've gone to work and I'm still here. So. Never say never. Might take a while. Yeah, like I said, even the other streamer that I mentioned, she's way, she streams for a living. She's established. That's a dream to be able to stream for a living. And have self-sustenance on that. Even that's a dream, even if they barely do it. So that's even a dream. Do you know what I mean? But even being there, it's a full-on dream to even be able to hit 10k and unlock all emote slots. That's very rare. But that's crazy extreme. And crazy extreme for me is being self-sufficient, streaming. That's already something crazy extreme for me. So. Never mind, some people are there, and the other one's the crazy extreme, so... Anyway. Yeah, never say never, but, I mean... oh, I shouldn't laugh like that, but, I mean, let's be real, isn't it? I mean, a 0.001% chance it'll happen tomorrow. It's not gonna happen tomorrow. Let's just say that. I mean, never say never! But I'm just being a little bit real. Maybe. Yeah. I don't think it was a 0.001%, not gonna lie. Tomorrow? Anyway. Hopefully you get to rest, Hoya. Kick up your feet. Have something to eat. Anyway. Alright. There was a third thing that I've already forgotten and it probably won't come back. Wait, give me 10 seconds. Let's hydrate and maybe it'll come to me. And if it doesn't, then we let it go. I got nothing. Hydrate again. She looks funny because I have like I'm drinking out of a mug and I have a mug in my face. So the camera's like, what the fuck? I actually don't remember. Threes. Comic thing? Emote. Something else. Probably wasn't even fucking important. At this point, I literally don't think it's gonna come to me. Fuck. Nah, I'm drawing a big blank here. Alright, whatever. It'll probably come back to me when I've finished stream, just as I've ended. I think it was just like talking about stuff on the horizon. It fits the category, like the comics, the emotes. There was one other thing. Yeah. It's not coming. Ah, well, whatever. It doesn't matter. It'll come back to me. I'll just say it next time. Okay, if I remember it off stream, I'll write it down in my endless sticky notes or like obsidian notes that I never read. And yeah, but we'll write it, at least write it down. Yeah. Alright. Is this where we be good, Bean? Ooh, I'm bordering on very naughty, Bean. Wait, what time is it? It's not too bad. If I'm good now. But, you know. I didn't go longer than I'd expected. This is actually still very good. But, like, a little, like, maybe a couple of hours ago, I was settling on, like, maybe a short just chatting stream, and I was going to end soon. And then here I am still 2 hours later chatting. It's been fun, though. But, yeah. I did kind of anticipate I was probably going to be bad. And then I probably wouldn't stream tomorrow. But, like, that's the thing. If I'm good, I might be able to stream tomorrow. So that'd be nice. Yeah. Yeah, let's be good. Alright. Alright. We have to start moving, finally. I guess moving, you don't want it to be too long of a process. I mean, that's not, like, yeah. I was just like, I feel like you were gone for like a week, so it's like a week of moving, but it's literally like you've been gone a couple of days and there hasn't been moving yet. But it's probably going, when you think about it, moving isn't really like, you wouldn't want it to be a long process, so it's probably only going to be a couple of days. So I get, it's nice to make sure that you're there early. You can probably just chill, sightsee, and then just do it. Actually, like, after chilling and sightseeing and getting acquainted and, like, spending some time with one another, so it makes sense. And then now the nitty-gritty. And all the heavy stuff. Wait, what will you do without family, though? When I've moved, like, you know, I can't even be that person that helps move shit. Not gonna lie, I'm that weak and small. So, like, I can't even help. Like... And I remember, like, my family, like, moving, like, fridge and stuff, and fucking scraping it! But what would I have done without that? Like, I actually don't know. And the moving things are expensive. Like, to get people to help you and to hire trucks and shit, it's fucking expensive. Like, I think you have to hire something. Like, we got a trailer, but it's very minimal in comparison to, like, actual trucks and... delivery people, and they're probably going to scratch your shit anyway, so I don't know. I couldn't have done it. I couldn't even be the person that helped move the fridge. Not gonna lie. I just watched. They wanted to hire people for 800, which probably not that they wanted to, that's their only choice. I mean, aside from you coming along. Mind you, I don't know though, but like with the flight costs and stuff, wouldn't it I don't know, maybe not, because it's internal. I mean, maybe it would be, maybe it's still a little bit cheaper even having you fly over. But at the same time, it's nice because then you get to see your family. And it's just nicer to move with family. Yeah. I feel like maybe having you fly there would be just as much, but it still probably would even work out a tad cheaper. But I don't know, maybe it just depends on the... Oh, a lot cheaper then. Okay, sorry. I'm thinking... Actually, it would even still be cheaper here, yeah. I'm just trying to think if you had to go like interstate here and the costs and stuff. Not that that's my situation, but just imagining going interstate. But it really depends as well on many factors. And I'm getting confused with the currency as well. And it depends on the area too, and what they charge for like flights and for delivery and shit. Wait, why is my alarm going off? Bro, I should probably pay attention to that alarm. It's probably important. Oh yeah, that's way cheaper then. Yeah, I think that I remember you saying like, yeah, and then like what, like then they could just like spend $600 on like just, you know, sightseeing and enjoying yourselves. No, could just give you $600. So I mean, you know, obviously it's to save them money, so it's not that. But you would probably prefer that, wouldn't you? Like, you know, 800 to like a random delivery company, or you could just fly your family over and just give them like fucking $600. Then it stays in the family, you know? Could be alarm. No, that was for something else, which I probably should be mindful about. I think it was telling me to do something important. Not now, but I thought I probably wouldn't be streaming now or something, and then it was telling me to do something else. Not to end stream, but like just to like remember to do this, and now I'm probably gonna forget. Let me put this mobile like in front of me, so I will be like, why is that there? And I'll be like, oh, that alarm that I dismissed. So yeah, just doing my solo adventures. I mean, you know, it's not every day you get to do that. And you spent a little bit of time with one another, no? You know, I mean, honestly, family, all you need... I say spend some good quality time, but it's like, all you need is one lunch, and then, yeah, then you do your own thing. So, and then you're going to spend time when you're actually moving anyway, so... You know. It's probably not much new, like, you hang out one time, and you catch up, and then that's it. Nothing else. Like going on about quality time, and then you're like, you know what, you only need one like hangout, you know, and then hang out with the other stuff. Yeah. Anyway, it's nice excuse to like, you know, get out and fuck, I don't like that saying. I won't say it. Not intended for you, but I'm just like, I'm speaking more of my POV, which I don't have an excuse to do, get out like that. But, you know, if I did, it would get me out. Do you know what I mean? Which can be a good thing, is all I'm saying. So, yeah. So you had solo adventures. Wrestling rats with pizza in the fucking urine-smelling subways. Mm-hmm. fighting the rats for the pineapple pizzas in the piss-smelling subways. All right, here. You give them the pineapple, you take the pizza. Sacrilege. I'm the rat. Give me that pineapple. They're like, nah, fuck this shit. I want the pizza. You have the pineapple, mate. Like, fuck off. Pineapple's good on pizza and itself in any which way. Fuck off. You know what? I actually bought in my shop. It's not so good component, but it's definitely better than takeout. Money-wise, at least. I got stuff to cook, but then I also got pineapple pizza, like just throw it in the oven. And they were out. See how popular they are? They were fucking sold out of the big ones. So I got these little mini pizzas. I was like, you know what? I feel like pineapple pizza. Just because they're out doesn't mean I can't get it. So then I went the mini option. And there's like these little mini pizzas that are Hawaiian. So I'm going to try them. I haven't tried them before. So, little mini pizzas. I don't even know what that looks like. I guess it's just a mini pizza. But they had them in the minis. So, never had them before. And they weren't special. So, we're going to try that out. Yeah, I don't know. It's a thing now, I think. Like, I got it a couple times before because it was on sale. Like, normally I get pepperoni. But I think if I'm going to get, like, takeout pizza, I'll go, yeah, the pepperoni and stuff. Like, you know, if somebody else is getting pineapple, I have that too. But in terms of like the pizzas that you get from the supermarket and put in the oven, I don't know. I feel like I'm biased and probably the pineapple is better. Maybe we've been talking about it. So when I get the one, I don't normally, it's only recently that I got a few of them. I'm more inclined to get the Hawaiian. So tried clipping it. Oh great, Georgie's whinging. It's whinge o'clock. Tried clipping it. What? Clipping what? Oi, whacking what? What? The pineapple rat story? Yeah, I don't know how it works on the phone. I think it's a bit scuffed. Georgie, we are done soon? Yes. You can shush. Alright. Oh, you know what? I should have thought ahead and turned the oven on for the apple pie. We'll just make pineapple pizza really spicy. Oh, bro. What's the point of... Wait, what was the other thing that we're discussing today? Like, I'll have something if you just remove all remnants of the something, but apparently it's still the something. Then why are you eating something? Eat something else. Eat something else. Alright, yeah. Hey, Raru. Oh, it's not sleepy time. Although, I'd be very good bean if I went to sleep now. Hello. Yeah, we're about to be good bean. Fishy taste. Yeah. So, yeah, but if you don't like the fishy taste and fish's fishy taste, then I guess you don't eat fish. I mean, okay, fine. I see, because there's still the benefits of fish, right? And you can actually get fish that taste less fishy, and then maybe you appreciate the texture and other things about that and the health benefits. So that's fair, I guess. But what are the health benefits of pineapple on pizza? I mean, pineapple's good, but you can have it off pizza too, which is what you do though, right? Since I've switched back from a night shift job to a regular one, I don't catch streams no more. Yeah, it's sad. Wait, Raru, did you mention you moved as well? Or maybe that had played an impact as well with the different shifts, or maybe different job. But yeah, like even with the time zone, wouldn't it be, or maybe you didn't go far. I thought you went, I was just under the impression you went to a completely different country. So maybe, like, I felt like the time zone would have been really different as well. Since I'm new to this country. Ah, sheesh. Yeah, it's been a little while, hasn't it? But, like, obviously it just goes to show that it's not easy to transition. I wouldn't know. I've always lived in Australia. So, I've barely even travelled outside of Australia. In fact, I've only done it once. And it was semi-recently, but not that recent. Yeah. Thanks for the follow. Requa? I don't know why that... Wasn't sure if I could say that. Hello and welcome. We're just chilling and chatting. But we're probably going to be a good bean and end stream soon, though. Just be aware. because I want to try and get my sleeping in check and stream tomorrow. So, but welcome. We like to chat and sometimes play games. I've migrated to sometimes play games now. Obviously not today. Just chilling and chatting today. Didn't expect it. It was kind of a vibe. But yeah, maybe tomorrow, if I stream tomorrow, we'll play some games as well. So I play all sorts of stuff. FPS, scary, storyline. Ain't got no friend over here. Yeah, that stuff takes time. Bro, I don't even have any friends. Nah, just kidding. I mean... I've lived in Australia like all my life and I have no friends. Nah, just kidding. No, that's actually a joke, but I could put more effort into like friends in person as well, because I've let that sway a bit. And I've met people like online that I consider friends as well. So, but the in person ones, I've let sway. Like I have friends, but yeah. But yeah, hello. We have the same time. Oh, you got the other platform has priority spot, but the chats are battling. Like I need to like move the borders of them to like read full sentences and see like chats clearly. So I missed one of the comments. Oh yeah. We have the same time. Around about. I don't actually say the exact time of mine, but you can probably gather what time of day and stuff. So. But yeah. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I've got you guys. Wait, let me read that again. But yeah, hey, record. Welcome. Ain't got no friend over here as yet, but yeah, ain't easy to transition as I thought it would. Yeah, I mean, deep down, I think we know that it's not going to be easy, but at the same time, as you think that it's, you know what, like, I can do this, and you can. I think sometimes it doesn't hit us until we actually do it, like, anything different in life. But yeah, moving is huge, right, in itself, within the same, like, area, like locality, let alone between countries, and companies, honestly. Countries is huge because it's like, if you move like within your locality, you still have your friends, family, you still have your job. Like, you move countries, you might even have a different language. And it's going to entail a transition in job, friendships, family, whatever. Your creature comforts, your like physical locality comforts, familiarities. It's huge. FBI? What's that? Oh, it's morning time. Goodness. Goal is to make the money here and maybe go back to my country later in life. Yeah, sometimes I guess that'd be the way. You might actually be surprised though, like, I don't know, like, hopefully it works out like how you want, like whatever ends up being the best for you. Sometimes I feel like I've heard of stories and peeps that have moved, and then it takes time, but you establish like a new home, and you find fondness for where you currently live, and maybe that might be where you end up. You don't know. Like, once you meet people, like, you know, or, you know, discover things that you do enjoy, or maybe, you know, maybe not, or maybe there's still things that bring you back, like, home, that, who knows? Who knows? And not to say, like, you can always, I mean, it costs money, but you can always go back and forth anyway. So, maybe I can start a business back home. Yeah. Yeah, there's something about, like, it's definitely not easy, but there's something about, like, entrepreneurship, you know, and doing your own business and being your own boss, like, that is kind of like, it's like risky, but it's kind of cool, but at the same time risky and unsettling, but at the same time it's kind of like a be cool, like, endeavor. it's kind of fascinated me too. I'm like trying to do things in life, like being in charge and doing your own thing and your own passion and that kind of thing. Sometimes it's like a good probably arena to like follow your own passions and stuff, as opposed to, because like if usually like if you're working for somebody else, maybe it's out of necessity or somebody else's passion, you know. You can really like kind of tailor things if you kind of go out there on your own, but then it's not guaranteed success. It's definitely very difficult. That's the point, and a lot of hard work, and probably not switching off and stuff as much, because how much, you know, you would invest to do your own thing in your own business. You know, if you work for someone else, you just go home and you switch off, right? If there's more at stake with your own business and like stuff like that, you probably don't get to switch off as much. But then you might be able to orient more your passion. I don't know. I don't know. Some people can work for like other people and companies and it still be their passion. Like that's how like, you know, for instance, psychologists, if someone wants to be a psychologist, you can work. I mean, some psychologists own their own clinics, but then they also run like psychologists running, like working with them, for them. And you could still be a psychologist and work for like another, in the clinic owned by another one, you know. Anyway, I am rambling. I still love my home country, but it's got its ups and downs. Yeah, I can't remember. I think you might have mentioned something, but I can't quite remember too much. I'm doing this job right now mostly because the first one that popped up, so I took it, but the goal is to probably get a job that I enjoy. Yeah, that's fair, because you just like, because you move country, right? So you probably, I mean, you're probably accommodated for not having, because, I mean, with moving, I presume that's only what you got to accommodate for, because it's uncertain for not having a job, but it's probably stressful, like, you probably to have that kind of, like, income as soon as possible, so you kind of probably just kind of take anything. Yeah. The goal is probably get one that I enjoy, yeah, later. Either with cars or PC building or something. Yeah, that'll be cool. I've only just come to some appreciation for the PC building. So, yeah. Okay, you keep on tracking. Like, literally just making the move is like huge. And like you're still there after so long. Like I know it's not a long time, but it's been a while though, no? I remember the last time you said that you were about to move. Like it wasn't a long time ago, but it was a while. So it's like you're still there. So that's a feat in another country. I've never done that. I've only traveled for like maybe a week, like one time. And I was probably having a panic attack because I got off the plane and it's like very humid there and I'm not used to it, and because I have asthma, and I was like, oh, I can't breathe. And I'm like, this feeling's not going away though, because it was the humidity. But then, you know, panic is a thing as well. It makes things worse. So I just calmed down. It was still a bit difficult to breathe, but it just was a bit better when I was calm, and then I got used to it. But yeah, I've never lived in another country. Like, lived. Aside for like visiting once. Yeah. 3 months. Yeah. Oh shit, okay. Like in terms of settling, that's not like a lot of time. Like settling takes a while, but in terms of like time, I guess, and actually like, you know, you're still there. That's quite a bit of time. You've championed? PC building fun, not gonna lie. Yeah, I think I'm still, even though I should be confident that I built the PC with a bit of help, I need to be confident in my abilities. I think I've reverted back to being scared as well. But that's because I've only done it once. I think I'm just scared that I don't know what I'm doing. Which I kind of don't. But how else do you know? You just practice, mate. You keep doing. But I guess it's not every day you can keep building PCs unless you do that line of work, or maybe you have old parts and you're playing around and, or I don't know. You tend to only build like as you need and can afford, but yeah. Yeah, like I'm a bit, probably like a bit like anxious, and I just have that bit extra trepidation. But really, like, I was just following instructions and shit, and, you know, the advice of some people. Like, literally, if you can follow instructions, you're gonna be fine. Like, that's all. It's like, okay, maybe I shouldn't make this analogy, but it's like cooking. Like, I mean, having said that, some people try their best to follow instructions and then probably burn the kitchen. If you, like, literally, if it, like, you know, I'm not, like, fucking crash hot my fucking ability to cook, but, like, if I, for the most part, I mean, one time it didn't turn out that great, but it didn't set the kitchen on fire. Like, it was still edible. I feel like if I can follow a recipe, I can make something, anything. So it's, like, the same with PC, right? You just follow the instructions, you'll be right. Yeah. Had an old PC to tinker around with. Okay. Until I decided to buy new stuff. Yeah, that's probably good, actually. What's that limbo part, though? Like, what if it's the old PC that you're using and then you need a new PC? So then you can tinker on your old PC. But then if you tinker too much and you crap something up, then you don't have a PC in the between ground. You know what I mean? Yeah. Troubleshooting problems and whatnot. Yeah. I mean, that's maybe that's something a bit different later on. That there's not as straightforward instructions on. But that'd be like later on if you have issues with PCs. Know what I'm doing to an extent. Yeah. I mean, if you're familiar with you do things, that's a thing. It's like me, like, I'm learning how to use Blender for, like, my VTuber model. I literally, like, 2 weeks ago, was it? I didn't know anything about Blender. But I've been watching, like, a lot of YouTube, and, like, I keep, like, trying with the model and testing things and doing things and repeatedly re-exposure and repeat. And, you know, watching a lot of different videos and trying again and trying to do things myself that I have somewhat knowledge even in the 2 weeks I've accumulated. And let's be real, like, I have put a lot of time in the 2 weeks to doing stuff, so, you know. Yeah, it's definitely a thing. It sounds like it's similar. Similar, but obviously different, because I'm talking about Blender. Yeah. And there was this one YouTube channel where he fixes viewers' PC. Learning a lot by troubleshooting methods. Well, by his troubleshooting methods, yeah. I think sometimes, yeah, troubleshooting is the worrisome part, but, like, when you find the troubleshooting that works, usually there's a video, you just need to find it, and then that will help you. Then it's basically just following instructions, to be honest. I had something like that when I was playing around with Unity. And I had to trouble. I was like, why is this fucking not working? And then I stumbled on the video. You just got to find it. And then I was like, bro, this is actually savior. And then from there on, it's just finding it. And from there on, it's just like following instructions. Greg Salazar, I think the channel's name. Oh shit, I'm gonna have to check that out. Actually, let me note that down if I ever get, like, you know, more confident and curious. The PC building. Only thing I haven't done is water cooling, or setting up the systems. And you can get some, like, really elaborate ones one day for showcasing. One day. Some of them are, like, are unnecessary though. Like, I mean, you're probably talking about maybe different things, but there are some, like, cooling systems that are, like, really, like, unnecessary and it's more display. Well, from what little I understand, to be honest. But, yeah. But I would still think they're still fucking cool. You don't really need it, but it's like a niche thing. Yeah. And, I mean, and sometimes it's subjective, I think, as well. So, maybe the jury's is still out, or there's, you know, really like, you know, some believers of certain cooling systems. I think some things are a little subjective, so maybe they actually do improve the system, like, you know, or maybe even by a little bit, but people like swear on it. I don't know. Georgie, stop being a gremlin. She's gone crazy. Yeah. I've seen some of them though. They look fucking sick. With that, because they got the liquids and you can see them and the dyes and shit. I don't even fucking know what I'm looking at here. But it looks cool. Yeah. You could probably dye in any color you want too. Like, I like purple. So you have some purple liquid in your, like, displayed in your PC. So yeah. Same, just learning it. Yeah. When I was getting picking up some of the PC parts for my PC, like, obviously they're gonna show all the fancy shit there. So I saw a lot of them displayed like that. And I think I stumbled on some online and stuff. Different color. Yeah, surely they could color in anything, honestly, right? It's just like probably dye. But yeah. High maintenance, yeah, I can imagine. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be only for like the savvy, I think. Or maybe someone that, you know, just has a lot of money to spend and then they just get somebody else to kind of like check in with it. But that, even that's effort. So I'd say unless you were like actually doing it yourself, even if you had the money, yeah, it's probably more for the devout that actually knew to maintain it themselves. And I'm saying one day. One day, along with other 20 other things that I want to learn in life. 20 other million things, sorry. Yeah. Anyway. Wait, did I miss some chat? Wait. Okay. No, it's okay. The two platforms are competing for space here, so I keep scrolling them left to right. So I might sometimes miss some bits of sentences. But I guided most of my friends in their PC builds and it came out perfect, so I'm kind of proud of myself. Yeah, actually. Because then, yeah, I mean, it's kind of funny. Like, no, not saying this is you, but like, my brother helped me with my PC build. I'm not saying this is anything like you, but it's like, I was relying on one of my brothers because he was more available to help me with the PC build, and I just, because he was the one offering to help, and he helped me. And then I realized at the end of it, he hadn't actually built a PC himself. Wait, no, he said he played around with a bit. I don't think he'd actually built a whole PC from scratch himself, which was kind of funny. I was like, wait a second, but that's what we're doing, and you're helping me, and that's what you did. But he did help me, and we built it, so. But I didn't realize that until like midway. But like, but that just goes to show as well, it's like a knowledge thing. So he's very aware of like computers and different things and stuff. And he played around a bit with, you know, PC building. Not a full PC, but yeah. Yeah. Once you didn't burn the house down, you're good. Yeah. But yeah, so he actually like kind of guided me for a part of that. And then in the end, I kind of, you know, read instructions and guided myself. Like the end bit of like installing the operating system and getting through the BIOS and stuff. That was actually like, bro, I don't even know some of the terms that I'm talking here. Like, I barely know it. But like, I did that stuff even without him myself. But I had instructions and stuff and guides. So I followed that and it worked out somehow. But yeah, but it's cool, like if you know, like for my brother, like that just solidifies his knowledge as well if he was able to help me, you know. Why, man? Yeah. Even right now, Tava was making fun because I kind of retrofitted my PC a little bit and the wire management is kind of haywire, and like Tava was making fun of my wire management, but whatever, I don't care. I like the chaos and the way it looks, whatever. like as chaos grouped together, somewhat. But yeah, I got frustrated and played. Perfectionism was getting me a little bit with that one, and it also looks chaotic, but at the same time grouped up. So, but whatever. It's my first build. Whatever. I want to see the wires. Who cares? So, it's like I could have made it more cleaner, but at the same time, we retrofitted the GPU was longer, so we took out the half of the base on the bottom, which was designed to cover wires underneath. And I think Tava was saying there's still a way to hide it, but I'm like, I literally took out half the fucking bottom off. You're gonna see wires. And anyway, I like it. Keep telling myself that. Anyway, I was just happy to have the PC fucking done with, to be honest. So, and yeah, whatever. Anyway. Hey, fucking KVM, shut up. Anyway, fuck, we gotta be Good Bean, right? Good Bean! We got to be Good Bean. I want to stream tomorrow, so. Jury's still out on that, alright? Glorified timeline. But I think if I get some noms and some chill time in, I'll be Good Bean tomorrow. And stream! And actually play games. Yeah. Wait, Robbie, that's right. When you come in, it's usually like not. I think you missed the games. And yeah, today we were actually just chatting, so. I was planning to play Roki, but, you know, it was more just like I was planning to vibe and just chill out and stream. And then probably I could do that with Roki, but I ended up just chatting and that was kind of cool. So just chatting it is today. But tomorrow, we'll see. See how I feel. I keep warning, if I get good sleep, maybe we might do the zombies, like the tutorial, so Dead Island tutorial, because it'd be cool to have that ready for if Tava's ever able to play. But I don't know if, I feel like if I'm lacking sleep, I don't know if I want to jump into a horde of zombies. So, yep, I'm not discounting it. Oh, it's only going to be more chatting. I've realized maybe I just need to embrace it. I'm literally just chatting streamer and a bit of games. Because I've realized there's these other cool things that is kind of like revolving around chatting, really, that I could do for stream. We were talking about it earlier. So it was like 3 things. So like learning, because like I'm interested in like neuroscience and I've been wanting to tap back into learning and that. So I could work that into stream, so then I'm motivated, and then I can solidify my learning by sharing it with you guys, and then I get to share it with you guys, and then we get to chat about it, and then you guys can chat about stuff that you guys are interested in. So there's that, and that's just chatting, basically, no? Comics, because like when was the last time I picked up a fucking comic? But I love, like it was a big love of life, and it encouraged me to read comics and finish Batwoman and stuff like that. So like, to read comics, chat about them on stream, maybe do a bit of art. That's kind of just chatting. And then what was the other one? Oh, like potentially like getting like there are physical groove boxes and they're expensive, like 500 AUD at least. But there are free software that emulate groove boxes. So groove boxes you can use to make like music and like lo-fi and stuff. So I could probably play around with that on stream. And it's not going to be like, DJ music and stuff like that. So we'll be able to chat and just like vibe. So that's literally just chatting. So yeah. I was like, but I do want to game like more like, so I don't know, I'm going to have to find a balance. But these are like 3 ideas that I am realizing that are revolving more around the just chatting side that have kind of been cool. Like, we had a bit of a taste of it today. I was like chatting about like comics and like we did a bit of learning. I was like, you know what? I didn't prep for it, but let's just do it, and it was kind of cool. And yeah, I don't know. I still like love gaming and want to game, but yeah. I don't know. Who knows? Like just these extra things. It's not necessarily taking away from gaming.
9783 fort dessus.
Hey, Daddy, do you like Pix's French accent? Yes, You're not late, but I am ending soon. But thank you for the subby. Daddy? Thank you, thank you. You like Frenchie? Frenchie pics? She's got some French heritage. I'm gonna like one day soon. I'm gonna try and factor it in to afford it, but like be VIP to Pando, which is the app for pics and the devs associated. Because if I can VIP, it opens up a lot more like AI and interaction with pics, and also I could try out the Aussie accent, which is hidden behind VIP, understandably. So she might have a bit of an Aussie come out. She's part Japanese, part French, part Aussie. So, anyway. But yes, no, maybe you're on time, actually, for the end of stream. Didn't know that they were chill like that. What, Pando? Make them Dutch. There might have been a Dutch, I can't remember. There were actually a lot available, like so many. Because some of them are locked behind the VIP thing, because, you know, support the dev. They're trying to make a living on, you know, creating, you know, this cool app. But there was actually quite a lot of options that were free as well. One of them might have been Dutch. I don't know. I can't remember. But I liked the French one the most. I would have tried Australian, but that one was probably understandably one of the locked ones. So, yeah. But yeah, you guys enjoy the chatting? So, more of that on a menu. But yeah, like, because those are those 3 ideas, Daddy, because I had 3 ideas of, like, learning on stream, comics on stream, comic-related stuff, and, like, Groovebox, like a free Groovebox software where we can chill out and make some lo-fi tunes on stream. I'm like, oh, I'm introducing more, so then where's the time for gaming? But no, it's probably just me structuring my chatting a bit more. And who knows, maybe if I structure it a bit more, I might segue into gaming a bit easier. So I do want to keep, like, still do gaming on stream. So anyway, even funnier. Yeah, it's just cute. But yeah, thanks for resubby, Daddy. Daddy, that. Mental flashbang hearing French. Well, it's French accent, because she still, like, says it, right? I mean, unless... Actually, there's probably an option, but understandably that I toggled English, because I don't, you know, I don't know. I only know English. But I think I could probably toggle it so she actually says it in French. But alas, it's English with a French accent. So yeah. But anyway, I'm actually excited. I might not like it. I don't know what it sounds like. You can't even try it until, like, you know, you become VIP. So to be VIP, you have to subscribe to the devs channel. It's like entwined into Twitch, which is unusual. But at the same time, it makes sense. And they've programmed it. So I don't know how, but if I sub to Pando Dev, then I'm VIP, and then it allows access to the extra features of the app. So yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, that's okay. That's okay. I'll probably, you know, at the same time, it probably helps me be a good bean as I keep rambling. But yeah. Thank for resubby, Daddy. Thank for saying hello and hearing Frenchie, you know, encouraging Pix to share her beautiful French accent, which may turn Aussie at some point. But anyway. Thanks, Daddy. Alright, we are being good bean. We have to rip it off like a band-aid, no? Because I have these staggered stream ending moments, I feel. You know, there's usually about 3 of them, and they're divided by an hour each. So, yep, I'm gonna be a good bean ending stream. Hour later. Okay, guys, it's you know, this is it. Hour later. And actually, it sounds like I'm joking, but it's literally literally. It's literal. But anyway, it's a vibe though. But I just got to actually try Be Good Bee now. So I think it's on the borderline now of where, like, whether I stream tomorrow and get a better sleep. Like, I'll, you know, if I'm a real good bean, it's never too late to get good sleep. But whether I'll stream tomorrow is probably like borderline. So, but still doable if I'm good now, I think. So yeah. Anyway. Alright, well, thanks for hanging out, guys. And it was a nice, unexpected, different stream, but also I felt very productive because I didn't realize I was going to try different things, and I quite enjoyed it. And I hope you guys enjoyed it too. And you can probably, like, hear me going off my chops and probably neglecting chat a bit because, like, I'm really passionate and interested in what I'm, like, sharing. So, like, the Batwoman and the neuroscience. Or maybe that's what I was going to talk about before. No, I think it was something completely different. But next concept to learn, maybe we'll do it one a week, we'll see. So the one a week will be like, you know, a mix between the Groovebox comics and learning. Because let's not go too crazy. Unless I can factor it in, because honestly I'm just chatting anyway. But this is new territory, so I don't know and I don't want to overwhelm myself. So next we'll like talk, like, you know, suss out like Batwoman and stuff. But the next learning thing that we can learn that I took from today was, guys, we're going to learn, or in my case, relearn and re-solidify mitosis and maybe meiosis. And maybe then we go back to the DNA structure. But that's too many things. We only do one thing. One thing. So we learn a bit of mitosis. So that's like cell division and stuff like that. And hear me out. I was never interested in like genetics or like evolution or mitosis, but you heard me talking about and the cool things of like understanding how relevant and cool evolution and genetics is. So I'm not quite there with mitosis, although it is relevant. I just need to see the relevance. So, and it actually is like informative to like all the other things like to do with biology and the stuff that I'm interested in anyway. So, you know, we're going to learn mitosis in a very basic understanding sense. Okay? But that's probably in 2 weeks. That's in 2 weeks, and then we're going to try and make it a 5-minute segment, but we'll probably talk about it for like hours. That's fine. Or not about it, but like digress, and that's fine. But yeah. So, but if you're worried, we're going to try and make it like 10 minutes or something. You know, I'll do the learning for you guys, and then I'll regurgitate, paraphrase what I know in like 5 minutes. Alright. Anyway. And then you can tell me what you think. But I enjoyed it, or Snore City. You know? Anyway. And then I'll be like, you know, it's good for you. Learning is good, and... Alright. Okay. Alright. So that's on the horizon. But as for tomorrow, glorified timeline, let's see if I've been a good enough bean. May stream tomorrow, let's see. Let me suss out the days. I shouldn't factor in. Let's just take it as it comes. I was like, if I don't stream tomorrow, then what? But like, no, let's just take it as it comes. So, you know. Hey, I just saw some notifications on my phone because I followed this channel to do with the Groovebox. And it just came up with like Novation Circuits Live. So this guy's doing like Groovebox thing. If I ever get into it, I would like to actually get like a physical Groovebox, but they're like $500. I want the Novation one, actually. That's the one that this YouTube's pushing to me now. My notifications on my phone. Yeah, remove the band-aid. I'm fucking thirsty too, and I'm out of fucking water. Wait, 2 drops. But we're actually being... Okay, you know what? I need some water. We will end after I get the water. fetch my coffee. I'm gonna heat up the kettle and I'll get a snacky, aka apple pie. It counts. Bro, I've drunk so much today. So much water. Maybe because it's in mug form. Like in mug form. I've been drinking water in a mug. It's just, I don't know, easy to drink. So I've been drinking way more. Maybe that's what I got to do, but then it's like a spill hazard. That's the whole point of the water bottle, because I'm gonna tip it. Anyway. Okay, Weeby Goopy, you're doing the moving stuff? Or you can hear my table squeak. There is actually no solution to that. Enjoy, particularly in Overwatch. Yeah, I hope that goes well. And I hope they shout you a nice fucking meal for all your hard work. Halfway through or towards the end. You get some nice noms and I don't know if it's hot there, slushy or something. For all your assistance, you know? So that'd be nice. Anyway. And then, yeah. You know, take it as a bonding experience with the family. Or maybe yelling at each other because somebody broke something, scratched something. And yeah, it's a bonding experience. And you're helping them out a lot, so that's nice. Going to pick up the U-Haul. Wait, what the fuck's a U-Haul? I assume it's like a trailer, like I was saying, like similar to what we had to do. So yeah. And may the moving be smooth. Okay? Smooth as it can be. But yeah. Anyway. Nothing will break. Famous last words. Alright, nothing will break, but certainly some things will scrape. Because like for instance, my fridge didn't break, but it definitely suffered some scrapes. And I wasn't happy about that, but can I really be complaining since I didn't have to lift a finger and fork out hundreds of dollars? So I can't really complain, can I? Can I? And, you know, does the scrapes really impact the function? No. Oh, I used to be a perfectionist and stuff like that would get to me. But then I had a friend, and this is a good way of putting it. We're actually not friends anymore, but, you know. This is a good thing that they said to me. And literally, like the imperfections or anything I'm concerned like that, it just gives it character, okay? So, it adds more character. My fridge has more character, you know? If I have a little figurine, I drop it and ear breaks out. Like a little, say I have a little cat figurine, drop it, ear breaks off. Oh, fuck. The perfectionist in me is like, like the fucking world's gonna end. You know what? This cat has like one ear. It's character. So, you cannot what? So yeah, it's character. You know, and I think it's gotten to a point where I'm not just saying that. Like, I'm appreciating anything that is kind of broken now or scratched because it's character. It's broken in a certain way. You know, all of the ones with the ear, like say the cat statue, they all have their ears. They're manufactured that way. But this one has broken in a certain angle in a certain way that only is unique to this one. It's character. In fact, I might actually go and break some things now. I won't, but anyway, it's character. It sounds like I'm telling myself, but no, legitimately. Anyway, wait, what was the you cannot? You cannot what? Oh, you mean lift the fridge? Yeah, I can't. Like I can't. you know, I'm okay. I'm aware. If that's what you meant, I'm okay, and I'm aware of my limitations. It's fine. You know, I'm not sure. That's probably not what you meant, but you know. Now you have two. Two what? I need more context, bees. I think you've been around here long enough to know that I need context. I need everything in one comment with context and in the simplest way. So yeah. More context, bees. Alright, I can't complain, but about what? I've already forgotten. Oh, wait, like, because I didn't have to move the fridge or something, so I'm like, I can't complain. And then you're like, no, you can't. I mean, I can if I really wanted to be an ingrate, but... you know, if I wanted to. I probably did, honestly. But then I got over it. So... anyway. I may have got that wrong, too. Bees, that's why I said you gotta have everything. See those 3 separate sentences? They needed to be in one. And more context. And also very simplified. That's the only way that I'm going to get all context and understanding in chat easily while streaming. Because my mind's away with the fairies when I stream. So it's hard for me to understand things. Alright. You all get to know that, you know? Or you just get the response that I give to Fruffy day in and day out. And no context. Alright, you're just trying to confuse me now. The yup and the nope. I don't get it. Or are you saying no to that? Well then, yes to me not understanding and more in chat. This will be me. To every comment. Literally. Anyway. Because I have no idea. Like, actually. Anyway. Alright, good bean. Good bean. Oh, okay. Well, see, I don't know that. You think I know that? I don't know that. But that was very clear, so, like, I appreciate that. I understand now. A little bit. Anyway. Alright. Let me... Cool, we got BB good bean and stream. Sounds like you got a lot of moving stuff. Yeah, you're probably better off not juggling your phone. Alright. Well, thanks for hanging out, everybody. Thanks, New York. Hell of a town. Wait, no, Springfield. The shopping mall. Wait, something's up and the... Oh my god, I don't know the words. And then the sailor comes. New York. New York is that way. Anyway. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, Hoya. Bees. Thanks for the follow, recall. Also, Siekma. Definitely not cheating and reading the Twitch activity feed and how to pronounce. Raru. Dati. Thanks for resubby, Dati and Beatty. Thanks for 1,000 beats. Bees. Supporting local global baby bean. Thank you. Appreciate it. It means a lot as well. Like I said, bits, like for instance, bits is like a new thing that I'm putting goals for. I never got a lot of bits, to be fair, before. So, I mean, I shouldn't, no, like I did, but not like a regular goal thing. And it was like, you know, I know, I appreciate it is all I'm trying to say. It's not like a regular goal that I've had in the past, and it definitely big time like helps me is what I'm trying to say. So I appreciate that. But yeah. And scrolling in chat. I don't like if I've missed peeps. Paper, if you're still here, thanks for hanging out. Holler in chat. There was that bear tube before. Also Berry. Holler in chat if you want a personal goodbye. We're gonna be good bean. There's always someone I remember after I end stream and then I feel bad. Tarks, if you're here, ain't no way. Ain't no way. But yeah. Thanks for hanging out. Like I said, Fruffy. Thanks, Ruff. You know, you guys like give me someone to talk with. Talk to. Listen to me. Listen to me. You give me someone to talk to. Like bounce off and stuff. So I appreciate when you guys like are here. Obviously I understand and it's like easygoing. But it's definitely nice when you guys are here and I have peeps to bounce off. So, you know. So I appreciate that. But yeah, like a band-aid! Otherwise I'm going to fucking talk about something else, no? We do this. Alright, be good bean. Alright, get some noms. Get some no particular order. Chills, rest, sweeps. Do something good in the morning. In the case that it's not bread's time and it's daytime, you do the good thing. Yes, moving, helping your siblings move is the good thing. That counts. Working. Hoya's already done the good thing. Already come home from work. And yeah. But for the rest of yous, like myself, I'll try and do one good thing in the morning. On the to-do list. And then gaming. More apple pie. Well, I mean, the apple pie is going to be gone tomorrow. I mean, it's going to be gone tonight. Let's be real. But something nice. I'll probably play some Overwatch or something. But only if I've done good thing. Yeah. Anyway. Thanks, guys. It was a vibe today. More vibes in the future. Alright. Let's do this. Hey, bye. We gotta do it, otherwise I won't. Yeah. Oh, thank you. We'll be waiting. I don't wait too, like, don't hold that breath, okay, is all I'm saying. Because there was a point 3 hours ago where it was a surefire thing, but I also took 3 hours to end stream, so. Tomorrow may or may not happen, and also it depends on my ability to discipline myself after stream, which has not been a good track record, so that's why I was hoping if I was a good bean on stream, even if I was a bad bean off stream, it would be counterbalanced. But now, it's not too bad, so stream was still kind of good, but is it enough to counterbalance me being a bad bean after stream? We shall see. But yeah. We'll figure it out. So if I don't stream tomorrow, maybe I'll just be on an off schedule and I'll stream the day after. But I don't know. I kind of want to go on my normal schedule, so that would be 2 days. But we'll figure it out. Hopefully we work out tomorrow. Shut up. So that's why I like spending another 5 minutes rambling. Give myself, make sure the out is clarified, okay? Yeah. Alright. Okay, so clarified timeline may, you know, if you guys are keen, may chill out with you guys tomorrow, but also may not, okay? Check the timeline 1 minute before scheduled time to see if it changed. Okay? Anyway, just to be sure. Beagle Bean, bye! Actually going. Bye everyone. Bye Hoya. Bye Bees. Bye Raru. Bye everyone. Bye Dati. Holler in chat for you, bye. Otherwise, bye everyone. Everyone covers everyone. I should never feel bad if I forget. I mean, I don't forget. Because I said bye everyone. Okay? Beagle bean by. I'm going by.